Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities of May 18th, 2022. This meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, and as such, committee members may participate in person or by electronic means. Committee members participating by electronic means are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, video must be enabled in order to confirm quorum. Members are also asked to please advise the clerk if you need to leave the meeting. If a committee member loses connection during the voting process, staff will get you back online quickly while we suspend the voting process. Staff contact information has been circulated too. The video of committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Members of the public who wish to participate are encouraged to submit their comments online or participate via telephone. Let's start by acknowledging that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and thank them for having cared for this land. Looking forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the incredible contribution of the City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Mayor Stewart. Chair Carr is in the chair. Councillor DeGenova indicated she was just running a few minutes late. Councillor Fry is on leave of absence for civic business for the day. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. We can see you.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Chair Carr.
Thanks so much. So let's go over the plan for the day, maybe for multiple days. Speakers should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting, so you don't miss your turn to speak. Comments on agenda items can be sent to Council using the web form on the city's website. That link to the form will be tweeted out on at Van City Clerk. I also want to note City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversion, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, please avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by first and last name or role or title. So we have two items of business on today's agenda. I'm just making sure you all note that item 2 has been withdrawn, or report 2 has been withdrawn by staff. We will recess at noon for lunch and reconvene at 1 p.m. And should the business not be completed prior to today, we will recess for dinner, or during the day, we will recess for dinner at 5, reconvening at 6, and then go on to 10. Should the business not be completed this evening, and I'm pretty well sure we won't, the meeting will reconvene next Wednesday, May 25th, 2022 at 3 p.m. And the backup dates to that, which I think with 202 registered speakers we're likely to use, will be May 26th from 3 to 10 and May 31st from 3 to 10. Those are our backup dates for Council. Finally, I want to remind Council members that if amendments are brought forward, please submit them to the City Clerk in final written form before the Council member introduces them, and please ensure the Clerk has received your amendments by using the Council Meeting Amendments GL. So as chair for this meeting, I'm suggesting for the report that has no speakers and no presentations that we adopt recommendations collectively in a single motion. Report 3 has no presentations and no speakers. Does any member wish to hold report 3 for debate or questions to staff? Councillor DeGenova?
I was just going to suggest we move it on the consent agenda.
Yep, just let me hear first. Any member wish to hold? I'm not hearing that. Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Okay. I'd like to move this on the consent agenda, please, Chair.
Yep, that's great. And does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this? Nope. And so all those in favor of adopting this report and recommendation, say aye or yay. Any opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Great, that's half of our agenda done. So we are now, and I just wanted to state for the record, the following report has been approved on consent. Report 3, provisions of wireless services. So our first item on the agenda is the Broadway plan. We have staff from planning, urban design, and sustainability in the chamber to provide a presentation and to answer questions. I'm going to turn it over to staff to. Absolutely, go ahead. Sorry, let me get your mic.
Here. I actually just am requesting, given the sort of depth and sort of enormity of this topic today, if the presentation that's going to be provided has not yet been emailed, I understand that it's on its way, but if I can request a printed copy, that would be great. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a request for printed copy. Are there any other councillors that are looking to? Yes, it looks like if staff could accommodate that,
please.
printed copies for the council members, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Bligh. So, staff, now over to you. Can't hear you just yet. Your mic is not on. We do have a new assistant in training today, so that's great. Thank you. Go ahead.
Wonderful, thank you, and good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, members of Council. My name is Matt Shilliter. I'm the Acting Director of Special Projects in the Planning Department. Joining me as a presenter today is John Grottenberg, Lead Planner on the Broadway Plan. Unfortunately, John's a little under the weather today, so out of an abundance of caution, he will be joining us from home. And we also have staff from across various departments here to answer your questions. And I want to introduce also to you Blair Erb from Coriolis Consulting. Blair carried out the financial testing that informed the land use policies in the draft plan, and he's here to answer questions based on his expertise in development economics. Our presentation will follow the agenda on the slide. I'll provide an introduction, summarize the planning process, and remind you of the guiding principles upon which the plan is based. John will then run through a summary of the plan content, including the land use, built form, and each of the area-wide policy topics. Then I will cover the public benefit strategy before handing over to Teresa to draw conclusions and next steps. First of all, looking at the Broadway plan area, as you know, the Broadway plan is a major planning initiative focused on opportunities to integrate development with transit along and around the Broadway subway. It will provide a comprehensive framework to guide growth and positive change over the next 30 years. The plan area is centered on Broadway, generally from Clark Drive in the east to Vine Street in the west, and between 1st and 16th Avenues. It's obviously a very large, varied, and complex area, covering almost 500 blocks of the city. And within it, it encompasses many of the city's planning challenges and opportunities. Turning to the planning process, this was launched in March of 2019 and followed 4 phases, each with key deliverables. Phase 1 concluded in October 2019 with council adoption of the guiding principles, which I will run through in a moment. Phase 2 built on the guiding principles and created the plan's emerging directions, which were published in March 2021. These highlighted areas for growth and change and provided policy directions for each of the plan's area-wide topics. In Phase 3, the refined directions, which were published in November last year, we included more specific directions for land use and built form, as well as further detail on key area-wide topics. And then finally, in Phase 4, the draft plan phase, we amalgamated the results of the previous 3 phases and included detailed policies on all plan topics, as well as built form guidelines and the draft public benefit strategy. The planning process included an extensive program of public and stakeholder engagement. This was designed to ensure that we heard from the widest possible range of voices, including groups that are often underrepresented, like young people, renters, families with young children, and those on low incomes. A variety of in-person and online engagement events and activities were undertaken. Among many others, these included 5 surveys, 14 in-person open houses, and 41 workshops. In total, we've had over 28,000 engagement touch points with members of the public or organizations over the course of the process. Turning to the Broadway opportunity, of course, underpinning all of our work is the recognition that the construction of the Broadway subway represents a major city planning opportunity. It will bring new high-quality rapid transit to Vancouver's metro core, making it much more convenient to get around, both within the city and the wider region. And so by preparing the Broadway plan, we can capitalize on that investment, make the surrounding neighborhoods more complete, equitable, and sustainable. The plan will help meet significant housing and job-based needs and enable more people to live and work close to rapid transit, shops, services, and amenities, accommodating a share of the city's growth in an area which is in high demand as a place to live and work, as evidenced by very low vacancy rates for rental housing and job space and continued upward pressure on rents. The plan also aligns with and advances the goals of several citywide policies, particularly in the areas of housing, jobs, and sustainability. There are a selection of those on the slide. Furthermore, it will enable us to meet our responsibilities to partners like TransLink and the provincial government, which are expressed in the supportive policies agreement between the city and TransLink, which obliges the city to create a plan that enables higher density development, affordable housing, job space, and improved transportation options. Turning to the guiding principles, these were approved by Council in October 2019, having been prepared through the first phase of the planning process. They combine community values heard through engagement with citywide policy objectives. And I want to briefly touch on each of them because they've been important in shaping the plan directions. Firstly, with respect to reconciliation, the importance of ensuring that First Nations and urban Indigenous peoples' voices are heard through the process and their visibility on the land is supported, and that the plan advances reconciliation in tangible ways, for example, in relation to housing, public realm design, arts and culture, and sustainable approaches to water management. Secondly, in terms of the economy, the opportunity to increase the amount and diversity of job space to strengthen Central Broadway as the province's second largest job centre, retaining and diversifying the industrial lands in the area to support the evolving creative economy, and enhancing the neighbourhood shopping areas and providing opportunities for local small businesses. With respect to sustainability and resilience, designing new development and the transportation network to reduce carbon emissions and be resilient to climate change, introducing green infrastructure to capture, clean, and reuse rainwater and enhance the natural environment. In terms of affordable, equitable, and complete communities, creating new housing opportunities for a variety of household types and incomes, but with a particular focus on rental, social, and supportive housing, retaining and reinvesting in the existing older rental housing with the paramount goal that renters can remain in their neighbourhood at affordable rates. And also making the residential neighbourhoods more complete in terms of meeting people's daily needs. We also had a goal around contextual design, introducing new building forms and heights that balance respect for existing neighbourhood character with the need for that context to evolve in response to the new subway. In terms of distinctive neighbourhoods and places, retaining the special qualities of neighbourhoods such as the green and leafy residential streets, the shopping villages, and the heritage assets, while integrating new housing and job space. Making Broadway a great street, transforming Broadway into a street of special significance with a series of distinct and vibrant places to gather. Creating a network of complete streets to provide people of all ages and abilities with excellent walking, cycling, and transit options. And finally, in terms of parks and public spaces, integrating diverse places for public life throughout the area to provide opportunities for social connection, recreation, and access to nature. I think it's fair to say that together these represent a highly ambitious set of guiding principles. And staff believe that the plan we're presenting to you today addresses them both directly and substantively. With that, I'll hand over to John to run through the draft plan directions.
Thanks, Matt. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council. John Grottenberg on the Broadway Plan team. I'll now introduce the vision for the Broadway Plan and then walk through the overall land use policy for Broadway neighborhoods by character area. The vision for Broadway. In 2050, the Broadway Plan neighborhoods are highly walkable, vibrant, inclusive, and distinctive places to live, work, play, and learn, connected to the region by the Broadway subway. This is a bold plan that is essential to the city's efforts towards meeting the targets of the Climate Emergency Action Plan. Next. In terms of land use, these character areas, the centers, villages, residential areas, and industrial employment areas, establish where and how Broadway neighborhoods will grow and change over the next 30 years. These land use changes are critical to the plan helping the city to meet its climate emergency targets. And I'll now unpack each of these character areas in more detail. Next slide. In light blue, the centers are generally along Broadway, extending north-south in some places, for example, along Kingsway and Cambie. These places also have a number of institutional campuses, including Vancouver Community College, Great Northern Way campus, as well as VGH and City Hall at Uptown, which is a jobs-only area between Oak and Yukon. Well connected by transit, walking and cycling, these higher density places in Vancouver's second downtown will integrate with the Broadway subway stations and provide new housing and job space, as well as shops, services, and amenities to meet a range of community needs. Next. Within the centers, for the station areas, the key plan directions include building heights generally in the range of 30 to 40 stories for a variety of new housing, with a particular focus on market and below market rental and social housing, also with strata ownership options, as well as significant new job space such as major office and hotels. Next. Active commercial uses at street level, such as shops, restaurants, and cafes and patios. Integration with the subway stations, such as enhanced public realm and plaza spaces, as well as opportunities for amenity contributions from development, such as new childcare or cultural facilities within podium spaces. Next. For the shoulder areas, generally between the stations along Broadway or other major streets such as Kingsway, the key directions include building heights generally in the range of 20 to 30 stories for a variety of new housing options as well as job space. Next. Active commercial uses at street level with enhanced public realm and wider sidewalks. And in these areas, in some places, the development will be primarily mixed-use residential, while in others it will be a choice of office or residential uses, as we see along Broadway today. Next slide. The next character area, the villages, are the cherished neighborhood high streets and shopping areas of West 4th, South Granville, and Main Street, as well as some of the smaller commercial nodes around the neighborhoods, for example at Kingsway and Fraser. Reflecting the local scale and character, these places will provide opportunities to shop, work, and play during the day and into the evening and foster a vibrant public life. Next. Key directions for the villages include maintaining lower building heights of 4 to 6 stories to limit redevelopment pressures on existing businesses and to allow for incremental change. There are also clusters of heritage buildings, particularly in South Granville and near Main and Broadway, to be retained. Next. With a range of small and local businesses, these places will have lively sidewalks and places to gather, building on the recent successes as part of the COVID response with the new pavement to plazas, expanded patios, etc., and fostering these over the long term. Next slide. Moving along to the residential areas, and firstly, the existing apartment areas. Today, these places have about 25% of the city's purpose-built rental stock, providing a range of affordable options, primarily in 3 to 4 story walk-up apartments, as well as towers up to 12 stories in the areas around South Granville. Over the next 30 years, these places will maintain existing housing affordability and provide choice for existing renters to remain in their neighborhoods by enabling the careful renewal of the aging rental stock over the long term, with requirements for below-market rents and strengthened tenant protections. Next slide. The careful renewal of the older rental stock is one of the overarching and most complex challenges for the plan to address. Most of this stock comprises low-rise rental built in the 60s and 70s, and while it provides some of the most affordable rental housing in the city, it is aging, and many of these buildings will need major repairs and retrofits over the 30-year time frame of the plan. So owners of aging rental buildings will face a choice of what to do. reinvest in their building, which is certainly encouraged from the majority, but recognizing that some renovations may result in evictions, disinvest and let the building deteriorate. This is clearly not desirable and would have negative impacts for livability and tenant safety, or redevelopment, which can be positive or negative depending on the policies. Next slide. The policy approach for Broadway is to guide positive outcomes in a redevelopment scenario. The intent is not to incentivize redevelopment, but rather to provide a feasible pathway for renewal for rental buildings that reach the end of their life in the next 30 years. The approach ensures existing tenants can remain in their neighborhoods, replaces and increases the number of rental units, and retains existing affordability in perpetuity. The proposed building heights and densities have been carefully calibrated through extensive economic testing, built form analysis, and public and stakeholder input to achieve these objectives. Next slide. So for the existing apartment areas, the key direction is to enable the long-term incremental renewal and expansion of the aging rental housing while maintaining existing affordability with a below-market rental requirement in the new rental housing. A key aspect of this approach is the enhanced tenant protections, including the right for tenants to return at rents comparable or lower than their previous rent, and I'll expand on that in a moment. The policies for these areas will also enable renewal of aging strata housing with new strata ownership housing with an inclusionary social housing component in areas close to rapid transit. Next slide. As well, the policies also enable the renewal and expansion of aging social and co-op housing. Tower heights would generally range between 12 and 20 stories with a maximum of 2 per block, plus there would also be low-rise housing opportunities. The intent is that over time, these places will evolve with a mix of building types and scales, as well as new local serving shops and services, such as small grocers and cafes, to support more walkable, complete neighborhoods. Next slide. The other type of residential area is the lower density areas, mostly zoned RT, which today include a mix of single-family houses, duplexes, multiple conversion dwellings, and some smaller scaled strata developments. Through Broadway Plan, these places will accommodate new rental apartments over time with strengthened tenant protections, enabling new affordable housing choices, particularly in off-tier locations. Next slide. Enabling new rental apartments in these places on quieter residential streets with new local shops and services is one of the big moves for this plan. This also provides opportunity for land acquisition for new social and co-op housing projects with funding supports from senior governments and partnerships with the community housing sector. As we see here, building heights for new rental apartments would generally be up to 6 stories, with heights up to 18 stories for below market rental in strategic locations, primarily close to rapid transit. Next slide. The same enhanced tenant protections would apply, and there would also be other low-rise housing opportunities, as well as new small-scale shops and services. Next slide. And finally, our fourth general character area, the industrial employment areas, which comprise the Mount Pleasant Industrial Area, the Broad Slopes Mixed Employment Area near Granville Island, and an edge of the False Creek Flats along Great Northern Way. Critical to the city's and regional economy, these places will provide additional opportunities for employment space to support a range of cities serving light industrial businesses and to foster a growing innovation economy in creative industries. Next slide. The key direction for these areas is to protect for employment use, i.e. new residential is restricted, and to enable additional height and density for mixed industrial and office developments to expand industrial capacity and intensify employment opportunities. The plan policies also seek to review and modernize and potentially expand the permitted uses in these areas to support the innovation economy and provide services and amenities for employees in these areas. Next slide. Fostering arts and cultural spaces, including with contributions from new development, is also a key direction. Next slide. In the plan area are 8 large and unique sites, including educational and healthcare campuses. These sites offer opportunities to achieve multiple plan objectives. In terms of a few key highlights, we have the Creative District along Great Northern Way, which will continue to develop in a hub for education, arts, and innovation with new rental housing opportunities and access to 2 rapid transit stations bookending the district. The VGH and BC Cancer Health Precinct will expand over time to meet long-term healthcare needs, provide additional services and amenities, including public open space. And the Civic District near Broadway and Cambie with City Hall is a key opportunity to add new office and retail space, as well as public amenities, including open space integrated with the Broadway City Hall station. Next slide. The detailed land use policy for the Broadway plan is divided into a series of policy areas that build on the 4 general character areas that I just walked through. The plan provides clarity on building heights, densities, uses, and housing tenures, opportunities for on-site public space, and other key land use considerations at the block and parcel level. The land use and built form policy is structured by this land use concept plan shown here on the slide, which has 5 generalized land use categories. The residential apartment areas, where residential is the primary land use with opportunities for small-scale commercial throughout. The mixed-use areas, which provide opportunities for new housing with a mix of retail, service, and office uses. Along Broadway, the choice of use areas, which provide opportunities for significant office, hotel, or residential, or a mix of both with accompanying retail uses. In Uptown, our office districts, which are in the employment part of the plan area with opportunities for major office, hotel, and retail uses, and the industrial and employment areas with opportunities for light industrial and complementary creative and high-tech uses. Moving along to growth and change. Next slide. And the next slide. Thank you. In terms of overall growth and change, we estimate the plan policies would enable development capacity for up to 30,000 new homes, for 50,000 new residents, and up to 42,000 new jobs over 30 years. Of the new homes, approximately 2/3 would be secured market or below market rental or non-market housing, and I'll expand on that in a moment. Now, it's important to note these development capacity estimates are not growth projections, forecasts, or targets. Actual growth will depend on a number of factors outside the scope of the plan, including regional population and migration trends, the desirability of living and working in Broadway, regional economic growth and other market trends, and allowances for growth in other parts of Vancouver or neighboring municipalities. Next slide. Expanding on the housing tenure split, we estimate that 13% of new homes would be social or co-op housing, 7% below market rental, 46% market rental, and the remainder strata ownership. Social housing and below market rental would be affordable for singles with household incomes up to about $57,000 and families with incomes up to about $92,000. Market rental would be affordable for single incomes about $82,000 and families up to $150,000, and condos for singles up to $139,000 and families over $200,000. Next slide. As we see here, the tenure split of the new housing would mark a significant shift towards rental and affordable options compared to the current housing mix in the Broadway plan area, shown on the left. Next slide. Setting Broadway within the citywide context, the draft Vancouver plan estimates growth of 260,000 additional residents and 210,000 additional jobs in Vancouver by 2050. The estimated development capacity enabled by Broadway plan would represent approximately 19% of citywide population growth and 20% of job growth over the same period. Next slide. Overall, growth in the Broadway plan area is expected to be incremental and progress over the course of the 30-year plan. Full build-out within the plan area is not feasible due to a number of limitations on development potential, including development economics and market demand, absorption rates, industry capacity, various constraints on existing sites, as well as plan policies requiring minimum lot sizes, spacing of towers, and the maximum number of towers per block. Additionally, growth is not expected to occur uniformly throughout the area. Next slide. Looking at how development enabled by the plan could occur in an area over time, this is an example of an existing low-density area with the blocks at the top in closer proximity to rapid transit. Next slide. The land use policy in the plan enables 6-story market rental apartments in the low-rise residential area in the lighter yellow, and below market rental up to 18 stories in the mid to high-rise residential area in the darker yellow. Next. In 15 years, we see how these places will evolve incrementally, with a sprinkling of newer 6-story apartment forms and smaller multiplex buildings, mixed with the older houses and heritage buildings, and a new tower form with below market rental closer to the subway station at the top. Next slide. At 30 years, over the life of the plan, we see some more 6-story apartment buildings and another below market rental tower. So these places will grow and evolve incrementally with a mix of building types and scales in a sort of checkerboard pattern that maintains the eclectic and cherished green and leafy character. Next slide. Spatially, in terms of where we expect development, in the shorter term, this would be mostly in the centers along Broadway near the subway stations and along sections of Kingsway and Great Northern Way, as well as in the industrial employment areas. Interest in the low-density residential areas is expected to be modest. Next slide. Over the longer term, 15, 20, 30 years from now, higher activity would generally continue in those areas with modest development activity in the existing apartment areas. Next slide. So over 30 years, we expect just over half of new residential and job space floor area to be built in the centers, with most of the remaining job space in the industrial employment areas. About a quarter of residential development would be in the existing apartment areas and about 20% in the lower density areas. Next slide. So moving along to the key built form and site design considerations for the plan. Broadway plan includes policies to shape built form and site design to contribute to healthy and livable communities and provide clarity to the development industry by formalizing solar access protections for parks, public schoolyards, and shopping streets, limiting towers per block in residential areas and reinforcing tower separation standards, defining expectations around building setbacks, promoting a lively public realm, social connectivity and human-scale design, and ensuring accessible multimodal street design. Next slide. On solar access specifically, the plan includes the city's first comprehensive solar access protections for an entire area plan, which are as strong or stronger than other guidelines in the city. At the center of the protections are requirements that new buildings not cast shadows on parks, public schoolyards, and shopping village sidewalks from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. between the spring and fall equinoxes. Next slide. Views and heights. Through the plan process, we also reviewed a number of the protected public views in the area with a particular focus on the view from Queen Elizabeth Park, shown here. This view has a number of sub-areas or sections to it, including views to the North Shore Mountains, as well as views to the downtown skyline and the Port and Burrard Inlet in the lower sections 3.1 and 3.24a, highlighted in green. Currently, this view significantly limits potential building heights and capacity for housing and job space along Central Broadway, particularly near the Broadway and Cambie area that will be the crossroads of two rapid transit lines. Next slide. Based on what we heard through engagement feedback, the plan enables higher buildings for rental or social housing or major job space only in those lower view sections in green, primarily in areas close to rapid transit stations. It's important to note that no intrusions into the protected public views of the mountains in light red are being proposed. Next slide. Tower site standards. Planning for towers requires careful consideration of urban design and built form to ensure these developments contribute to the vitality, livability, and character of the Broadway neighborhoods. In establishing general standards for towers, the foundational considerations are site frontage and depth, separation, and floor plates. These standards allow for new towers to better integrate with their existing neighbors, promote appropriate tower spacing and support solar access in the public realm, provide more space for public realm enhancements, ensure resident or office worker livability through access to light, air, and privacy, promote linear views and a varied skyline, reflect industry standards for efficiency, and promote variety in building forms. Next slide. Tower buildings have to contribute to their communities at multiple levels, from nearby, where they should reinforce the pedestrian-friendly nature of the adjacent public realm, to more distant aspects, where they will form visible parts of the skyline. The city has established and celebrated urban design and built form standards that will continue to be reflected in future developments throughout the Broadway Plan area. These include building form, massing, and expression that is contextually responsive and high quality. New buildings will include articulated facades, rooftop amenity areas, balconies, windows, and other elements that will provide visual interest and character. On the slide, these simple diagrams show how these elements can transform simple massing into something more recognizable. And the highest profile buildings, particularly those pursuing the greatest heights and densities, will continue to be reviewed by the Urban Design Panel and will be expected to achieve a high standard of design excellence commensurate with their prominence in the Broadway Plan area. Next slide. Next slide. So I'll now cover the key plan directions for specific topics, starting with housing. Central to the plan's housing strategy was addressing this key question on the top right. How do we protect existing renters while encouraging reinvestment and delivering new supply? Key housing directions for the plan include focusing new housing opportunities in areas with relatively fewer renters, such as the centers and the low-density residential areas. New and enhanced tenant protections focused on choice for existing renters impacted by redevelopment to stay in their neighborhoods. New rental housing affordable to low and moderate income households, and support it for new non-market housing in all neighborhoods. Through this strategy, Broadway Plan will help address current and future housing needs identified in the recent 2022 Housing Needs Report. Next slide. Expanding on the Broadway tenant protections, these would be among the strongest in Canada and supplement the current tenant relocation and protection plan requirements. For Broadway, renters would be offered the choice to return to a new unit at rents 20% below citywide average rents, which would be the same or less than current rent for most tenants. There would also be additional discounts for very low-income tenants to ensure they pay no more than 30% of income on rent, and a temporary top-up to ensure tenants are paying the same rent when they move to a new unit during construction. Next slide. So looking at an example scenario, let's say a single person has been living in a one-bedroom rental home in Fairview for 7 years, paying $1,566 a month in rent. Under the Broadway plan, they would be entitled to $750 flat rate or provision of an insured moving company, choice of one of the following: $7,830 for 5 months rent and financial compensation, or up to $473 a month rent top-up for the period they are waiting to return, and the right to return to the new building at below market rents, which would be $1,216 a month in 2021. So this would be over $300 less than what they are currently paying. Next slide. Looking at the below market rental approach for Broadway, this will require rents in below market units at 20% discount to citywide average rents, which is equivalent to a 40% discount to rents in newer market rental. As you can see in orange on the table, this translates to a $600 discount for a studio, ranging up to a nearly $1,500 discount for a 3-bedroom unit compared to newer rental. These homes would be affordable to households earning between $40,000 and $90,000 per year. Next slide. Below market rental responds to the need for moderate income rental housing in the city, including the Broadway Plan area. These BMR units are permanently secured regardless of tenant turnover and include a comparable mix of family-sized units as market rental. New BMR units will at a minimum replace existing rental units in most cases, and in many will increase the number of below market units, as this graphic notionally shows in a typical redevelopment scenario. Next slide. Moving along to the economy, one of the key objectives for the plan is to enable new and diverse job space close to rapid transit, which will strengthen the province's second largest job center along Central Broadway. Key directions include protect and intensify industrial and employment areas, enable the supply of major office and hotel space to meet demand over the long term, supporting existing commercial areas and small businesses and focusing growth away from the shopping villages, and enabling new local serving shops and services such as grocers, cafes, or small restaurants in all residential areas. Next slide. Looking at sustainability and resilience, as has been mentioned, significant action in the Broadway area is required to meet the city's climate emergency action plan objectives. In particular, these include achieving the target of at least 90% of residents living close to their daily needs, and 80% of trips being made by sustainable modes. The plan directions will also reduce operational and embodied emissions from new buildings and improve the seismic resiliency of the building stock over time. Use of natural climate solutions will be expanded across the area, such as landscaping and green infrastructure for rainwater infiltration. As well, expansion of the neighborhood energy utility would enable waste heat recovery from buildings or other local sources, potentially such as sewage waste heat from Metro Vancouver's 8th Avenue interceptor. Next slide. In tandem with the land use changes, central to Broadway meeting its climate emergency targets are the plan's transportation directions. These include improving the walking environment on all streets, particularly commercial streets and greenways, upgrading the existing cycling routes to be safe and comfortable for all, and expanding the cycling network to include new greenways, improving the transit system, including the area's bus network, and ensuring strong integration with the new subway stations, improving traffic safety on local streets by limiting or slowing movement, removing vehicle parking minimums for off-street parking in new developments, essentially adopting the current downtown parking standards, and prioritizing curb space for those who need it most, such as people with mobility challenges or for deliveries to businesses. Next slide. For Broadway itself, the vision is for a great street to be realized by reallocating curb space to public space. This will include wider sidewalks, large street trees, and planted areas. As well, it would have universally accessible design and easy access for all people, as well as easy transfers from one mode of travel to another, particularly at the new subway stations. The Great Street design will initially be implemented with the reconstruction of the subway station box as part of the subway project. Next slide. So this slide just shows what some of those typical elements we could see along Broadway in the future, such as patios, large street trees, seating, and rainwater management features. Next slide. And these sections show how the two curb lanes would be reallocated to public space on typical station on the left and non-station blocks on the right. Next slide. This map shows the key walking network for Broadway, focused on streets and connections where higher volumes of people will be walking and rolling in the future, such as along existing and future commercial streets and greenways. Next slide. And this map shows the future cycling network with the goal of enabling all residents and destinations to be within 2 blocks of the cycling network. Cycling routes include the greenways as well as existing and future bike routes. Further work will be done through plan implementation to determine the exact alignments and connections in a handful of areas. Next slide. Recognizing the importance of parks and public spaces for livability, recreation, and as places to gather and socialize, the plan sets out a range of directions to enable a greater variety and quality of public spaces in the area. These include expanding and enhancing existing parks, creating new public spaces on larger development sites, including parks and privately owned public spaces, or POPs. As I mentioned, enhancing Broadway as a great street with wider sidewalks, public seating, and space for patios. Park-like spaces and greenery along greenways and blue-green systems. And repurposing road space to public space to reimagine streets as better public spaces. Next slide. This map shows the Broadway Public Realm Framework, which brings together the various networks of public space opportunities in the area. It identifies where the opportunities are and establishes principles and policies for how these public spaces should be designed as specific projects roll out through plan implementation. Next slide. The plan takes a comprehensive one-water approach to management of drinking water, rainwater, and wastewater from a health, sanitation, and environment perspective. Key directions include undertaking strategic water and sewer upgrades to enable growth and mitigate combined sewer overflows, increasing resilience to climate change with new stormwater outfalls that adapt to sea level rise and divert water, causing flooding, introducing Vancouver's first comprehensive blue-green system network of green rainwater infrastructure to improve stormwater quality and achieve community and ecosystem benefits, and expanding on-site groundwater and rainwater management requirements to reduce flood risk and to protect valuable water resources. Next slide. And here's a map showing the blue-green system alignments across the Broadway plan area. These systems will align with and intercept historic waterways and help manage flooding and provide opportunities for co-benefits with public green space and active transportation connections. Next slide. Arts and culture. The Broadway neighborhoods contain vibrant arts, culture, music, and public art, with particular concentrations in Mount Pleasant and the Granville Slope South Granville area. The plan's key directions for arts and culture include supporting retention, expansion, and new affordable arts, culture, and music spaces, removing regulatory barriers to enable more cultural spaces and activities, supporting artists' social housing and shared cultural production spaces, prioritizing new social housing for artists near the transit stations in Mount Pleasant and Granville Slopes areas, and centering art in daily life, focusing public art investments in public spaces. Next slide. In terms of heritage, the Broadway plan area has a rich history and heritage that contributes to the distinctive character of its neighborhoods. As growth and change occur, protecting and strengthening the key tangible and intangible heritage resources will contribute to the continued sense of place in the community. Key heritage directions for the plan include promote and support truth and reconciliation by encouraging Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh voices and visibility on the land, focusing new development opportunities away from the cherished village shopping streets, through plan implementation, undertaking historic context statements or statements of significance for distinct areas of heritage value, and establishing policy frameworks for the recognition of key heritage districts, and maintaining an effective heritage conservation policy framework and heritage incentives. Next slide. In terms of community well-being, with the expected increase in population and jobs in the plan area, community and social services will be key to supporting livable and complete neighborhoods. Key plan directions include supporting the delivery of accessible, affordable, and quality licensed childcare, increasing social facilities and services to address basic needs, such as public washrooms, increasing and enhancing community center space and recreation assets in the Broadway area, particularly co-located with social and cultural amenities, and delivering new food assets through a decentralized and local serving approach. Next slide. And with that, that concludes the overview of the key topic-specific policies for the plan, and I'll now hand it back to Matt to cover the public benefit strategy.
Turning now to the public benefit strategy, this provides a long-term vision and direction for the delivery of public amenities and infrastructure to support growth and change. It covers the full range of facilities delivered by the city, including parks and open space, community centres, affordable housing, childcare, social services, arts and culture, libraries, transportation, utilities, fire and emergency services. And it builds on the existing provision within and around the plan area that you see illustrated on the map here. The strategy is organised over 2 timeframes. The main component is a 10-year capital investment strategy, which sets out specific investments with costs and funding sources identified. And this is set within a 30-year vision, which provides a broader outlook for public amenities and infrastructure over the life of the plan. The strategy is based on 3 key sources of funding: city contributions such as property taxes and fees, developer contributions such as DCLs and CACs, and partner contributions from senior levels of government, non-profits, and private partners. The 10-year capital investment strategy includes a total of $1.1 billion in costs. And these are broken down by funding source, as shown on the slide. Includes city contributions of 127 million, developer contributions of 790 million. Those include both in-kind delivery of amenities and funding provided through DCLs and CACs. And then a further 182 million in partner contributions, which are focused on affordable housing, childcare, and transit. The pie chart on the slide shows the proposed breakdown in funding between each of the service areas. We arrived at this breakdown by assessing needs within the plan area, identifying strategies to address them, and then prioritizing investments in line with the approach taken to the citywide capital strategic outlook. And I'd just like to highlight some of the key investments that are contained within the 10-year strategy. In terms of affordable housing, this includes approximately 600 in-kind social housing units provided through developer-initiated projects, and a further 300 units through renewal and expansion of city-owned non-market sites. In terms of childcare, the provision of around 250 new spaces, again delivered in kind through development, as well as around 150 spaces through renewal and expansion of city-owned facilities. In terms of parks and open space, we've allocated around 100 million for expansion of existing parks and acquisition of new park space. We also expect to secure additional park space on large development sites, for example, at the Great Northern Way campus and VGH. There are also identified 6 new public plazas through the Streets as Public Spaces initiative. Turning to transportation, this will involve implementing enhancements to around 3 to 4 kilometers of Broadway to transform it into a great street, and delivering around 6 kilometers of new cycling routes and greenways to help support the shift to active transportation and reduce carbon emissions. With respect to arts and culture, we've identified around 24,500 square feet of new and expanded arts production and music spaces, over 20,000 square feet of workspace and shared production space for artist social housing, and around 10,000 square feet of artist presentation space, as well as delivery of public art through the city's public art program and funding for heritage conservation through a 5% share of CACs. In terms of community facilities, we've identified the renewal and expansion of the Friar Hall Library branch to serve growth in the South Granville area, the renewal and expansion of the Mount Pleasant Neighborhood House, and planning and design work for renewal and expansion of an existing recreation facility serving the Broadway area. In terms of public safety, we've identified expansion of File Hall number 4 at 10th and Granville, and providing a new community policing centre in the eastern section of the plan area. Finally, in terms of One Water, a series of new combined sewer separation projects, as well as infrastructure investments to increase our resilience to climate change, including new stormwater trunks and outfalls for sewer separation and to adapt to sea level rise, and around $60 million for green rainwater infrastructure in the public realm to help manage rainwater in a more sustainable way. Staff feel that this is a robust public benefits package, which will address the key needs and priorities that have been identified through the planning process, and will support the overarching goal of creating livable and sustainable neighborhoods in Broadway, while also being achievable within the city's projected funding capacity. Finally, I would just note that it will be important to also advocate for additional senior level of government funding to help provide services, particularly in areas like schools, healthcare, transit, affordable housing, and childcare. Thank you. I will just hand over now to Teresa to conclude the presentation.
Thank you, Matt. Okay, we're almost there. I know it's a long presentation with a lot of information, but I just have a couple of concluding slides, and then we'll be ready for council questions. As you know, the Broadway Plan is a major planning initiative focusing on opportunities to integrate development with transit along and around the Broadway subway. It will provide a comprehensive framework to guide growth and positive change over the next 30 years. It's a very large and complex area covering almost 500 blocks of the city. and encompasses many of the city's planning challenges. But we've spoken with the public about the plan, and the results are pretty outstanding, given the complexity and the challenges in this plan. We've gotten over 3,600 survey responses on the draft, and the percentage of the respondents indicating that they like or really like most aspects of the plans are remarkably high. 55% in Kitsilano, 66% in Fairview, and 69% in Mount Pleasant. This plan will deliver a lot of benefits. It will deliver new homes and jobs close to transit. It will provide market rental and below market rental and social housing opportunities in all of the neighborhoods. And it will expand the strongest rental tenant protections in Canada. The plan is a generational city building opportunity for positive change on Vancouver's most pressing issues. It delivers a strong and diverse economy and delivers real actions to address the city's climate emergency, including Vancouver's first blue-green network. The plan will deliver over $1 billion in public amenities over the first 10 years to serve the community, to including better parks and public realm to support livability as the area grows. And has a number of other benefits, including transforming Broadway into a great street, protecting those cherished mountain views, and preserving and renewing arts, cultural spaces, and the music spaces. So with that, Council, that concludes the staff presentation. We do have a number of staff here prepared to answer questions, and we will stand for your questions at this time.
Thank you so much, all staff, from presentations, and really appreciate the fact that you have also provided to us the printout of the presentations. You have a number of councillors wanting to ask questions. Councillors, you have up to 5 minutes. Councillor Bligh, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Chair. I wonder before I get started if I could please move for a second round of questions.
All those in favor to a second round?
Mm-hmm.
Aye. Any nays? Go ahead.
Thank you very much. And just acknowledging we do have over 200 speakers, so I do think it's necessary, mind you. So I'd just like to kick us off. Thank you very much for the presentation to staff and all the work. I just wanted to start by focusing in on the transportation piece. And there's been some discussion publicly around the value or sort of whether or not a bike lane ought to be considered for the West Broadway in this plan, for the Broadway plan. I'm just wondering if you could, well, the question is, why did staff not recommend a AAA bike lane on West Broadway in this plan?
I'll ask Paul to respond to that, please.
Thanks. Good morning. Paul Storer, Director of Transportation. Yeah, when we started the Broadway process, we recognized that there was a great opportunity to reallocate street space on Broadway. So basically a lane in either direction, so, you know, kind of a third of the road space. And what we heard from the public early in the process was really that people wanted to see it become a great walking environment. So we haven't focused on the bike lane, except insofar as to preserve for a future bike lane.
Okay, can you expand a little bit on preserving for the future bike lane in that regard?
Yeah, so if we were, so the current plan is to take a 6 to 7 lane roadway and make it 4 to 5 lanes. Basically what we've preserved for is if we were to reallocate another lane to cycling, that we should be able to come in and do it. We try to do this with all our designs, is create those opportunities for the future.
I'm thinking of Richard Street as one example where there's a bi-directional bike lane that's recently been put in. And I wonder what were the factors that triggered that bike lane to happen that staff are looking at in terms of, I imagine, density or usage, things like that, that could be similar to the Broadway plan in the long-term future.
So Richard Street, it was really about completing a network that covered a large part of the downtown. Downtown, most of the streets are somewhat arterial in nature and they carry heavier traffic volumes. So typically in the downtown, we need to rely on protected bike lanes to carry most of the cycling trips. Around the rest of the city, we don't have the same situation where most streets are arterial streets. So most of the city, we kind of rely on the local bike network to carry those trips across the city. With Richard Street, the bidirectional bike lane works there because it's a one-way street. Where we have a two-way street, we typically want to have unidirectional bike lanes, so
Okay.
one on either side.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm going to move on, but I will also flag, or maybe it's my question, but I don't see my time, so I'll just ask the chair to keep an eye on that for me.
You're at 3 minutes, 17 seconds.
Thank you very much. My next question is related to the proportion of social housing units and co-op units over the long term for this plan. To me, it just strikes as pretty moderate or conservative in the sense that right now we're delivering 8% and we'll be increasing that to 13%. And in such a, I think 500 blocks, did you say? It does seem like a pretty conservative number to increase those units by only 5%.
I'll ask Dan to answer that.
Thank you, Councillor. Dan Garrison, Housing Policy and Regulation. Yeah, the amount is, in some ways, it is somewhat conservative in terms of what we think can actually be achieved. We've arrived at that number looking at a couple of things. One of them is the amount of inclusionary social housing we think will be delivered through strata redevelopments. The other is the amount of existing affordable housing in the area, city land, et cetera, that we think will redevelop in the planned timeframe. What we haven't done is factored in a significant assumption for nonprofits that may want to redevelop their properties to higher density, for additional government funding that could come in. So what we think the plan is doing here is really setting a baseline framework that allows redevelopment for things like rental and below market rental. And the extent to which that will be nonprofit housing, co-op housing, will be partly determined in the future by funding.
Okay.
But it does lay the groundwork and set a framework that would enable nonprofits, co-ops, and other levels of government to come in and do more than that.
Okay, that's super helpful. Thank you. One quick third question here is around the frontages, and noting on the building form in the presentation talked about 150-foot frontages, and I wonder how staff would respond to reducing that that frontage to something closer to 100 feet to avoid sort of the monolith built form that people are not so excited about.
Exactly. And I'll ask Matt to answer that question. And I do believe we have our urban designers on the line too. So Matt, you want to?
Thank you for the question. Yes, we've had a significant debate about frontages and trying to calibrate that properly for a plan of this size. We landed on 150 feet because we would like to ensure that, particularly in the centers, we have some space and light between towers and we don't create a kind of wall effect of towers. The concern about reducing down to 100 feet would be that on some of the long blocks, we could end up with 4 or 5 towers per block.
So just to jump in, is there
Actually,
a space that we could...
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I realize you don't have your timer going. You've just gone a minute over. I'm
I'll
going to
come back on the queue. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Kirby Young, it's 5 minutes. Everyone, sorry.
Yeah, thanks. Can we add some extra? I've got a whole bunch. I want to pick up on the notion of frontages, and I think it's a really key conversation that we're going to dialogue a lot about. And I know I've been going back and forth with staff on this, so I appreciate the discussion in terms of, possibly looking at some modifications to the plan. And that is really the notion that Councillor Bligh was trying to touch on, the notion of reduction of frontages and this idea that the buildings will not only necessarily appear monolith in scale, but the commentary from Coriolis in the Appendix A of the report that suggests that it will be difficult for industry to identify sites and will slow the pace of the desired rental development and challenging to do so, rendering some adjacent properties that are not viable for development. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering in terms of the ability, and staff can comment, would that mean, for example, a reduction if we reduced it to 100 feet of frontage? Could that be compensated for, that we'd have a more permeable, kind of pleasing form, but you might also want to limit to 2 towers per block, for example?
A great question, and I think it follows on Councillor Bligh's question. So Matt, could we finish that response? And we also have our urban designers here that can respond to it, because that is a question that we struggled with a lot. We did a lot of study, we did a lot of analysis. Matt, come on up.
Thank you. And I'd be more than happy for Blair Erb from Coriolis to speak about viability. But certainly the 150-foot frontage does place greater requirements on developers to obviously acquire additional land in many cases. And so that has been a consideration and is something of a trade-off in the proposal that we've put forward. I think if we were to reduce to 100-foot frontages, there would be some pros and cons of that. We would like to just study it a little further. I think if it was accompanied by a limit of the towers per block, so for example, maintaining the limit of 2 towers per block in the residential areas, which we think is really important in order to maintain the kind of green and leafy character of those areas, then I think that's something that would be worthy of consideration and something we would be happy to look at, because there are certainly pros and cons of 150 and 100 feet, and there is no perfect answer. I would also note that there is obviously a long-term implementation phase of this plan, and all the projects will come through a rezoning process. So there are opportunities to look at those guidelines on a case-by-case basis and see what makes sense on particular sites, noting the extent of the study area.
Okay, so we could kind of respect the kind of the goals of the plan, but there is potentially room for adjustment, and I appreciate that. I know we're going back and forth on language about that. I just want to sort of move to the other part of that, which is what we hear is sort of in terms of broad criticisms or concerns, maybe a better way of phrasing around the plan, is the level of affordability and community amenities. So on the community amenity piece, in addition to potentially reduced frontage, wondering about sort of the adjustment potentially at sort of with discretion to staff of residential tenure, again, trying to maintain that mix, and I really appreciate the significant shift, the amount of market rental from the current mix. But in terms of some flexibility for staff to shift some tenure where it makes sense within the heights, not going higher, to deliver greater community amenities so we could achieve better funding for those. And specifically, we're hearing a lot about park, green space, things of that nature.
Yes, thank you. I mean, there are a number of areas in the plan where there is choice of tenure, where strata or rental are allowed. We've tended to, through the built form and the height allowances, favour rental housing in order to give that an opportunity to deliver on around the 2/3 that we're hoping to achieve. That doesn't mean to say that we won't get strata housing in many cases. I think our concern would be if we were to level the playing field in sub areas between rental and strata, then strata would almost always be the one that developers would go for. And that would achieve us more community amenity contributions, but it would be the trade-off of around housing affordability and delivery of rentals. So we did look at this closely again early in the new year after the refined directions phase, and we did make a shift of about 10% towards strata at that stage.
That could potentially be achieved with some discretion afforded to staff to look at specific situations that would address the balance that we're trying to keep in the city with livability. Is that a fair?
For sure, absolutely. And I think a point that I'll probably make a number of times is that seeing how this plan unfolds and adjusting as we go along based on how we're progressing in terms of our delivery of community amenities is I think a prudent thing to do.
Okay, and then I'd like to switch. I'll just plant the question because I probably won't have time for you to answer it, but I really want a very clear answer from staff about what's already contained for renter protection, specifically the right to return at the existing rent, because that was mentioned by staff, and there's some suggestion for some members of council that that would be a new addition, and I'd like some clarifications to what's already in the plan, so I'll come back.
Yeah. Great, and that's it for your time on this round, but certainly you can go on the list again, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor DeGenova, over to you.
Okay, thanks so much. My first question is about the inclusion of affordable home ownership. And I'm wondering if staff have considered affordable home ownership in the plan, and if not, why not?
I'll just ask Dan to come forward and answer that question for us.
Councillor, thank you for the question. We did not consider affordable homeownership as one of the affordable housing options of the plan, primarily because we focused the planning and work in this area related to housing affordability on rental, below market rental, nonprofit and cooperative housing. So I think in terms of affordable homeownership, we'd have to recognize that there would be an additional trade-off involved, where we would either be If we introduced affordable home ownership, looking at reducing the amount of CACs available for public benefits because we were securing it in what would be otherwise strata projects that would be paying CACs, or we would be looking at offsetting some of the other forms of affordable housing, excuse me, that the plan currently proposes.
If not here, then where is affordable ownership envisioned?
Yeah, staff are actually currently conducting work on affordable home ownership on a citywide basis. We are looking at it as an option in the multiplex missing middle making home work that's underway. So that's where we're moving it forward, but we didn't consider it as part of the Broadway plan.
Council gave direction to staff to move this forward in multifamily residential beyond the making home proposal that came forward. So I'm wondering if that MOU is still underway with BC Housing, and I understand that their interest would be in multifamily residential. So is that something staff is still exploring, if not in the Broadway plan, citywide, and will that be coming back as well?
We're certainly in
The
discussions.
13 motions that have passed that have given staff this direction.
And we're certainly in discussions with BC Housing now about their AHELP program, about the way that they structure affordable home ownership, and that's one of the things we're working through, both in the context of the lower density multiplex work, but also more broadly if we find that that doesn't work for BC Housing and the structure of their program.
Okay, thanks. Also wondering on the question of frontage, and I'm not sure who this question should go to. If staff envisioned either, I know many of us have spoken with nonprofit, housing developers as well as private developers, and there have been ideas floated from 99 feet to 125 instead of the 150 in Appendix A. And I'm just wondering if that's something staff had considered in making it more viable for a land assembly to come together to provide the housing that's being looked at in this plan.
Yes, thank you, Councillor DeGenova. We actually struggled with this. We studied it quite a bit. We looked at a number of different parcels. We looked at some different scenarios. At the end of the day, what we were really concerned with was too many towers on a block. You reduce this down to 99 or 100, then you could, on some of these blocks, get as many as 4 or 5 towers, and we believe that is too much, particularly in the residential areas, 2 or 3. But the idea that's been floated this morning about limiting the number of towers, I think might be a very elegant solution to that problem.
Thanks very much. My next question, and it may actually have to go into a second round, but I'll ask it now, is I understand the park board passed a motion last night that included in the resolution that their staff did not support the Broadway plan. And I was hoping that staff could comment a little bit on this as to what park board has passed and what is formally coming forward to council. And also, I'd ask that staff please circulate a copy of that resolution to council.
Yes, and I'll ask General Manager Donnie Rosa to address that question.
Thank you for that question, Councillor. Specifically, the board has requested that City Council consider including open space and recreation targets in the Broadway plan to ensure that parks and recreation service levels keep pace with the growth and support equity and livability of the future Broadway area in line with the more affluent areas of the city. As well, the Park Board requested that City Council consider extending the shadow protection timeframe in the Broadway plan to at least 5 p.m.
Okay, thanks. I only have 10 seconds left, but I'd like to actually move that we suspend the rules, Chair, and have a round of questions also after speakers.
Right. So there normally is, but I'm just going to check with the
I just thought that would be good use of my last 10 seconds. Thanks.
Hey, thanks, Councillor DeGenova. So we have already a second round. So to do a third round, which would be a round after we hear from speakers, we have to suspend the rules of procedure. That's a 2/3 vote. I'm going to just test right now for the willingness. All those in favor to suspend the rules to allow a third round, say aye. Any opposed, say nay. Okay, so we've suspended the rules. Now we have to have a motion to have a third round. Go ahead, Councillor DiGenova. Yeah, just a second. Yeah,
Thanks
go
very
ahead.
much. I'd like to move that we suspend.
No, we've done that.
Yes, my apologies. I'd like to move that we have a third round of questions, but following the conclusion of speakers.
Great. Okay, everybody clear with that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That's carried. And you can go back in the list for the second round now, Councillor DiGenova, to just add yourself at the bottom. Councillor Dominato, over for you for your first set of questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation. I have some big picture questions, so I'm going to start with the granular ones so I can squeeze those in first. I want to touch on at first the slide around the solar access protections. First question is related to that. Is this a new policy framework that's being adopted as part of the Broadway plan?
It is a new policy framework. There's not been a one policy, shadow policy that controls for Broadway in the past. And so, yes, it is new. It is rather consistent with what our current practice is, though.
And so if council adopts the Broadway plan, we'd be adopting this?
Yes, you would.
Okay. So my second question is this. What was the rationale for that new buildings should not cast shadows on public school yards? Why not independent school yards of independent schools?
Matt, do you want to answer that for us?
Thank you. Yeah, really just a consideration in the balance that we wanted to focus our protections on public land and public schools in particular. We had to, when coming up with this policy, balance the objectives that we have around delivering development, particularly rental and affordable housing and job space. And so we wanted to carefully balance the being restrictive with allowing development to take place. And so in that particular judgment, we decided that public schools were the priority.
Okay, so, but council could give direction around that, presumably. And I asked the question in the context of that probably more than 50% of independent schools are actually publicly funded by the province. And they are kids, they're just kids. And so I think all kids, to me, all being equal, that could be a consideration. So I'm just flagging that as something I'm thinking about. I want to go back to the tenant protection conversation, because that's come up quite a bit. And if staff could clarify and distinguish for me, what is recommended in the plan? And we have an amendment coming from the mayor. And just can you differentiate what the nuance is in that? Because I'm still not clear on what staff are recommending and then what the addition is that's coming forward.
Yes, Dan, could you answer that for us?
Hi, thank you, Councillor. And in the memo that Council received, we did outline some specifics around the tenant protections. So really, we think about it in two ways. The base protections that are in the citywide tenant relocation and protection policies today will still apply. So financial compensation based on length of tenancy, moving expenses, application to secondary rental assistance, finding new accommodation, and additional support for low-income tenants. What's being proposed in the Broadway area as enhancements are right of first refusal to come back to the new unit at the discounted rents we've described, which would be 20% below the average market rent. For most people, that will result in their rent being lower upon return than they are today. Temporary rent top-ups in the interim, so that if they're out and they're for the 3 years, say that the building's under construction and they're paying a higher rent, it will be the responsibility of the developer to top that up. And then supports for tenants, again, in rented condominiums would the same kinds of protections and compensations would apply. I think in my understanding of the mayor's motion would be to add the notion of right of first refusal, either at the below market rents I've described or at the existing rent they're paying, whichever is lower. And so currently today, that is an additional piece. And where we think this would apply is that the majority of for the majority of cases, the below market rent as set out in the plan would be lower than the rent they're currently paying. What the right of first refusal to return at the same rent would do would capture any of those outliers, people who have been in their unit for 40 years and are paying a historically low rent as a result of that. So my understanding of the proposal would be that would be the enhancement.
Okay, that's great. And I just have one more question in my time. It's around built form. Can staff comment on the opportunity for courtyard-style apartment buildings? We've seen some examples of that in the city, but to enable more sort of space for tenants that's outdoors, is that an opportunity here?
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to call on Carrie Dow, our senior urban designer, to answer that question.
Thank you.
Hi there, Carrie here. We certainly were very interested in exploring opportunities for courtyard buildings within the plan area. Our challenge in Broadway is actually the lot depths are often shallower than we would see in other areas of the city. So we have enabled courtyard buildings where the lot depths allow, but it has been a bit of a challenging condition.
And you are over time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. If we could try and, councillors, marshal our questions to allow time for a response, knowing you have a second round, that would be appreciated. Councillor Hardwick?
Sorry, Chair Carr, if I may
Sorry.
interrupt just really quickly, just a procedural point in terms of where we are in the process here today, right now, and questions regarding specific amendments that may or may not come forward. I would suggest to council that those questions are more appropriate once those amendments are actually on the floor than asking staff to comment on them hypothetically at this point. So just a suggestion for council in terms of how we work our way through this.
Always appreciate your suggestions. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, I'm going to restart your timer. Thank you. Go ahead.
My question first is for Matt. For Matt?
Yes? Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry. Don't look like Matt to me. Matt, you started your remarks suggesting that this plan anticipates positive change. Can you define positive change to me?
I'll take that question, Councillor Hardwick. The positive change is our opportunity to align housing with a significant investment in transit from the province by adding a number of new rental households, both affordable, below market, social, and adding jobs.
So speaking of jobs, I'm concerned about the consistency of the job targets in the Broadway plan with both the existing Metro Vancouver 2040 regional growth strategy and the draft Metro Vancouver 2050 strategy, actually, which has passed. The Broadway Corridor Plan includes space for an additional 42,000 jobs. There is no rationale given for providing so much job space in this corridor other than the medical precinct job growth. This far exceeds regionally accepted regional targets in the Metro Core. How do you rationalize that?
Yes, we received that memo from Ms. DeMarco this morning, and I'll ask Chris and Matt to address that. Thank you.
Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. I'll start just to say that we did receive that memo early this morning, and we would like to note that we had an independent consultant as part of the Employment Lands and Economy Review develop projected scenarios for us, and those were within the range of the Metro Metro Vancouver's regional growth strategy targets. They were on our high scenario side of things, but certainly within the range. For the specifics around the percentages, I might get Matt to respond to that.
Thank you very much. Matthew Burke, Senior Planner in Economic Development Planning. Just to follow on that, as you'll recall, Council, we did do the Employment Lands and Economy Review report came to you in October 2020. And that was the result of 2 years of engagement and research work with the community, looking at projections for how much job space we might need to accommodate over the next 30 years citywide. The high scenario in that work resulted in demand citywide for about 210,000 additional jobs, 2016 to 2051. By looking at that and comparing that to Metro, we noticed that 210,000 would keep the city's share of regional jobs at about where it is today, at around 33%. The consultants didn't look at a sub-area projection below the citywide, but they have told us that one of the good ways to look at that is to look at where development activity is happening today as an indication of market demand for a particular sub-area. About 20% of the city's recent development activity in terms of jobs is happening in the Broadway corridor, and the plan, as it's noted in the report, calls for about 20% of the city's job growth over the next 30 years to be in Broadway.
I would love to debate this, but now is not the time. So I'm going to move on to my next question, which is, have you considered the inflationary impact of land values? How will this inflation of land values impact housing affordability? It's going to have a huge impact, and even setting aside a certain amount, as you've described, a rising tide lifts all boats, as they say.
Yes, thank you. That's a great question, Matt. Oh, Blair, could you respond to that for us, please?
Yes, thank you. Thanks, Councillor Hardwick, for the question. It's Blair Erb here from Coriolis Consulting. We did, as alluded to earlier, we did quite a substantial amount of testing of different redevelopment scenarios that are envisioned in the planning area. And they obviously vary by neighborhood and location because there's different uses and densities permitted under the plan. But what our work showed is that in the vast majority of instances, there's unlikely to be substantial upward pressure on land values due to the plan. And what's going on is that although there's a lot of extra density envisioned on many sites in the plan, the mitigating factor that brings the land value back down are the CAC expectations, the social housing requirements, and the below market rental requirements that will need to be delivered in order to obtain that extra density. So, we think there will be modest increases in land values in some locations, but in the vast majority of places, very little.
It'll be interesting to see what BC Assessment has to say about that.
Okay,
I'm out of time. I'll pick up again.
You can go back on the list. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. And I've just also been glancing through the 32-page document of answers staff have provided to the questions we already sent. So just want to say thank you for so comprehensively answering all of these questions. And I have a number more. Have we been looking at all at swing housing for social housing in particular? I know there are a number of nonprofit and co-op homes there. Is there an opportunity for swing housing in the plan?
Yes, we do think that's an important element. And Dan, can you?
Hi, thank you, Councillor. Yeah, the notion of swing housing is certainly part of the implementation approach to the plan that we'll be talking to our partners, BC Housing, nonprofits, and co-ops about as we go forward. I think the other thing to note is the way that the plan is structured. We expect the early on redevelopment to be primarily in the centers where we don't see a lot of displacement of anyone, and we're intending there to add a significant amount of below market and social housing. And so that delivery of upfront affordable housing itself will provide some of the space that would enable the relocation plans to be implemented.
Okay, appreciate that. I'm also wondering, I've heard a number of questions about accessibility, noting that a lot of older units are larger than what we see coming online, but also newer buildings tend to have other accessibility benefits. So I'm just wondering if staff can speak to changes, gaps around accessibility in the plan.
Yeah, thank you. First, I'd just note we do have an accessibility strategy coming forward to council in the coming months, and so that this will be part of how we look at improving our accessibility requirements going forward. But certainly we do know that newer buildings, like older buildings, were often built with no accessibility requirements in mind. So while sometimes the units are larger, they wouldn't necessarily have had things like accessible access to kitchens or bathrooms. So today's building standards require the adaptability at a minimum for basically all buildings. All buildings will be accessible by elevator and those sorts of things. So we expect the new buildings to actually improve accessibility in most cases, and then we'll look through the accessibility strategy to see what enhancements need to be made.
Do you know when that strategy is coming to us?
I do have the date, but I don't remember it off the top of my head.
That is fair.
It's either June or July. There's a couple of months left.
Okay, great.
I
Thank you.
can, it's July.
Okay. A lot coming at us. I have a question about the co-ops. I've been asked if the tenant protections in the plan would extend, sorry, Dan, would extend to co-ops in the area?
Yes, the tenant protections would extend to co-ops in the area. We do expect co-ops to go through the nonprofit stream when it comes to tenant protection. So we would expect them to take care of their members through the process, give them the right to return at rents they can afford, as we do. I would say with co-ops, there's an additional layer of protection in the sense that co-ops are member-driven organizations. And so generally when we've seen co-ops redevelopment in the past, you can look at, say, the Ashley Mar co-op as an example. The tenant relocation and protection plans have been very robust for co-ops because they're member-driven organizations.
Okay. And where new co-op, where existing co-ops are being redeveloped with more units, how do we make sure those additional units, or as many of them as possible, are also co-op units? So we're expanding the number of co-op homes and not just the number of homes overall.
Yes, and it's a very important question. Like would be looking at working with the Co-op Housing Federation of BC and their Community Land Trust on a number of these redevelopments, which would be looking to expand the number of co-op homes. There's two ways we might create new co-ops. Sometimes in our inclusionary programs where there's strata delivering social housing, we'll actually set up a co-op in that inclusionary housing. And in that case, it would be a mixed market and co-op project. Normally, in most cases, when a co-op, for example, redevelops to higher densities, it's generally it generally redevelops as a new co-op. So we expect to see a significant increase in the number of co-op homes in the Broadway area if the plan is adopted.
Great. One more question for now. I'm wondering what protections exist or are proposed in the plan for existing art spaces.
Hello. This is Alex Sales. I'm the senior planner in ACCS for cultural spaces. With Broadway Plan, we've worked really hard to integrate a lot of the policies that Council supported in 2019 around through making space for arts and culture in our culture plan. So really looking at ways to preserve spaces, growth of new spaces, incentives, and removing regulatory barriers.
And that's it for your time.
Thank you.
Again, I know we've got, there's keen questions and keen answers here. Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, thanks. So you're saying that the plan targets new rentals where there are few tenants, so near stations. But what about the single family areas? Shouldn't they be targeted before the apartment areas? And what would the city do if the rentals started being targeted more rapidly than expected? Or, for example, if landlords started leaving units empty because they can get more by selling their building empty than if it's full.
Thank you for the questions, Councillor. I'd say, first of all, the plan emphasizes or probably provides the most development opportunity in the centers areas around the stations. That's certainly the case. There are significant opportunities for redevelopment in the RT areas as well involved in the plan, primarily for a mix of rental and below market rental. We don't think, based on the economic testing and just the development opportunities there, that there will be as much development in those areas, but certainly there is significant opportunity for rental development in those areas. In terms of the pace, certainly one of the points of the plan is, at least initially, we are looking at rezonings as the implementation mechanism. And so as we see the projects coming forward, if we start to see projects exceeding the pace that we anticipate through the plan, there will be opportunities for council and certainly staff will be closely monitoring as a way to bring it back, and policies can be amended. And I think, as Matt said, monitoring the plan implementation going forward and being able to recalibrate is important. Your last point, I think, was around landlords leaving units vacant. I will note that our rental housing stock ODP, which applies over these areas today and will continue to apply, speaks not only to whether there is a tenant in the unit, but to tenancies in the units for the previous 3 years. So we would be looking at a very long period of time for someone to have to leave their units vacant, not generating any revenue from them before we started to have there be any benefit to a landlord to do that under sort of plan policies.
Okay, thanks. So, what percent of Broadway plan future workers do you anticipate will have incomes under 68K, which looks like it's the limit for below market and social housing?
Councillor, I believe we'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not sure that we have that number at our fingertips this morning, but we will get back to you certainly.
Okay. So I just watched the Burnaby presentation. They have a tenant relocation policy that's similar to the one that's proposed. And they're saying that there's a 72% take up. So if we have 30,000 renters in the Broadway plan with only 20,000 new rental units, and 20% of 20 is 4,000, where will the tenants from the demolished buildings go if there's only 40,000 units, if there's only 4,000 units that they can access and that will be affordable to them? And then if there's new workers on top of that, are we going to have enough low-income units? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, thank you for the question. I mean, I think the important thing to understand about the existing rental stock is we don't actually think the plan is going to result in the redevelopment of a very, very large proportion of it. Between the below market requirements that will limit the development potential of some of the sites, limits like 2 towers per block, we actually see that a significant portion of the rental housing that's there right now will need its pathway to be reinvestment and maintenance rather than redevelopment. So we don't expect to see anywhere near those kinds of numbers of redevelopment of existing rental housing or need for tenants to move back or move out of their existing homes in at least the first 10 years, but even over the time frame of the entire plan.
Okay. So I'm wondering about the nonprofits. What is the city doing to support nonprofit housing support providers so that we could get substantially more than the 90 units a year that's predicted in the first 10 years?
Yeah, thank you for the question. We think that the nonprofit, the community-based housing sector, nonprofits and co-ops are going to be a really important part of success in the plan moving forward, to go not only to achieve the social housing, non-market housing, co-op housing objectives of the plan, but to exceed them. And so the plan policies really set the framework that the nonprofit sector, the co-op sector will be able to access if they can do what they do and pull together the government funding to enable the redevelopments. The bottom line, I think, in terms of this plan is that in every area of the plan, nonprofits can and co-ops can access whatever the highest level of height and density is in that plan area for redevelopment. So they essentially are bonused and benefited to the extent that the plan allows in pretty much every area.
Yeah, thank you so much. And again, Council, if I really am imploring you to not ask substantive questions with 10 or 15 seconds left in your time. Leave it for your second round, please, because we have a lot of speakers waiting to address us. Councillor Weed, go ahead.
Yeah, my first question is on the provincial impact on this document. We keep hearing that if we don't approve this, that the province might come in and step in on some of this work as well as, so I would like to know some of the information provided by the province on this document. We've heard from a few councillors, staff, and developers that they were hoping for 25 stories. This only has 20 stories. So can you speak to the provincial impact on this document?
I'll let Matt answer that question.
Thank you for the question. We've met with provincial staff and ministers on a number of occasions through the planning process. And they've advised us of their interest in seeing us deliver a substantial amount of rental and affordable housing in particular, and job space in the corridor to capitalize on the transit investment. But there's been no direct impact on the plan policies from the provincial government. We've written the plan, the city has drafted the plan, but obviously the provincial government is one stakeholder among many, an important one, of course. And their particular interest has been around delivering housing and job space in the corridor to support the transit investment.
Okay, are there inputs provided publicly, or did they do written letters that are incorporated in our engagement work? Is it stuff that the public can see to really understand the provincial impact on this document?
No, we've not received any written correspondence from them other than individual correspondence from ministers that has gone to mayor and council. So in terms of staff to staff, we've not had any written correspondence from the province.
Okay, and in those dialogues, you talked earlier about the role that they can play in schools, affordable housing, childcare. Have they talked about what they're willing to deliver if this moves forward?
We've made some assumptions about the kind of contributions that we might get from the provincial government over the first 10 years as part of the public benefit strategy. But those are based on sort of pre-existing programs. So above and beyond that, we've not received any commitments in terms of funding for those other kinds of facilities and amenities, no.
Okay, 10 years ago, almost to the day, I sat behind you as you presented the Mount Pleasant plan, which was a 30-year plan. Can you talk about the transition from that 30-year plan to this plan? Because there's a lot of elements in that document, including Celebrate the Rich History, talking about the creeks, working with First Nations, that I don't see translated over to this plan. So can you talk about how that 30-year plan is being incorporated in the plan we see today?
Yeah, certainly. I think the Broadway plan does integrate a number of principles from the Mount Pleasant plan, certainly in terms of celebrating Main Street and the heritage heart of the community and designating it as a village with a low scale and supporting the existing businesses and heritage buildings. There was a big focus on arts and culture in the Mount Pleasant plan as well, and we've tried to bring that through into the Broadway plan. And then another principle around safeguarding affordable rental housing. I think, though, that over the last 10 years, and with the subway being committed, we have looked to kind of update our thinking about it and respond to today's challenges and objectives. And one of those is in the areas of the affordable rental stock. The Mount Pleasant plan actually left alone those existing apartment areas, and we don't feel that it would be responsible to do that in this plan. And so we've, for that reason, identified opportunities for incremental growth and change over time, whilst, as we've discussed already this morning, protecting the existing renters. So that's a significant change. I think the other change that's very significant is that we are proposing greater heights and densities in the centres in Mount Pleasant, so on Broadway, Lower Main, Kingsway, now that the subway is committed, and really responding to that urgent requirement to deliver more rental housing and job space. And I think that has accelerated since we did the Mount Pleasant plan a decade ago.
Okay, one of the things that was in there was really celebrating the rich history, talking about the old creeks, the topography of the land. And I noticed in the document today, it talks about the first priority we passed was on reconciliation and supporting First Nations. It showcased that we've only been working with one of the three First Nations. Can you talk about why the communication hasn't been involved with the other two First Nations and what involvement the urban Indigenous have all had in this plan, and how we can improve that, recognizing that was the first principle, and it looks like that those dialogues have not continued?
Absolutely, thank you. A very important question. I'd like to ask our engagement lead, Andrew Misiak, to respond to that.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We sent multiple letters to the nations throughout the process and providing several updates to our intergovernmental relations table between city staff and nation staff. And we heard only from Tsleil-Waututh Nation, but we're expecting and hoping that through the implementation portions of the plan that there's going to be several opportunities to engage on different pieces like cultural recognition, One Water, housing policy, and many other important pieces as well.
Yep. And again, we are over. However, I'm I'm on next, and sorry, just my advance me. And my first question actually is a follow-up on the question, Councillor, we've just asked, which is around embracing the heritage of the host First Nations. There's been a lot of talk at the UNDRIP task force table around this. And I have had conversations with members of Musqueam, for example, around the potential to include in the landscape signage which points to the historic uses. Like, this is where my great grandparents shot elk, and the kind of tree, and there's a lot of pictures of it. Anyway, have you had discussions at all or approached the UNDRIP task force around including heritage aspects, their heritage aspects?
I'll ask Matt to answer that, but before I do, the council gave the planning very clear direction last year to expand our heritage thinking in our ordinance and our policies, and that work is underway. But specific to this project, Matt, could you address that?
Yes, thank you. And so through the engagement we've done with the Tsleil-Waututh that Andrew mentioned, we've certainly had discussions about celebrating First Nations culture and history in the public realm, and also on some specific projects. It's become foregrounded. I mean, one, I think, really exciting opportunity and example is in the Creative District, the Great Northern Way campus, where the landowners there are collaborating with local First Nations to identify the potential for a cultural ribbon, which would really celebrate First Nations culture in the public realm with signage, with depictions of the historic background to the area. And so that's just one example of one of the areas where we think we could move forward through implementation.
Okay. I just think of a Broadway Great Street as an opportunity also as incorporating that. Thanks very much for the answer. Second question, we've talked a bit about cycling and walking, and we know that they are key to sustainability and addressing the climate change issue. Do we anticipate that we would continue to use side streets as, I think I heard that, instead of, upgrading on Broadway itself? And how would that gel with increased density of development on those side streets?
Thank you for the question. One of the key things that we've laid out in the plan is a real expansion of the greenways network within the area to try to create, some really great streets within the area for people to safely and comfortably walk and bike. In this part of the city, we do have the ability to have a lot of those routes on streets that have low traffic. So we've been focused on improving those as a way for people to move around and trying to really improve the kind of, for the example of Broadway, the north-south access to those businesses so people can get to the shopping streets easily, cycling, walking. We're trying to make every street a great place to walk on, and Broadway is a key part of that.
Great. Thank you. Another streets question. There's been a motion passed by council to convert 11% of our residential streets to more public use. Are we incorporating that into the plan? So, I'm thinking of very limited car use, but walking, cycling, coupled with food gardens, open area space, mini parks, those kinds of things.
Yeah, definitely. The between the greenways, Broadway is a great street, and the streets is better public spaces goals. The goal is to take those real opportunities to transform the street space into space for people. And we're going to be continuing to work, if this plan is approved, with Parks Board, with our green infrastructure colleagues, to really find those opportunities to, reallocate the street space within this area.
Okay, I think that's good. Infrastructure is key. A different question, and it has to do with NEU. And there, I think, was a point made about expanding the NEU. What are the sources of energy there? I just came back from Europe. 95% of homes and buildings are connected to district energy. That's how they get to their climate reduction. So what about this plan?
Yeah, so this plan there are a number of expansions to our neighborhood energy utility because it's in this neighborhood. Further expansion expansions are possible, in particular with the 8th Avenue sewer. So it's a large sewer system there, which has, I can't remember how many megawatts of energy, but it's a huge source. If we do have a site where we can tap into that sewer, then there's a lot of energy to extract from there.
Thank you. Councillor Bligh, it's over to you for a second set of questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. So just to follow up on a few of the questions that we've been hearing so far, I just wanted to zero in on the public benefit strategy and on the part of the presentation that talks about notable investments. And, you know, I guess two things that come up are community centers and schools. And of course, they're not the same funding source and schools are distinct. But first, I just want to focus on community centers. It talks about over the next 10 years renewal of an existing library, renewal of an existing neighborhood house, and then a renewal of an unnamed rec center or recreation facility. So based on the expected population growth in terms of the projected plan around the Broadway plan, do we feel like that's going to be enough? Will that satisfy the growing population? Noting that at what point do we hit a threshold that then would justify a new community center facility, for example?
That's a great question. And I'll ask Matt and maybe Grace Cheng, who's on the phone with us also. This public benefit strategy was developed in coordination with the capital plan, because we wanted to be able to deliver a plan to council that we knew we could pay for. And so we've calibrated this package of benefits to a realistic financial deliverable. We've kind of learned our lesson about putting things in plans that we can't pay for, creating those community expectations, and then have communities wait 5, 10, 15 years and not be able to deliver. So this is a financially constrained plan. I do know that the community center, there are upgrades, and Parks was a part of all those conversations. The memo that we got this morning, that I received this morning, does include a new community center that hasn't been part of our discussions or considerations prior to this. So that is a brand new request that we actually haven't had a chance to absorb yet. But Mac, do you have anything else? Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's okay for now. Well, I'll leave it there. I guess it actually ties into my next sort of zooming out big picture conversation. What we haven't really heard about is what was the trigger that started the Broadway plan?
Oh. I believe it was the subway, but I know Lon and Kevin McNaney, who launched this.
And I do have another follow-up, so an answer would be, a response to it. And I appreciate there's an MOU with the province, but it's not brought into this presentation so far, which is kind of a surprise to me. I think it's helpful for the public to know why we're even undertaking this effort and when it started, on what council decision.
Lon or Kevin, would you like to address that?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kevin McNaney, Director of Strategic Initiatives with the city. As you know, I've been involved with Broadway for a long time, and certainly the subway was an impetus. But I was also concerned about the zoning. A lot of the zoning is from the late 1980s, and it was outdated. We were concerned about displacement of tenants, about job space, and about job growth in the area, as well as new rental housing for those jobs.
Okay, so can you outline it all, just very high level? Is there anything in the MOU when it came to working with the province to expand the existing SkyTrain to include a Broadway subway, that we would deliver some sort of plan that would justify that subway in terms of increasing density?
Yes, we did have an MOU with TransLink and the province to achieve our job space objectives and our rental objectives, which are common objectives of this council and of the province.
And when was that signed?
That was signed 3 years ago, Mrs. Ball? 3 to 4 years ago. I'm not sure the exact date.
I'd appreciate the date if that can
Sure,
be made
I'll
available
get
later.
that for you, Councillor.
Okay, great.
We can distribute that too.
Okay, great. So then just a quick follow-up. I just want to note that the public benefit strategy and the capital investment 1.1 billion, we're investing 455 million and 85 million, basically 50% of the public benefit strategy into housing and childcare. Both, of course, are not necessarily
sort of the ultimate responsibility and of local government, and yet public safety, community facilities, art and culture, parks and open space is less than a quarter of the investment. I am finding it a little bit challenging to actually reconcile how we can, and what does that conversation look like? And I appreciate the time, sorry.
That is, yes, those were our priorities. Affordable housing was absolutely our priority in this plan, and we'll probably have a chance to go into that further. Yeah.
Great. And it was my time. I'll follow
Yes,
up
thanks,
later.
Councillor Bligh. Councillor Kirby Young. Rob?
Yeah, thank you. I have two things I want to cover in this round, so maybe try to switch it up a little bit. But maybe I'll start with kind of the bigger one. I just want to go back to the question that Councillor Bligh raised earlier, and just around understanding the street and the pedestrian piece in kind of simple layperson's terms, if you will. And I'm just trying to spec out in my head. I know staff recommended not to put a bike lane in. I know it's a priority of council to support active transportation, and it was referenced having 4 to 6 to 7 lane roadway, and if you have 4 to 5, then that constrains. But can you just map that out in simple terms? Like how much, without a bike lane, how much of the current lanes would be potentially dedicated, if any? Like would one go, for example, to wider sidewalks, like just in terms of layperson's terms? And if you had a bike lane, how many would you have? Like, can you contrast the scenarios for us?
Yeah, so the current plan is to take the curb lanes, which right now are bus lanes in the peak
Because we're
period.
starting with, just for the record, we're starting with how many lanes right now?
Most places it's 6 lanes on Broadway.
Okay, yeah.
So that would be taking the curb lanes, which are typically bus lanes, and over time, kind of reallocating that to other things. Primarily, the Broadway is a great street concept. Looks at widening the sidewalks out, putting in street trees, using that space for green infrastructure. In places, we would probably want to keep parking and loading where the adjacent land use kind of needs those. But it's kind of going to vary block by block depending on the needs. That's the current concept.
So pedestrian focused, flexible, 2 lanes for that purpose.
Yeah, so
Right? I'm just sort of trying to.
yeah, we
walk
would.
through it, right?
So the street would be 2 lanes in either direction, and then the added space would either be, again, sidewalks or patios, or parking and loading, that kind
Leaving
of thing.
4 lanes to travel through, given that it's an east-west corridor, and there's still, despite putting in a multi-billion-dollar subway, there's still a need for that cross street and commercial traffic, emergency, et cetera, right? So if it was a bike lane, and then again, just to be clear, because you were talking about unidirectional, 2-directional, how many lanes, and what are those other scenarios? What would that look like? Could you have a 1 lane? Could you have 2? What's the compromise? Does it reduce the 4 lanes in the middle to 2? What happens?
So that would be a choice that would need to be made. We could either look at reallocating another lane of road space to cycling, which would take it to a lane in either direction, plus turn bays. There's some things we would need to work through there, in particular to things like bus stops and truck turning movements and things like that. Or we could use some of the space that we've been reallocating to walking and to patios and things like that, and reallocate that space to a bike lane instead. It's more complex than that, but yeah.
So is it, and then just to be clear, is it feasible to have 1 lane for a bike lane versus 2 lanes?
So typically a unidirectional bike lane, we'd want it to be about 2 meters wide at the minimum end. The travel lane is about 3 meters. So there's kind of an extra meter to deal with. It would be difficult to do unidirectional bike lanes and only reallocate a single lane, but it's something we could look at. It would be in the detailed design that we'd need to look at that kind of thing.
And what's the trade-off? Like, does that end up striking a balance, or does that not end up satisfying anybody, the cyclists or the rollers or the pedestrians? Conceptually, I know that there's a lot of planning to do, but I'm trying to get to sort of a high-level philosophy, right?
Yeah, again, in the process, we heard really strongly that people valued space for walking and patios and to make Broadway a better street to walk on. And that's why we didn't go very far down the path of adding a bike facility, because we have good bike facilities on the parallel streets. But we could definitely dig into the detail of what adding protected bike lanes would be. What we've been looking at so far when we've been planning for a future lane would be around reallocating another lane, but we've kind of been doing that at a fairly high level as we've been working through the
I'll
designs.
leave it there on that one because I just want to get in one other quick question, and that's on hotels, because we have a massive shortage of hotel rooms in the city, and we've talked about this. So can you tell me what's different other than enabling hotels? Is it just that geographically we're prioritizing it, or how is that going to actually really move the needle on getting new hotel supply?
So, Matt, you want to come up and?
Sorry, Councillor, could you repeat your question? There was papers shuffling. I couldn't quite hear.
I'll try. I only had 30 seconds, so I might have used it. But I was wanting to know what was different with hotels. How is this supporting new hotel supply?
Right. So there is a policy in the plan that sets a target for hotel space.
That's good. Keeping it short. That's great. Thank you. Councillor Dominato. Oh, sorry. Just let me get your mic on, sorry.
I say it would be helpful if we have 30 seconds left, because I'm conscious of not asking a question. We have time to answer and your guidance on that. But if we can have staff ready to answer them, so we're not spending the 30 seconds on it, that would be great.
Okay, thank you. Staff take note. Yes. Councillor Dominato, I'll reset your timer.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to pick up on a question Councillor Bligh had asked, because it was similar to one I had, which was what I think it's the supportive policies agreement that the city has with TransLink. And I think that's probably the document she may have been referencing, which was the sort of impetus, I think, for this work. I would like staff's assessment of, based on the articulated agreements and goals of that agreement, are we meeting that? Because I think there are some stipulations around employment lands, but also around affordability. And I think that is one of the biggest, one of the issues that's coming up is there's some skepticism around, will this plan actually deliver affordable housing in the city? And I think that agreement contemplated that, but I just maybe you could expand on that.
Yes, thanks for the question. Lon Leclerc, General Manager of Engineering Services. So the requirement for supportive policies agreement came in recently with TransLink delivering major infrastructure across the region and not seeing kind of a development or kind of a supportive environment within it. The launch of the program for the plan for us, actually there was a lot of interest in doing planning on the Broadway corridor in advance of the actual subway. The city's position was that we wouldn't advance work to add people and jobs to the corridor without a financial commitment to actually build the line. So we made a point of holding off on a plan for the corridor until there was full commitment to deliver a subway so that we could move the people. In terms of meeting the goals of the supportive policies agreement, it's actually quite easy. Most of our city actually already does that today. The fact that we would continue to kind of bring in policies that further support the investment going in the corridor is good, of course, for the region and for the city, but there's no threshold or anything like that for this. Well, the threshold is so low that the city of Vancouver pretty much achieves it everywhere.
And I appreciate that. And I guess the follow-up question to that is that these, from your perspective, these go hand in hand, and would you say this is also part of a broader regional context as that we're seeing across municipalities, and that this is part of a broader, bigger picture conversation around mobility, where people live, how we dovetail
That's absolutely
transportation and housing?
correct. That's correct. So the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain right now, Langley and Surrey are going through the processes of developing a supportive policies agreement and really basing it on the Vancouver model because they see that as a very good model.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the elaboration there. I want to circle back on this. In the presentation you referenced, this is a 30-year plan, so long view, incremental growth. So because I think there is some angst out there around this change or proposed change, from your perspective then, this is that we're not going to see a change tomorrow. It's laying the groundwork, but it's going to be, I know we have pace of change policies in other areas of the city, but essentially this is not going to suddenly, you're going to see towers across this area. Like I think there's a real fear around the change and what that looks like.
Right, and I'll ask Matt to, because I know that is a big concern. Matt, will you come up and talk about
Yes, thank you. And I think the answer to that is in a couple of parts. We won't see uniform rates of growth across the whole plan area. We expect to see, based on our economic analysis and the advice from Coriolis, and I think evidenced by the interest we've had from the development industry, the majority of change and growth in these station areas and along the major arterials. And that's welcome and appropriate, frankly, in terms of making use of the subway investment. In the residential areas, and particularly in the existing apartment areas, we've calibrated the heights and densities at a level which we think will lead to incremental change over time as those buildings age and begin to need major capital investment. So we think it'll be much more incremental in the apartment areas and indeed in the low density residential areas.
Can I follow up on that question? Is there an opportunity then with those lower densities around seeing more row home, townhome developments as part of in those lower density areas? Because there's a huge demand for that, and I'm just curious if that's envisioned in this plan.
Yeah, absolutely, it is. I mean, one of the things we wanted to do is make sure we had a real variety of housing types in the plan, and that includes ground-oriented housing, including townhouses and multiplexes, and again, particularly in the existing low-density residential areas. It's something that the community told us loud and clear through the process that they wanted to see, and so absolutely, the plan allows those opportunities.
Thank you. That's, I think, my time.
That was absolutely perfect. Councillor Hardwick, over to you for a second round.
Thanks. Decades of work involving many thousands of hours by former city staff and volunteers in the neighborhoods went into the community plans that are being repealed by this plan. The Broadway plan, Kitsilano Neighborhood Plan, Fairview Slopes Policy Plan, Central Broadway Arbutus Neighborhood Policy, Broadway Arbutus, Burrard Slopes, Mount Pleasant Community Plan, etc. Why have these plans that are set to be repealed, why are they not posted on the agenda on the website in connection with this, since it seems to me that these are the precedents that you're overturning?
We could certainly post those plans, but they are all available. All of those plans are available on the planning department's website today.
Yeah, but they're very specifically being overturned by this plan.
Yes.
It seems to me that should have been front and center. Again, this will lead me to the next question. So they're not, and you can make them, so please do. You stated that public engagement was robust. How do you reconcile this statement with the reality that we've been in a pandemic for the last 2 years? And how do hits to a website or touch points constitute robust public engagement, noting that 100,000 Vancouverites participated in City Plan pre-internet?
Well, we do have some very impressive numbers, and it wasn't ideal that we were in COVID. We did, and I'll just run through these numbers again, and I believe thanks to our partners in the media, we've probably had more news stories about this plan in the last couple of weeks than any plan that we've ever had. But we did, in addition to our online engagement, we did have 41 workshops with over 1,400 people. We had 14 open houses. And as you said, we've mailed almost 240,000 postcards. Our social media campaign has reached 1.3 million people. We've spent 68 hours in the office talking to different people and answering the questions, gotten over 11,000 responses to our survey, and over 42,000 visitors to the Shape Your City page. So I think we've done a remarkable job given that we're in COVID.
I guess it's what we consider to be real public engagement, because certainly what I'm hearing is that people do not feel that they've properly been engaged. And frankly, how could they be, given that we've been in a pandemic and lockdown and haven't had the opportunity?
Yes, section, sorry.
This is a questions, not a statements.
Yeah.
A section, is it not?
Yeah, we just need the
So the answer is that you think that the online public engagement and having hits to a website is sufficient, and this all taking place during a pandemic when people couldn't be engaged properly, you feel that it is sufficient?
I absolutely do. In fact, I think it is more equitable.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what the public think of that. You state that this plan is consistent with the city's policy goals, and the plans that you're citing were predominantly developed during the years of the Vision regime. And I would call into question underlying assumptions, for example, in the Housing Vancouver strategy. To what extent did you place these plans that came out of the prior vision decade? How did you balance them against the many decades and tradition legacy of community planning in the city?
Well, I believe that the plans that you're referring to are outdated, and they certainly don't rise to meet the challenges that the city faces today. We are in an affordability crisis. We are in a climate crisis. The Kitsilano plan itself dates from the 70s. So I don't believe those plans are relevant to the urban context that we find ourselves in today, nor the challenges that are troubling Vancouver and that we're struggling to find answers to.
Well, again, it'll be interesting to see what the public have to say about that.
Point of order,
Park it.
Chair.
Yes. Did you have a
Under
section?
under section 3.9 of the procedure bylaw, it says, at a meeting, any member may ask a question about a matter before council or about city affairs, but the member must not include in the question any argument or opinion or any facts except that necessary to explain the question. So I believe that Councillor Hardwick is violating this
Yes.
section of the procedural bylaw.
Yes,
Like you to rule on that.
I would agree with you, and so I caution you, Councillor Hardwick, caution you to keep your this section, which is about questioning of staff, not to your opinion, but to questions of staff. But we're done that. Yes, just 1 second. So, Councillor Hardwick, your time is done. Pardon me, you have a point of procedure. Go ahead. Sorry. Got it.
I understood that when a point of order is called, it's customary practice to stop a councillor's mic. So I was wondering, or stop their timer, Chair, and I understand Councillor Hardwick's timer was running for about 30 seconds. So I was just wondering, is that customary or not?
Oh, I didn't notice that. Thank you. Thank you very much for noticing that. That means 5:17. That means that you have 17, you have 14 seconds left, Councillor Hardwick. If you did want to proceed for 14 seconds with a
I appreciate that,
answer.
Councillor, but no, I'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Swanson, over to you.
Yeah, thank you. If people are driving into Vancouver for jobs, wouldn't it be better to increase the jobs in areas outside Vancouver so people don't have to drive so far?
I'll ask Chris to respond to that. Thank you, Chris.
Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. Yes, there certainly is the need to have the region provide jobs within the individual municipalities. What I can say is that Vancouver is today and continues to be a big draw for jobs. People want to be here, and there will always be a need to support that with good transit and a balance of jobs.
Okay, I'm wondering if someone could tell me what our current minimum square footage is for bachelors, 1 and 2 bedrooms, and if there's a way that the new units that dem-evicted folks would move into could match the size of their old units.
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask Dan to take a look at that. We do have a number of different ways to measure minimum square footage on a dwelling unit size, anywhere from 320 square feet to about 400 square feet, depending on which section you're looking at. But that is something that we want to update is those family guidelines. And Dan, can you talk a little bit more about that?
Sure, thank you. Just the direct question around the studio units, the smallest unit size is relaxable down to 320 square feet. And in terms of the other unit sizes, we don't have specific minimums in the bylaws. However, our urban design staff work very hard looking at the drawings to ensure livability is built in. We will, however, as Teresa mentioned, be looking in the coming year at the family housing guidelines to see if there's any way we can tighten those up and continue to improve on the livability of the stock.
Okay, thanks. One of the recommendations is to end the development cost expectation. Would it be possible instead to have a constant like a constant CAC, or to continue with the development cost expectation and leave it fairly high to prevent land speculation and basically to enable cheaper market housing?
Thank you for the question. Chris Robertson, Assistant Director, Citywide and Regional Planning. Well, you're correct. The intent of the development cost expectation was always to provide industry, realtors, and other stakeholders with information about what the Broadway plan, in this case, would be looking for and seeking, primarily jobs and affordable housing. As part of that, we set an expectation that was always intended to provide guidance. So in terms of, you had the prioritization of housing and jobs, you also had a quantitative measure to allow developers to assume that when they were purchasing property. At the end of the, or if the Broadway plan is approved, I'd like to say when it's approved, the expectation would expire and we would be subject to rezoning. See, our typical CACs for rezoning policy. So that's what would take over, and the development industry would be aware in advance of that happening, what the expectation and cost could be, so that they could appropriately buy and sell land.
Okay, well, backing up to the square footage of the units, the staff expect that the new policies with minimum square feet per units will be implemented before people are dumb evicted?
Well, I hope we can get that work done in time. As Chris said, the implementation of this plan will primarily be through zoning. We can update those zoning district schedules to make, so that when those are updated and these new zoning requests come forward, they will absolutely be applied, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, Councillor Swanson?
Yep.
Great, thank you. Council, we have potentially like only 3 speakers left. That's it, and we could complete that by about 10 after 12. Could I have a motion to extend the meeting to here?
So moved.
Thank you. We don't need a seconder. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? Great. This is just to finish this line of questioning. Go ahead, Councillor Wiebe.
Yeah, my first question is guiding principle 9 or 6 talks about recognizing, enhancing areas, district, neighborhoods, and places. Can you talk about why we're taglining the second downtown, recognizing that people are really tied to their neighborhoods? And we've talked about neighborhood planning. So you can talk about why we're tagging this second downtown.
Yes, I'll ask Chris to come up. This actually is downtown, Vancouver's second downtown today. It does hold, today it holds more jobs than any other place in the second highest jobs concentration in place in the province. So we'll add to those, but it actually does serve as downtown, Vancouver's second downtown now.
But when our principle is to talk about distinct neighborhoods and people want to be like, that's Mount Pleasant, that's Kitts, not second downtown. It's just that idea changes the way people are thinking about this plan and not about that uniqueness. I'll move on to equity and accessibility. And one of the things is if you look at the Van Place strategy, it talks about this area's got one of the lowest urban forests. And you talked about working in partnership with the capital planning process that isn't asking for any new trees to be built. And so I'm wondering, how do we align with putting this many renters in an area that already doesn't have equitable access to dog parks? It's one of the red ones. It's also got the least amount for park acquisition or park, right? And it says in 30 years, which is what this plan talks about, it'll be one of the worst in the city. So recognizing these numbers, how do we justify the capital planning process that isn't delivering on what would back this up?
I may ask, thank you for the question. I may ask one of our colleagues from finance to talk about the wider capital plan process. But in terms of this public benefit strategy, the focus has been on trying to identify key needs and priorities, including park space, and deliver on them as best we can, given the constraints on funding and the constraints of a heavily built out area. With respect to the broader question about capital funding for urban forest canopy, I don't have information on that I can share with you, but perhaps Grace Cheng from finance can do so.
Thank you. This is Grace Chang, Director of Long-Term Financial Strategy. As we mentioned to Council back in April when we presented the draft capital plan, we did mention that for street trees, we are in the process of applying for the federal funding, disaster mitigation and adaptation plan. So we're in the process of doing it. So we're just really tight on city funding, but we are trying to get federal funding to proceed with that.
Okay, it's just we're
Thank you.
putting a lot of rental in areas that are currently have low access to park space, low access to recreation space, as the largest number of households with a mortgage as by the affordability index. So for me, there's a lot of pressure we're putting on an area and putting a lot of renters in areas that don't have access. And that's why the park board's statement today to growth. My next question's on affordability. Looking at the last page of the report, it talks about anything over a pro forma of 7.5 or a FSR of 7.5 delivers high performance. I'm just wondering, did we look at when we did projects like the Granville and Broadway at over 12 FSR, more than 20%, so we could really get more affordability on those larger towers, recognizing that the performance seemed to allow for us to get more affordability in this plan than currently being asked?
Yes, thank you for the question. That's a great question. Blair, could you respond to that question for us, please?
Yes, I certainly can. Thanks for the question, Councillor Weeb. It's Blair Erb here again. The 7.5 FSR scenario that you're referring to that we analyzed was strictly for the RM rental apartment locations. And the results of that would not apply to anything that's not in an RM zoning district. So you can't apply the findings from that to, say, a C3A site, for example. And then secondly, the plan does not allow 7.5 FSR in the rental apartment locations. That was just a scenario we were asked to test early on in the work. So 6.5 is actually the maximum in those locations.
Okay, but did we do planning on what a 6-story would be for delivering more affordability than the 20%, different FSRs on different parts of the plan so that we can get more than the 20%? Recognizing that we're trying to get as much affordability as possible. So is there not, if we give an extra 1 FSR, or a developer could apply for 1 FSR, but they'd have to bump it up to 22, which we saw already on the Broadway core. So was there not an ability to look at performance, to look at how we could get more affordability out of this project?
Very, very
I'm not
brief.
sure. Blair, well, it's Blair here. I'm not sure if I'm the right person to answer that, but I would say that if there's more density permitted, then yeah, there may be an opportunity to negotiate somewhat more affordable housing, but that's balancing a variety of objectives that the plan is trying to meet.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Weeb. Councillor Boyle.
Thank you. I have some transportation questions this time round. Thank you, Paul. My first question is, are the 10th or 7th east-west bike routes considered AAA routes?
So it depends on the section. Not all of 10th Avenue is AAA yet. We still have too high volumes on some sections, but portions of it are.
Okay. Is the plan in the Broadway plan to make a fully separated bike route along either of those routes?
The goal would be to get a lot of these routes to the AAA standard, and the solution to that kind of depends on where you are. On a lot of local streets, that can just mean getting the vehicle volumes and speeds down to a level that's comfortable for people cycling. In some other places where there are going to be a lot of vehicles, that means separating cyclists from motor vehicles.
I hear this anecdotally, but I'm wondering what the data reflects about women and children and seniors and others being more likely to ride on separated routes as opposed to certainly the kind of car canyons that 10th or 7th can be as routes right now.
I believe when we developed our AAA All Ages and Ability Standards, we were really looking at what sort of environments are needed for everyone to feel comfortable riding there. And it was either that separation from traffic or vehicle volumes that were down kind of to the 500 a day level, which, 500 to 1,000, which means that you wouldn't be likely to encounter a car very often as you were riding on those streets. So quiet local streets have tended to be safe and comfortable places for a lot of people as well.
Okay. Do we have usage numbers on the 10th and 7th routes?
Yes, so 10th Avenue, we see, depending on where you are, kind of 2,000 to 3,000 cyclists a day. On 7th Avenue, we don't have as good counts, but it's maybe 1,500 bikes per day on 7th Avenue. 10th is one of the busiest routes in the city. So kind of after, portions of the seawall and Burrard Bridge and Adanac Union, kind of 10th and Ontario are some of the busier bike routes after that.
And do you think if we built separated bike routes on Broadway, they would be well used and busy?
So a protected bike lane on Broadway would be good cycling access to the businesses along Broadway. Along Broadway, we're also creating a good space for pedestrians, which means lots of signals. So on Broadway, if you were cycling, you'd probably run into more signals. So we might still see a lot of trips on those parallel streets that don't have as many places where you have to stop.
Yeah. So if you were commuting out to UBC, you might take 10th and go faster. And if you're a parent doing errands, you could take Broadway and access local businesses and expect to go a bit slower.
Yeah, exactly. If you wanted to ride close to a business, a bike lane on Broadway would help that.
Okay. And just to follow up on Councillor Kirby Young's questions, we could, I think I've heard you say, well, I'll ask it as a question. Could we go down below 4 lanes between station blocks so that we're still creating wider pedestrian areas as well as safe active transportation infrastructure?
It's something that as we think about the design, we've been trying to design for a future that could look like that. Right now, we're reallocating 2 lanes. The 4 lanes left, we feel could accommodate the traffic volumes we expect in the next little while. So we're thinking that there's probably a 15% or so decrease in traffic volumes. One of the things about Broadway is it's a really key truck corridor, particularly accessing all the businesses on Broadway and the industrial areas off Broadway, and there aren't a lot of other truck corridors. So it's something we could look at more in terms of what those impacts would be, along with TransLink and other stakeholders.
I have one other quick question to squeeze in. If we didn't build it in line with these plans now for 2025, a bike lane, when you say later, when do you imagine later to be?
That's a good question. We don't have it in any current plan, but it would be probably a ways away unless council made a different decision to implement it sooner.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Councillor Boyle. So the last up is me and Vance. Teresa, you mentioned that we developed a plan we assessed we could pay for. Yes. A big portion of this plan, the biggest single portion, is the delivery of affordable housing, 455 million. Have we thought about alternative ways? Right now, a lot of it comes out of the development of market housing. Have we thought of other ways to deliver affordable housing? Can we zone, for example, in ways that can really emphasize social housing or co-op housing or those kinds of things? Anyway, and then use CACs in other ways around public benefits.
Yes, and I'm so glad you asked that question because I don't think I gave a thorough response to Councillor Bligh's question. So, and Dan has a better answer than I do. So Dan, maybe you can.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. I just pulled apart the math, and I just wanted to clarify in terms of the public benefit strategy, in terms of the 455 million, 362 million of that is expected to come from developer contributions, and almost 300 million of that is just putting a value on the delivery of the inclusionary assets. About 65 or 70 million of that is contributions of city land and grants towards our own projects. Mm-hmm. And then the making up to the 455, about 130 million of that is partner contributions that's anticipated to come from other levels of government already. So we really have the 2 approaches that we're talking about here in the Broadway area, both inclusionary and strata projects, and then land and grants on city land. I guess the third category that we typically use, or third approach we typically use, which is quite cost effective for the city, is, as you're suggesting, I think simply zone to benefit nonprofits and co-ops to sort of do their thing. And the city sometimes provides grants to those, but certainly senior levels of government are an important source of contributions through that method.
Got it. I appreciate that. So it's not impossible to also think about zoning though for those. Great.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Second question. The point was made early on in the presentation by staff that there expects to be incremental growth. So it's over the next 10, 20 years, et cetera. How do we get that? How do we slow development down in a way? Maybe that's the wrong thing to ask, but there are people asking it.
No, I think we have gone to great lengths to balance the heights and densities with form of development, with towers separation, with block length requirements, with those types of things. And we've done all the economic and financial testing with Coriolis and their group, but we calibrated so that the properties were able to be redeveloped, but not so much that it would spur redevelopment and kind of create an unreasonable pace of change. Yes.
That's going to be tricky. Glad to hear.
It's going to be
glad to hear that you're talking about it, though. The point was also made about retaining character buildings. How are we going to do that?
So, John, could you respond to that for us, please?
Thanks, Councillor, for the question. John Grottenberg, Broadway Plan Team. So, a key part of our approach to retaining character and heritage in the plan area is the villages, so focusing growth away from those cherished villages. We've also, with the specialized heritage consultant, identified some key areas with heritage or cultural landscapes that will require further work through plan implementation, doing specific statements of significance on individual buildings, streetscapes, for example, and additional policy work around heritage retention in those areas. In the low density areas, the existing character retention tools in the zoning would remain. So we feel there's a number of tools, both within the plan and through plan implementation, to retain character and heritage within the Broadway neighborhoods.
Okay, well, I think that's going to be important for people. Thank you. The point was also made about the importance of residents serving retail. That's also a challenge. How do we expect that we're going, like, people want more grocery stores, for example. So how do we get that?
And that is embedded in the rezoning enabling policies, because we do have a goal that 90% of people live within a walk or roll of their daily needs. So that is absolutely in there.
I look forward to figuring that one out.
Thank you.
All right, and that's it for my questions. And Council, actually, we didn't even go much over. So we are on a 1-hour lunch break. Thank you so much, staff, for your detailed answers to the questions, and Council, to your thoughtful questions.
Thank you.
are ready to go with the, welcome back, everyone. We're ready to go with the speakers to this item, the Broadway plan. Starting with speaker number 1 of Public Body Representatives, Kit Sauter, who is the co-chair of the City of Vancouver Renters Advisory Committee. Welcome, Kit.
Everyone in the chamber for your time. And I'd like to acknowledge some of the staff who actually support the work that we do at the City of Vancouver Renters Advisory Committee. My name's Kit Sauter, and I serve as co-chair for the City of Vancouver Renters Advisory Committee. I will note, however, that as a matter of official business, we have not been able to have an official meeting of the committee. And so what I am speaking to is largely my own reflections and trying to collate what input we've received and work on the motions that have previously been passed. Motions that have encouraged the co-chairs to engage more publicly in the media, raise the profile of renters, encourage a broader public conversation that makes sure that more diverse voices are heard. While I'm not able to meet the requirement of being a more diverse voice, I have been working very hard to make sure that I hear those voices. That's why yesterday I attended the Vancouver Tenants Union protest and barbecue outside of City Hall and heard a lot of really great speakers there. One of the things that I'd like to say to frame the context of what we're talking about over the course of the next hours and days is that those folks who showed up to that barbecue, the tenants that I've heard from on social media and in personal conversations, don't trust their government. They do not trust this mayor and council. They do not trust the ability of government to be able to deliver for them, because for many of them who are my age, even a little bit older, they have lived through a period in which the vast majority of development has been for-profit condos, and it has not served or protected the interest of those who have the least stability in their lives, the least economic opportunity. And so that's something that I want all of the members of council to carry with them as they make decisions moving forward. I've been working and volunteering in politics since I was 17 years old. I've served the province. I've never seen this level of engagement on a local area plan. So congratulations, folks. We've got some civic engagement going on. And I think that, unfortunately, that's been spurred off of conversations that weren't particularly relevant to the content of the planning. And we've instead seen a lot of folks fighting with each other over the pace of change, whether or not people are going to be forced out of their homes. Upon reviewing the more than 800 pages of available documents, several dozen hours of engagement with staff, my view and the relative consensus view of the committee without a formalized motion has been that Broadway plan on its face is a good plan. It could be better. I'm here to ask you all to take your time to listen to members of our city, the more than 200 people who have signed up, and to work to amend and improve this plan. You have a choice, and the choice before you right now is happening at a pivot point. For the last 30 years, we've had the longest period of sustained, stable economic growth with low interest rates in world history. We are now, as of today, seeing 6.8% inflation as of last month. We are in an era of permanent crisis. All of you have seen folks who have died in a heat dome, a small town and village burned to the ground, and the lifeblood of our country, its trade corridors, severed in the space of the last year. The senior levels of government that provide the funding that allow you to invest and grow our city are both at their natural midlife terms for a tenure, which means you may end up facing higher costs with lower funding as we choose to grow. So the choice before you is, how do we steward our growth and who's going to pay for it? The last thing that I'll say is that we need context, not neighborhood context, not height context, not heritage context, human context. Yesterday, I left my office to go get a coffee. I got into an elevator with a woman 10 years older than me. She was pushing a baby stroller. I looked over at her. I'm a new parent with a 2.5-year-old. I said, "How old's your baby?" She said, 4 months. She was smiling, glowing the way that a parent who has an under 6-month-old only can. And I said, "Oh, mine's 2.5. Is this your first?" She stopped smiling. She looked straight ahead and she turned stone cold. And she said, "No, No one can make 2 kids work in this city. Thank you.
You do have questions? So first, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks so much, and thanks for coming to stay. And actually, you may be in the minority of people who can show up and talk to City Council in the middle of a business day. Lots of people I know who'd like to sign up to speak and who have written to us are working. And I'm not saying that you haven't taken time out from other commitments, so thank you. My question to you is, while we look at sort of the need for purpose-built rental and affordable housing in our city, how important do you think it is when we look at neighborhoods where we've seen that work, like the West End, like downtown, that we also have adequate green space in community centers? Because we hear from families that these are their, living rooms and backyards, that they've compromised space to live in the city of Vancouver because it's just math. Square footage costs more here than it would in the suburbs, but at the same time, they need those amenities for their families.
100%. So, Councillor, I walked here from the eastern edge of where this plan is, and I walked down along 14th past a half dozen parks and some community centers and the library that my kid uses. Mount Pleasant is pretty idyllic. When you look at the data between east of Cambie and west of Cambie, we have families like mine living in purpose-built rentals. We have families like mine living in fourplexes. We have families like mine building in townhouses that were approved and zoned in the 90s and the 2000s and the 2010s. West of Cambie, we see neighborhoods hollowing out. And we have senior levels of government paying for a rapid transit line that will hopefully connect us to UBC. But to maintain green spaces, to support amenities, we have to make some tough choices because there's an 86,000 unit deficit in the city for units. And there's going to be pressure on this space. So I encourage you and your peers on the council to take your time to try and figure out how to square that. But I would say that while we all benefit from the great green space in Vancouver, we need to have homes in the first place.
Thanks. Just a follow-up question to that. If it's not an either or, if there's an opportunity to add more green space or add more amenities or add a community center in here somehow, would you think that with more purpose-built rental, hopefully comes more families? So we would need to see more green space to accommodate them. I really appreciate your comments about, the adequate, that there is adequate or there is some opportunity for green space in community centers already. I use them with my child too. But do you think as more families come, they deserve to have more of that as well so that they're not cramped into a little tiny pocket park altogether?
I agree with you. I think that the challenge before you is to take the existing recommendations on density, podium-based forms, how to figure out how to use that density and then create publicly available space off of private development interest. And one of the things that I'd recommend is specifically for the subway stations, you shouldn't be looking at 40 stories. You should be looking at 60 to 80 stories because the height is already very high and no one can tell the difference between a 14 and a 34-story tower. So we should be matching the height to the need, and then that can drive investment in green space on the podiums and in nearby neighborhoods.
Build up, not out.
That's right.
Thanks. That's my time, but I'll send you some more questions.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, you're next.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Kit, for being here today. Obviously, top of mind for people is housing affordability, and there's been questions about whether this plan will deliver that housing affordability. From your perspective, how do you see density and zoning impacting the cost of housing?
Yeah, so first of all, I got heavily engaged in this in my role with the Renters Advisory Committee, so I need to point to the fact that the existing plan as it sits provides a plan for 2/3 of all new unit builds being purpose-built rental, market rental, affordable rental, non-market rental, right? So we're looking at a sea change in the way in which the city would manage its development and the way in which it builds units. And then there are the considerations that are put before council by the mayor and staff on how to extend and expand those protections. The caution that I will continue to assert is that if we are going to do that, it needs to be paid for with mixed density. There are 3 areas of protected density in the south of the proposed plan that are effectively being unchanged. They're duplex right now, you can do laneway, but I would strongly recommend council look to staff on seeing how you can do 4- and 6-story multiplex, even if it's just a single lot. as well as looking at what was proposed by the Minister for Housing for the province on introducing in that 11% of the area, which is one of the only spaces in the city that has it, mixed industrial commercial with artists, engineers, and technicians suites.
Thanks. And just one more question is, you touched on that you're urging council to support this plan, but consider the input and maybe amend the plan. What are some of the things that you've heard that you think we should consider and give direction to staff with respect to?
Yeah, so first off, I would point to the proposed amendment being put forward by Councillor Boyle and the questions that were asked by Councillors Kirby, Young, and Bligh in regards to how and whether we might introduce bike lane infrastructure on Broadway itself. As a cyclist who uses West 10th as his home commute on a weekly basis, I think it would be a net benefit, and I would certainly hope to be able to help support the community as it grows there. So that's one. Two, the added density above towers. I think that's really important. Three, as we look at the compromises on green space, on amenities, on mixed density, one of the things that we need to look at is how those spaces get used, right? And so we are continuing a trend in Vancouver planning that's existed for most of 50 years, where this is still largely prescriptive. And I would encourage council that you still need to pass this plan, but as we move into and through the Vancouver planning process, look at how we can liberalize, for lack of a better term, the ability for individuals and businesses to be able to do slightly more with the property that they own, and look at ways in which co-ops and strata structures for smaller lots can be instituted, while also looking at things like what we used to have, corner stores on all forms of neighborhood frontages.
Okay, thank you. That's my time.
Thanks very much. Yeah, that was perfectly on time. I'm reminding councillors it is 3 minutes. Go ahead, Councillor Bligh.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks, Kit, for being here. I just wanted to ask, you did actually mention sort of senior levels of government and funding and the current economic context that we're in right now related to rates of inflation. And I wonder, given your expertise in this area, if you could elaborate on that regional context in terms of
Yeah, so for context for folks listening, other members of council who might not know my history, I'm a former 5-year senior advisor to the province of British Columbia. I served in energy and mines, transportation and infrastructure, and emergency preparedness and response. So I bring some professional capacity in understanding large-scale infrastructure decision-making and capital spending. I also act as Director of Research and Communications for Advantage BC, which is a nonprofit dedicated to sustainable finance policy development, where we're trying to champion policies that will help fight climate change. So to speak specific to that point, Councillor, we are currently seeing 2 senior levels of government, both quite progressive, both of whom, if you look at the Canadian context historically, are likely in their middle term. They might both get reelected to 2 more majorities, potentially. They might also only have 1 more election in them. And with rising cost of housing, rising costs across the board, crisis-driven inflation and conflict-driven inflation globally, it is my view that there is a potential and a likelihood that a lot of folks are going to get angry for paying too much. And so when that happens, there's going to be a political incentive to try and enforce austerity and restraint. And that means that the city of Vancouver will not be able to go and get support for expansive investment, which means that choices have to be made now, since council does not have the same fiscal and monetary levers that other levels do, to put a plan in place that can maintain sustainable growth over 30 years, regardless of what net interruptions may occur outside of our power.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up. It was mentioned by staff that during the 3.5 years, and I think 1 million touch points in terms of public engagement in various ways on this plan, that it was quite clear that that there is not a desire for a bike lane on Broadway from the public right now, but that we could allow for that, let's say in 10 years, because this is a 30-year plan, we could allow for it in 10 years. You talk about this is a plan of trade-offs. So you mentioned a number of amendments. I just wonder, where does that particular amendment fall in terms of priority against others?
Yeah, so what I'd point to is that we've had a 2.5-year-long pandemic in which we've had the largest displacement of commuters in the history of the province. We have had the majority of Broadway interrupted and most of the lanes displaced. And so as far as both financing and a political pain point for the community being negatively impacted when choices are being made, this is the opportunity because you aren't actually replacing 5, 7 lanes of traffic. You're replacing 1.5 where people are driving over potholes and plates. And so being able to move in AAA bike lane infrastructure to support the community means that more people will see the benefit and less people will see the cost. And that means that we can get to a better compromise.
That's great. Thank you. That is my time.
Thank you so much, Councillor Bligh. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. Can I actually just, was also going to ask about your thoughts on the transportation and active transportation portions of the plan. So interested if you have anything else to say on that, and specifically just to clarify, if you're saying building a safe, protected active transportation lane now rather than punting it down the road makes more sense, and why?
Yeah, so first, the personal counselor, I'm a bike commuter. My wife is a driving commuter. She actually works out in the suburbs. And my little girl's 2.5 years old and old enough to want a bike helmet, but not be able to ride a bike yet. And my wife will not ride with me, even on West 10th, even on a Sunday morning, because she doesn't feel safe. She doesn't feel competent as a rider. I will not take a 2.5-year-old on a stride bike down West 10th. And so one of the choices we have to make here is making it possible to go from an able-bodied former rugby player who's ridden a bike for 15 years to an uncertain mother with anxiety about her little girl. And so that's one of the choices that needs to be made in the context of this. As far as active transportation, sustainable investment, things like that, whether you look at data in North America, Europe, or Asia, everywhere where active modes of transportation and particularly cycling infrastructure get put in place, massive localized investment that is more dispersed occurs for more businesses. So when we talk about the concept of economic gardening in urban planning and making sure that there's lots of little choices where you're irrigating and pruning and making sure that there's positive net growth, that occurs when you provide active choice and active transportation. And there's less cost, which is one of the things that's going to be top of mind for all Vancouverites, British Columbians, and Canadians over the coming years.
So do it now rather than
Yes,
10
do it now, because we don't know what 10 years from now is going to look like. We don't know what the capital expenditure frame will look like. We don't know what the interest rate, repayment rate is going to look like for the city of Vancouver and what the impacts to the region are from the ongoing climate crisis. So we should do the right thing now to mitigate and to act in advance.
Okay, really appreciate all the time you've put into this. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Councillor.
And that's it for your questions. Thanks for taking the time and your service on our advisory committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we are moving on to speaker number, this is Public Body Representative Speaker number 2, Barrett Brian Saron, Chair of Climate and Buses Subcommittee, Transportation Advisory Committee. Barrett Brown? Are you there?
Hello. Good. I am. Can you hear me, councillors?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Great. Hi. Well, good afternoon. So I'm here today in my role as a private citizen and an appointed member of the city's Transportation Advisory Committee. I'm wondering, I'm getting a pretty problematic echo.
We're not hearing it on our end. You might want to,
okay.
if you've got, it might be a problem of you having your computer showing this like near to you or hearing it near to you.
No, I don't, but I'll continue. So I'm here today as an appointed member of the city's Transportation Advisory Committee to speak about the lack of a separated facility for cycling and active transport along Broadway as a gap that should be addressed by this council, and the fact that unprotected lanes on 10th and 7th, as we've just heard, are not adequate for many cyclists and people who would like to be cycling and using other mobility devices but are currently not. And so this gap means that the plan is actually out of sync with existing policy and transportation priorities, And so I'm urging you to amend this plan to include a protected dedicated lane for cycling and active transport. And this is in line with the unanimous support of the Transportation Advisory Committee. At our March meeting, the Transportation Advisory Committee shared a unanimous support for the plan's intention to connect the cycle network with commercial retail, to support local businesses, and to make it easier to access daily services without a vehicle. But by not including a protected dedicated lane in the plan, we're creating conflicts between road and sidewalk users. And as we return to more commuting, and as bike deliveries and businesses and logistics that depend on bike infrastructure continue to grow, it's inevitable that these conflicts will need to be managed, and they need to be managed today, not in 10 years. So this committee's role is to advise City Council on strategic priorities related to walking, cycling, and all active transportation modes, as well as public transit and congestion management in Vancouver. And when we were all appointed by Council for this term, our mandate specifically directed us to provide feedback on the Broadway plan. And to this effect, we have received reports from City staff over the last several months, provided feedback, and engaged in outreach with the general public, particularly vulnerable road users. And that all of that work informs our clear recommendation that Vancouver needs to take public health, road safety, and the climate emergency seriously by adding a protected bike lane. Doing so would be very much in line with policy and transportation priorities that have already been set. Transportation 2040 requires all new major roadway design and construction to include separated facilities. They say this is particularly important around key destinations like transit, schools, hospitals, and commercial high streets. The city's Complete Streets policy framework requires the city to improve safety, comfort, and accessibility for all modes with a focus on walking, cycling, and transit. And it also refers to direct and convenient access to shops, services, workplaces, and other destinations for all modes. And so the provision of cycling infrastructure 2 blocks away from Broadway is simply not adequate in meeting the goals and targets that have been set elsewhere. Worryingly, in the fall, City staff reported to you that there is a low likelihood that the Climate Emergency Action Plan target will be met. And this is a desire to have 80% mode share for active transportation and transit near rapid transit stations. And alongside the fact that there's no reduction in vehicle travel planned, it means that this is going to be an extremely difficult target for us to hit. And at the same time, the BC Climate Plan is looking for a 25% reduction in vehicle travel compared to 2022. And by not creating this new infrastructure, it's likely that other parts of the city will need to even more greatly reduce vehicle traffic so that Broadway can maintain its levels, while BC can also meet the targets in our climate plan. And lastly, in May 2020, City Council directed city staff to reallocate 11% of city road space from private vehicles. Last year, and when doing so, staff actually reported there was a very, very strong public desire to do so and a significant opportunity to do so. And when they reported back to you, they noted that less than 1% of what had been the target had actually been reallocated. So 1% of 11% has roughly been done. And I think this was because it was not a SMART goal. It was not time bound. And so I urge Council to be more prescriptive about timelines. This is actually something that was unanimously passed as well by the Transportation Advisory Committee to be more specific and reaffirm that 11% target while setting a deadline for when that should be met. And actually, since that report to Council, some of the road space that was reallocated has actually been closed to pedestrians and the public and has been returned to car use, like the plaza at Butte and Thurlow. So we really encourage you to recommit to these targets and consider this target as well as you are looking at the Broadway plan. So we are unanimous in our recommendation that you amend the plan to adhere to existing city policies and targets and install a protected bike lane. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. Well timed in your comments. You do have some questions from Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks so much. I'm just curious to hear, you mentioned other forms of active transportation, and I'm curious to know what conversations the committee might have had around the increase in deliveries on scooter or bike, the kind of very business dependent traffic, sort of gig work and delivery traffic that we see these days.
Yeah, it is micromobility. I mean, we've all probably seen the new hoverboards and scooters, e-scooters going around. These are really transformative transportation devices for people with disabilities, for seniors. Electric micromobility is truly transformative and is growing a lot faster than I think plans that were even a few years old would reflect. But both the Complete Streets Policy Framework and Transport 2040 refer to the need to accommodate these growing vehicles. And certainly my own experience during the pandemic is I am relying on bike delivery a lot more often. So Tiggy and DoorDash, I mean, a lot of these companies are using bike infrastructure in the city. And a lot of these restaurants and shops are located along Broadway. So this was also part of our motion referring to the growth of these personal mobility devices. And yeah, definitely this is something that was likely not anticipated, even when Transport 2040 and other documents were being worked on. And so I think now is the time for council to look at how people are actually using the street and just observe and accommodate the growth of commercial micromobility alongside a lot of seniors and other folks who are finding these devices extremely useful.
And is your sense that without separated active transportation, the micromobility users are in vehicle lanes or on sidewalks? I guess I'm trying to understand what active transportation lanes reduce potential collisions with pedestrians or cars.
Yeah, certainly. Some of these gig work companies, are creating incentives that put a lot of pressure on the gig workers, and so many of them are using the sidewalks just as a way to get to the places they're picking things up and dropping them off more quickly. Certainly in my daily life, I'm primarily a pedestrian when I get around the city. There's been a tremendous growth in conflicts on the sidewalk as there are a variety of new devices that move at a variety of speeds. And these are both commercial workers delivering goods on these devices and just people who are using them. So conflict is inevitable, especially so as there's such a planned population increase in this area. And traffic will continue by bike along Broadway. There will still be people cycling along Broadway, whether there is a dedicated lane or not. And so certainly, without providing safe infrastructure, there's going to be risk and conflict. And I think that's certainly why many of these previous plans have included separated infrastructure as something that needs to be part of new major road projects like this.
That is it for Councillor Boyle's time. Thanks so much. And that is it for your questions. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us and your service on the advisory committee. And we are on to speaker 3, Mark White, co-chair, City of Vancouver Seniors Advisory Committee. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. There is a slide presentation, and if we could put that up, and while that is getting put up, I should just say that I am the chair of the co-chair of the Seniors Advisory Committee, and I'm grateful to live and volunteer on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. If we go to the next slide, the Seniors Advisory Committee, by a motion at its last clerk meeting, is not supporting the Broadway plan as it currently stands. Several SAC members participated in a series of workshops with city staff on the Broadway plan, as well as participated on discussions on social values associated with the Vancouver plan. Unfortunately, our input appears to have had little impact on the framing of the Broadway plan. There's little recognition that older adults and elders are the fastest growing demographic in Vancouver and across Canada. We also noted that over 5 years ago, we published a major report on social isolation in collaboration with the Vancouver Coastal Health. Yet there's no action plan in embedding social amenities in city buildings to create amenities to support interaction among neighbors within buildings. If we can go to the next slide, thank you. Although city staff have indicated to SAC and council that they have committed resources to support the creation of a seniors housing strategy framework, this is not indicated or apparent in the Broadway plan. There's no aspirational goals or indications of healthy aging as being an important part of this plan, nor mention of direct support for community agencies or expansion of libraries or community centers commensurate with the proposed population growth in the context of senior-oriented amenities. For instance, Mount Pleasant and Fire Hall Library are mentioned for expansion. What about expansion of senior hubs, neighborhood houses in other areas of the Broadway corridor? The proposed targets are simply too low and do not meet the current demand, and definitely do not address future demands in the context of an aging population. If we could scroll through to the next slide, please. And as I talk, if you want to just maybe give about 3 or 4 seconds to each slide. The average income of those living in core housing need in Broadway is $24,457. For seniors housing, in the core housing need, the average income is $14,838, which is closely aligned with the OAS GIS rates for a single senior living on their own. Yet there's no data analysis supporting the proposed targets of 13% for social, supportive, and co-op housing, and 7% below market rental. There's no data demonstrating how these targets, particularly if you look at the zone of 0 to 57,500, will address current gaps in social equity relevant to older adults and elders using an intersectionality lens. There are 29,315 renter households with 6,980 renters in core housing need. And of these, 15% of them are seniors. And if we can just go to the last slide. Given that the city, except in SROs, and the province have not regulated vacancy control, which has been done in other municipalities across Canada, there are fewer and fewer options for seniors. Our population is aging, and loss of existing affordable housing will result in increased homelessness and premature death for older adults and elders. We need to ensure that demolition of existing affordable housing is permanently replaced with similar levels of deep affordability after vacancy, and that targets for expansion of non-market housing is congruent with population data and actual incomes of residents living in the city. We need to also ensure that we're creating healthy mixed income communities and not income stratified housing developments. The City of Vancouver has fallen behind many urban centers across Canada that have dedicated seniors planners or dedicated teams addressing older adults and elders. Such planners have may have recognized that 1/6 of all residents living in the Broadway corridor are senior-led households, and could have worked with community organizations and nonprofit housing providers to create a unique and innovative plan to better address the housing and community needs for this population.
Great. And that is, you're over time. However, you do have, and we can read your comments too, which is great, and you do have questions from councillors, if you don't mind staying there. Councillor Swanson, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I really appreciate you pointing out the needs of seniors, especially seniors in core housing need. I think our planners are kind of working on the idea of, given that the market works the way it is, and given that we're not rolling in dough from the province and feds for housing, this is how we can squeak out as many affordable units as we can, and they're not matching that to as many affordable units as we need. So what would you say we need to do to actually get the number of the affordability that we need in this area?
Well, I think you need to actually just come from a data-driven perspective. And unfortunately, there wasn't enough data in the city report that actually looks at what is the current profile of incomes in that area, and how, if we're actually working on values, the social values of social equity, reconciliation, and inclusiveness, what are the targets for changing that housing profile? And are we actually meeting current need, or are we attempting to expand to meet the current need? And there really is not sufficient data there. But I think that the other element there is also the fact that there's no community amenities that are actually slated for seniors beyond expansion of the library and Mount Pleasant.
Okay, thanks. Would you say that affordability is an element of equity?
Oh, definitely. I mean, when we look at, for instance, within co-op housing, that whole idea was by creating mixed income housing that everyone, regardless of income, gets the housing that they need, and that their housing is not associated with their income level. So they don't get better housing if they have higher income.
So don't want to speak for the staff, but I can sort of feel them coming back and saying, yeah, we'd love to put in all this affordability, but we just don't have the dough from the feds in the province. So how would you respond to that?
I would say that the council, I mean, we've been trying for over 3 years to get a seniors planner. And I think that there's an opportunity, and a missed opportunity at this point, especially with the COVID and the impact on seniors, that there could have been a plan in place that could have been more attractive to the feds and the province for actually delivering seniors housing. I think there's still an opportunity, there's a window of opportunity there, but you need a plan. And at this point, this plan doesn't provide that, as even recognizing seniors as being a core group requiring housing.
Great. Thank you. That's it for your time, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead, up to 3 minutes.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Well, you had me at data-driven. So what you're saying here is the assumptions underlying this plan should be driven by data, and they're not.
That's correct. When you look at actually the targets of 7% and 13% in that window of affordable housing component, both below market housing and social housing, there's no relationship there, and it's not actually compared with what the actual need is currently in the city and who gets housing and who doesn't get housing. So there's not real targets that are being delivered. It's all coming under a range. And then when you look at the first range of 0 to 57,500, how many of those in the $24,000 range are the $20,000 or the $14,000 are actually covered in that first 0 to 57,500? And how does that actually deal with real data, population data that's available to us?
I did notice you were using 2016 data.
That's correct. Yeah, it is 2016. We're waiting, and we're anxiously waiting, because we've done some preliminary work, and we've actually discovered in some of the DAs that we can see significant increase in seniors living within some areas of the Broadway corridor, but that data is incomplete and won't be released until September. So we're looking forward to that.
Good. So would you say then overall that this plan, based on your analysis, is not ready for prime time?
Well, I think that it's not ready for prime time in that it hasn't yet dealt with issues around social isolation. We know from research that higher buildings, more denser buildings, actually is an increased factor in the risk of social isolation, unless you actually mitigate it by actually creating amenities within buildings that support social gatherings, a library, some kind of community space, or having more NGOs at the bottom of buildings, providing community programs and services. So you need to build for to address social isolation, and at this point, this plan doesn't do it. It creates housing developments. It's not really creating neighborly housing communities at this point.
Livability. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And still more questions? Thanks, Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Dominato.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
Thanks for coming in today. Yeah, I just want to circle back on the importance of social connectedness and isolation. You talked about sort of NGOs at the bottom of the building so they can have sort of that space. I'm curious if you could comment on the delivery of amenity spaces within homes and buildings, whether it be rental or non-market. Some builders are really focusing on that as a way to sort of bring community. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I think that that there are good examples of built-in design methods and part of that is enclave building that was done in False Creek, of creating decks where you actually have meeting spaces with neighbors to have barbecues. So there are, I think, going back to Jane Jacobs and pattern language, there are definitely methods. It's also, it's not clear within the building structures whether we're talking about single barrel or double barrel corridors. And that makes a big difference. It makes a big difference in terms of the livability and being able to get, for instance, drafts going through. It depends on also what the cooling systems are, et cetera, as well. But I think that I'm not seeing enough of that level of detail within the plan to know whether or not are we just building housing? Are we actually building places, livable places for safe, healthy, inclusive communities?
Mm-hmm. Can I ask you this in the time that I have left? Is I'm trying to frame the question. The committee has some concerns with the plan, and you've mentioned homes and housing, as it does propose that delivery of rental, below market rental, and non-market. And I recall my mom, who was living in False Creek South, had to move and had a really hard time. But something like this might have worked for her in some of the. Do you see some merit in the plan in that regard, or is it really just throw it out?
No, as I said, we don't support it as it currently stands. You know, I think that there is some really good ideas that are embedded in the plan, and there are some really innovative things that I think the city has done in the planning and in some of the ways that they're looking at influencing and partnering with some non-market housing. And so I think that there are some good elements in it, but at this point, it just isn't really speaking to seniors, which are 21.5% of the population in Vancouver.
No, totally fair. That's my time, but I appreciate the candor. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you, Councillor Dominato. Thank you very much, Mark, for your time and your service.
Thank you very much.
We're moving on to the fourth speaker that is on our representative list, John Irwin, Commissioner with Park Board. John Irwin, are you on the line?
Yes, Chair Carr, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. Great. Yeah, thanks for having me to speak this afternoon, and hello to members of council, staff, and fellow citizens. I do support the plan. I want to let you know that I'm speaking on my own behalf, not on behalf of the Park Board. Let's just make that clear from the get-go. Density, regarding the Broadway corridor, it's a major employment and housing area, as we all know, and increased residential density along this corridor, especially with renter protection that you're considering about putting in, and also with below market rent and hopefully room for co-ops and public housing, which could be geared to income, could bring about a sustainable housing and height mix. The transit-oriented developments will likely result in less automobile dependency. As many speakers have said before me, or a couple speakers, the aspects of the climate crisis or climate chaos that we're facing are real, and they're staring us in the face. And this is a key element of Vancouver's climate action plan, which I want to commend you for putting in, and also doing a lot of work yesterday on building, energy efficiency and sustainability, and switching away from fossil fuels. Because the literature finds that those located in easy walking distance of rapid transit are much more prone to taking transit, and that will really shift things. So my support is very supportive, but I'd also like to see, some way, some means to get and eke out more park and recreation facility in the area. I do note that $100 million for parks expansion and new parks and $48 million for community facilities is pretty good. I think I saw that in the presentation earlier. But we could look at ways of maybe eking out some more park with road and laneway parklet, similar to basically, sorry if my phone's beeping, my 18-year-old daughter's calling me, in terms of, having more, smaller parks that could fit into the neighborhood, and also basically, seeking out alternative parks, which I think the first speaker mentioned, podium parks, things like that, shifting our idea of parks and recreation spaces. And I also do support, my apologies, I also do support a AAA bike lane on Broadway as well. And putting this into the Great Street at a point where reconstruction has to happen anyway would really add to the plan. But I do support the plan, and I know it's difficult to fit everything into a plan. And it was also quite interesting to hear the previous speaker talk about pattern language, which highlights the complexity of planning and architecture, from the scale of a household to the scale of a neighborhood to the scale of a city. So thank you for your time, and good luck with your deliberations.
Great. You do, if you don't mind staying on the line, you have questions from Councillor Kirby Young. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Commissioner Irwin, for your comments. I'm a bit confused, so I'm hoping that you can help me to clarify, because we heard earlier that there was a unanimous decision at the Park Board last night that seems to not be completely syncing with some of your comments. So explicitly, what I'm looking to get clarification on is that you said overall, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit your words, it's overall a pretty good plan, you support the plan, be nice to have some more space or green space. Then I heard unequivocally from others that there's unanimous that it's not a great plan in terms of green space, that they want about 32 more acres, significant amount of parkland, and for commentary from some of your colleagues that they've never seen staff more visibly upset with the plan, and that the green space was just insufficient. So can you square those things for me, that you're generally supportive, but if it was a unanimous decision, presumably you voted for this very strong position that the Park Board has taken that says it's not sufficient?
Yeah, sure. So I voted, in favor of the intent of asking, doing what I'm doing today, asking for more green space and recreation facilities, which I think is appropriate. Just to be clear, the unanimous decision didn't have any of those numbers in it. Those numbers were in the whereases, so it's not like we voted on the actual numbers. I do think that we could, prospectively assemble land. We could prospectively do, and I'm talking about a series of parklets, really, expanding on that excellent Lillian Toe, example. And there are innovative ways to fit recreation facilities into an urban context with, social housing above it, or non-market housing above it, or hopefully below market rental above as well, right? So I think, I am a little bit, more looking at the housing issue while sitting on the Park Board.
Okay, so you're just reflecting back then, because this is very helpful clarification. You're saying that you think that there are the plan's basically good, the housing prioritization is appropriate, and that you think that there's some innovative ways to try to get some of that pop-up green space, whether it's through green space, land acquisition, kind of publicly owned private spaces, or any kind of number of creative ways. Is that a fair reflection back?
Yes, yeah, I think so. I think we do have to get innovative as, we have, the land issue. And the other thing about doing some of these innovative things, including maybe some land assembly, if we can figure out a spot where to secure it, is we could locate some of those sites on the south side of Broadway, which will, have good solar access and be healthy, happy places for people to recreate.
Okay, thanks. That's my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks, Commissioner Irwin. I'm just going to read you these recommendations that the Vancouver Park Board requests City Council consider including open space and recreation targets in the Broadway plan to ensure the parks and recreation service levels keep pace with growth and support equity and livability of the future Broadway area in line with more affluent areas of the city in recognition the higher density and affordable housing aspects of the development plan will affect equity-denied communities. I understand that carried unanimously. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
Councilor DeGenova.
so I'm wondering, if, from your perspective, because you're here, it says as a park board commissioner, is that correct?
Yeah, but not speaking for the park board, speaking as, someone with a long-term interest in sustainability.
Okay, so are you urging us to pass these recommendations today or to participate in more consultation with the park board? I mean, obviously, the vote reflects that there wants to be some consideration of council for this. So I'm just trying to understand, as my colleague just mentioned, that she was confused. I'm just trying to understand as well. Did you want us to sort of go back to the drawing board on this or move forward and try and interpret what you mean? Because there are no numbers in this either.
Yes, I think it would be, I would say the best thing for the city would be to move forward and, and I trust planning as they go through a broader plan to be able to innovate ways to increase parks space and recreation space. So I think if you folks were thinking about amending slightly, adding that amendment in, and asking staff to go away and look at better targets, that might be a way forward. Keeping the plan going, because I do feel we're in a situation where we want to move these things forward to match the pace of the issues the other issues we're facing, climate change and the housing crisis.
Commissioner Irwin, sorry, I have limited time, but you'd ask us to include so what you're talking about sounds like the Vancouver plan, like an overall more sort of broad guiding policy plan. But we're looking at the Broadway plan here, and if we were going to change numbers for green space, it's kind of no different than a pro forma. I'm not sure if you've worked with a pro forma before, but we would have to change some of the housing targets, some of the pre-zoned density that's proposed in here. Do you think that we should take a look at that if that means including more open space and meeting our recreation targets alongside our housing targets?
Perhaps, but I'll leave that up to you folks, right? That, I just feel that there are ways that we can achieve increased green space and recreation space within the plan. And if you think you need to, amend it or send it away, that'll be up to you folks.
Okay, and that's it for your time. Yep, great, thank you. But you have more questions? Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Actually, mine's a point of information or procedure rather. Chair, and also through you to the city manager. I understand that this first section of speakers are public body representative speakers, and we've had at least two of them say that they are not representing the board or the committee for which they've just spoken. It seems to me that they would have more appropriately been speaking with the rest of the speakers. So I'd just like an understanding, maybe it's from the clerk, maybe it's from the city manager. What are the criteria that we determine public body representative speakers on the basis of?
Good question, Councillor Hardwick. City manager?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And it is a very good question. We, as I understand, and the clerk can clarify, I don't believe that we ask the speakers when they register and they register as a commissioner or representative of an advisory committee, we don't challenge them or ask them whether they're speaking on behalf of that agency or committee or not. So that may be a procedural question we need to think about for future. It's not been the practice. But I think Councillor Hardwick's question is really well taken. That could be something that we need to take away and do some more work on in terms of future kind of procedural requirements.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. So we are on to, that's it for our public body speakers. We are now moving to our regular speakers list. And number one on that is Jade Buchanan. Is Jade Buchanan on the line?
Yep, I'm here.
Great. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you, Chair and Council. I am Jay Buchanan. I'm a resident of Kitts Point, and I am here to support the Broadway plan. In particular, I'm here to support the general move towards more homes for families, more homes for renters, more childcare spaces, and the overall goal of greater density. And that's what the plan is largely about. And I'm going to make the case that dense cities are highly livable cities. They facilitate transit and active transportation, like the Broadway plan. They are, and active transportation and transit are kid-friendly, they're safer for our children, and they're good for our health. Dense cities are also important sources of innovation. Studies have repeatedly shown this, and it's not just density of jobs that's important for innovation or density of homes, but density of both of those things, and density of amenities, the way the Broadway plan is proposing. And lastly, dense cities are sustainable cities, particularly in low-carbon jurisdictions like Vancouver, where we can rely on hydropower, and we're less reliant on fossil fuels to heat our homes than some other parts of the country. At least we're not as reliant on air conditioning as we might be, but unfortunately that's likely to change. The move towards greater density in the Broadway plan is good for people, it's good for innovation, it's good for the economy, and it's good for our climate. So I'm asking Council to please pass the Broadway plan, and I was going to say please pass it today, but I realize I'm one of 202 speakers, and so that's maybe not likely, but pass it as soon as you can. There are genuinely challenges with it, which I'd push to say let's fix those by amendments if we can, get it passed, and then fix whatever else we can't once it's actually passed. Look at it as a living document if you need to, but let's say that this is the plan going forward. Some of the comments I agree with for sure around targeting low density areas for higher density and adding a bike lane. I'm really asking that the council not send this back to staff for minor issues and don't do more studies or consultations. Frankly, I feel like the city puts citizens in a consultation endurance test where the ones who shout the loudest for the longest get their way. I'm a father of a toddler. I'm a lawyer with a busy practice. I had to prepare these remarks while my daughter was napping on the weekend, and now I've had to take what I thought was going to be a couple hours, but turns out to be a whole day off work. And that's not a way to consult working people, and it's not how you consult parents. It's frankly how you shut us out. I'm a lawyer, and if you can hear my voice, I'm nervous, even though I'm used to public speaking. Speaking before council like this is outside of my comfort zone, and I'm used to it. So I can't imagine how that feels to most citizens who are coming to speak, particularly the ones who really need what's in the Broadway plan. As part of the Broadway plan and related issues, I've written to City Council, I've attended workshops and consultations, I've completed surveys, I've met with politicians and activists, I've spent countless hours getting informed. I've even tweeted about it. And to me, this level of commitment from citizens just to get basic needs met is excessive in a representative democracy. You 11 were elected, you've got the expertise, you've got democratic legitimacy, and you know our priorities. You also know they're largely reflected in the Broadway plan. It's imperfect, but it's about as good as it gets in terms of consensus of an entire city. So, I mean, I'm excited about the Broadway plan. To be honest, I don't want to be here. This is my first and I hope only time appearing before council. And I want to add that this would have been impossible if I had to be there in person today. The move online is certainly less inequitable than requiring people to show up every time you want to make a decision. But excessive consultations are about giving a voice to a vocal minority. And I'm here because I'm afraid council is going to listen to the same small group of people who show up to council opposing every project, who hold their well-organized but sparsely attended rallies, who form residents associations and advocacy groups, and who pay political consultants to get their message in the media to make it seem like their voice is bigger than it is. And they never seem to be satisfied with enough studies or consultations or data or awareness campaigns. Their oversized impact has already been felt on some of the more timid aspects of the plan. For example, there's an excessive focus on, quote, too many towers on a single block. Towers are homes for people, and that's something that we need. So I'm asking that council please fix what you can by amendments, and please pass the Broadway plan right away. And then I'll conclude by saying, I think your job is really hard, and I really appreciate that your public service and sitting through what's going to be a long day, or unfortunately days of this.
Great, that's wonderful. Thank you for taking time out of your very busy day to prepare your notes and to speak to us. Really appreciate it. We're on to speaker 2, Russell Wong. Is Russell Wong on the line?
I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly now. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Hi, my name is Russell Wong, and I'm calling because, like a lot of other people, I support the Broadway plan. I'm a longtime homeowner and resident of Vancouver. I'm a volunteer with Forward Together, but I'm providing my personal views as a Vancouver resident, not those of Forward Together. Whenever council has to make a decision on whether to allow more housing, whether on a large scale like the Broadway plan or even for a single building, there's always a kind of battle between people who support it and people who are opposed. I sympathize with people who are opposed because it's natural to fear the unknown. Whenever a change is proposed, you don't know in advance exactly how it'll turn out. But on the other side, I would point out that the current housing shortage is really terrible, and the kind of neighborhood level veto that certain people advocate would make it even more difficult to build housing, making the problem worse. The fundamental problem is that we don't have enough housing to go around. Housing being so scarce and expensive, either to rent or to own, makes us all poorer and worse off. It's really hard to see anyone who benefits from the current situation. One of the most surprising things is that homeowners don't feel rich, even though they have massive gains on paper because they need their home as a place to live. And of course, it's far worse for renters. With a vacancy rate near 1%, renters are terrified of losing their housing and not being able to find a new place without having to pay a lot more, move further out, or both. Of course, the people who take the time to speak to council, as Jay pointed out, are self-selected rather than representative, and usually those most opposed. It may be useful to keep in mind that about 2/3 of the public supports high-rises at SkyTrain stations. The Broadway plan process over the last 3 years included extensive public consultations, and at the draft stage, about 2/3 of the participants supported it. Burnaby ran a one-day workshop on housing with randomly selected participants to overcome the self-selection problem and found very similar results, with 67% supporting high-rises at SkyTrain stations. Some people ask, why do we need high-rises? If you've got a central location with easy access to lots of jobs within about a 30-minute commute, more people will want to live there, and so you get taller buildings. That's basically the story of the West End. When local opposition doesn't allow high-rises, it's like pushing down on a balloon. It increases pressure and raises rents everywhere else, which is why Burnaby and Surrey are building taller buildings, even though they're further out. Opponents often assume that living in a high-rise is for rich people, while owning a single-family house is for regular people. In Vancouver, it's actually the exact opposite. Renting in a high-rise is like taking the bus instead of driving your own car. A 99 B-line bus at rush hour is really big, but it's carrying a lot of people. The Broadway plan aims to start by building new housing on sites where there are no renters and nobody gets displaced, like the former Denny's at Broadway and Birch, or the former office building at Broadway and Granville. The new high-rises include at least 20% non-market rentals, expanding the supply of badly needed non-market rental housing. For example, based on 2021 rents, the rent for a new one-bedroom non-market apartment in the Broadway plan would be $1,200 a month compared to $2,000 a month for a new market apartment. When there's an old low-rise rental building that's so run down that it needs to get torn down and replaced by a new high-rise at some point in the next 30 years, it's important to protect the people who already live there. With Mayor Stewart's proposal for stronger protections, the idea is to make sure that the new building includes enough non-market rental apartments to replace the old rentals. And then you can move back into one of those non-market apartments at your old rent as if you hadn't left. And while you're living in interim housing, the builder is responsible for covering the difference from your old rent. This is similar to what Burnaby put in place after 2018. So then you'll be in a new apartment, although it may be smaller, at the same rent. And most importantly, you have security, unlike in your old building, because the new building is going to be there for at least 60 years. The overall result of the Broadway plan is a lot more new apartments close to rapid transit, while increasing the total number of affordable apartments in the area and keeping renters in the neighborhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. And if you don't mind staying on the line, Councillor DiGenova has questions. Go ahead, Councillor.
Actually, if you don't mind, I know you've got a lot of speakers to get through. So if you have questions, I'd prefer to take them by email.
Can you send us your email if you haven't already? I will look through
Sure,
it for your
I'll
name.
send a copy of my comments.
Perfect.
And,
Thanks
and
so
send it
much.
to you.
That
Thank
would be
you.
helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We're moving now on to speaker 3, Gregory Enriquez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, hear you perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, I'm Gregory Henriquez. I'm the managing principal of Henriquez Partners Architects, and I've spoken before council many times, but this is the first time I've actually spoken on something that isn't our work. And I'm here today speaking as a private citizen, as someone who's grown up in Vancouver and loves it near and dear, and as a professional who spent my entire life caring about the city. I just want to begin by saying I have complete faith in staff and this council to do the right thing and pass this Broadway plan. I think it's a piece of visionary planning. When I first opened it up, I was blown away by the courageous nature of the plan, of how it attempted to take on so much. And as I followed it over the last few years in terms of its development, I've seen it change and adapt with real rigor and a real sense of care for all the issues that face Vancouverites. And so I just have to say this is something that happens once in a generation. And it's an opportunity for us to do the right thing by the planet, to help with our housing crisis locally, to help deal with issues of climate change and pressures, and deal with the significant growth that the region will be facing in the coming years. I would urge council to please support the plan, all of the recommendations A through G, and if you have changes, because I've been listening all morning to everyone talk, I've been blown away by the power of our democratic process and all of the details that will need to be flushed out in the evolution of this living document. Please make them as recommendations and amendments to our staff. We have probably one of the best planning staffs I've experienced in all of North America. I've started working in other cities, and not to put down any of the cities that I'm working in, I've never experienced such a level of rigor and compassion and thoughtfulness. And there's a reason why Vancouver is consistently rated one of the most beautiful and livable cities in the world. I think one of the major overriding goals of this plan is to make it more equitable and create a citizen city for all of Vancouverites, to increase affordability and to make sure that the right amount of affordable housing lands in something that in our city which we truly need. So as a final statement, just to end this, I'd just like to say that I'm so proud to be a part of this city and proud to be a part of the process, and hope that this council chooses to support the Broadway plan. Thank you.
You do have questions, if you don't mind staying on the line. Councillor Dominato, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Gregory, for calling in, and I'm sure the staff are appreciating the positive feedback as well. I did want to ask you, given your experience, do you have any suggestions? As you've heard, there's been contemplations of amendments and feedback from the public. You've said the plan is spectacular, but are there any areas you would improve upon from your perspective?
I think there's nothing that's perfect in something of this breadth. And I think what I would do, if I was a councillor or a member of the planning staff today, is take note of each of the speakers' issues and go back in terms of the development, because this is just the first step in a living document that's going to change over the next 10 to 20 years as the city evolves. And there's a whole bunch of separate sort of examinations of each of the different zonings and each of the different areas, that sub areas of the Broadway plan that will have to be looked at. And so there's nothing that's perfect, but the big moves are all right. And that's the big message here today, is that the big moves are all right, and this is something that we can work with. And so, while, I can pick at any one of the areas and find areas of improvement from my perspective, I just can't imagine the mammoth task before all of you to do anything better. So I would, if I was on staff, I would take note of all the little comments that come because there's so many of them that I've been watching all morning and thinking about all the questions that each of you had for staff and how well they answered with thoughtful, in a very thoughtful way. But there are, so I don't know if that helps answer your question. I'm not going to participate in, if I'm asked to be part of some sort of, next stage of consultation, I'm happy to dig into the details. So.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and to your point around this being a living document, and obviously this is a start, and I'm sure there will be changes down the road if this is supported. So, thank you for calling in today.
No problem.
Yeah, great. You have other questions? Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, hi there. Good afternoon. I know that you said that it's the first time, and it struck me that you're calling into council not in a sort of professional context on a project, but as a resident. So let me know if this question is putting you on the spot in your professional opinion. But I'm curious because there's been some dialogue and discussion with respect to frontage and the different impacts of different levels of frontage requirements, and the plan specifically increases from 100 to 150. And then we had dialogue that perhaps providing some flexibility for staff to consider lower frontages could result in a more kind of human feel to the public realm and the ability to deliver some of that rental housing faster, as well as keeping that balance with the being sensitive to the existing rental. Do you have any comments on that from a professional perspective in terms of building?
Sure, no. I'm an expert on frontages, yes.
Okay, excellent.
I can give you a lot of my comments. Okay, I don't have no problem with increasing the frontage from 100 to 150. I think 100 is too small. I think 120 is minimum. But 150, I'm not going to argue with that. But I would say that your comment is well said in the sense that I think the Director of Planning shouldn't be given discretion to vary it under extenuating circumstances. For example, if there's heritage on the site, or for example, there's some form of affordability that's going to be offered that's really significant. So I believe that while the frontage being increased to 150 is a good idea, I think always leaving the Director of Planning the ability to relax that under extenuating circumstances or really meaningful public benefit is a good idea.
Okay, and you said two interesting things there. Was there one in sort of the interest of, the design and sort of the, creation of that public realm, but the other one in terms of public benefit. Can you expand a little bit on how you could see that playing out in public benefit?
Oh, for sure. For example, imagine you have a site that's 140 feet wide, right? Yep. Instead of 150, right? And there's a little building on the site that's heritage that has some existing SROs in it, for example. I'm just making something up, right? And you wanted to keep that. And in exchange for getting the density transferred to the other rest of the site, and you didn't meet the 150-foot criteria, but you were saving the heritage building and you were going to keep some low-end housing at the same time, some affordable housing, I think the Director of Planning shouldn't be hamstrung to not allow that to occur, for example. Just to, I don't know, making something up.
Okay, and could you potentially transfer some of the density across a couple of different sites within the plan in terms of generating some CACs or more affordability within one building, for example?
Yeah, I'm not big on density transfers, bringing that back into our world. We used to do that a lot of density transfers. I think up to 10% bonus for some sort of density transfer could be brought back, but there's a whole road you start going down with the whole density bank and opening that all up and moving things around. I think, again, the Director of Planning can be given discretion on a site-by-site specific CD rezoning to do things like that, but it shouldn't be something that I think is open up for broad consumption. I think it's dangerous, to be honest.
Okay, so some signaling kind of language, but still maintaining discretion. Good summary?
Yeah, the director of planning, I think that's something that should be the richness of our zoning that makes it different from other cities that I've noticed working in other places is the director of planning traditionally in Vancouver has always had the ability and flexibility to do the right thing given changing circumstances, locations, or what happens when the cookie cutter thing starts to happen, you start to wipe out any sort of creativity or anything of great substance.
Great, thank you.
That's great. Thank you. That was a bit over time, but you were very good about keeping to time this morning. So thank you, Gregory. That's it for your questions. Really appreciate you coming to speak to council.
Thank you.
So Speaker 4, Paolo Succi. Are you on the line?
Hi, you can hear me?
Yep, perfectly. Go ahead.
Okay, great, So thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. I also had to steal time away from work, so I'll keep my comments brief. First, I fully support this plan, and the reason should be obvious. Vancouver needs homes, and this plan provides more homes. It is far from perfect, but more homes in the province's second densest community should not be controversial. I should not have to take time out of my workday to ask for the approval of more housing in a city that is so desperate for it. That said, an amendment I'd encourage you to consider is the inclusion of a protected mobility lane along Broadway itself. This would be in line with our commitment to our Vision Zero and climate action goals. But more than that, fewer cars on what the plan itself calls a great street makes the area more livable, cleaner, less dangerous, and boosts economic productivity. World-class high streets are not built along arterials for a reason. High vehicle traffic areas are less pleasant for visitors and residents. Sure, along the parallel streets is welcome, but I think it's grossly unfair that we always relegate those who have chosen the most environmentally friendly mode of travel to side streets. Disability concerns are warranted. There are some people who need to drive, but we should reserve that finite road space for these people while providing transit, rolling, walking, and bike access for others. On a more personal note, I'd like to spend more time in this area. I'd like to patronize the local businesses, make use of public amenities, and contribute to a more vibrant neighborhood. Unfortunately, living there is difficult due to the high cost of limited availability of housing, and visiting is even difficult for someone without a car. But there's no reason this needs to be the case. As I've said, this plan isn't perfect, but ultimately I think it succeeds because it makes this area more accessible for more residents. For years, I've heard a lot of talk from this council about achieving sustainability, equity, affordability, and Vision Zero goals, but now it's time to take action, and approving this plan is the first step. Thank you for your time and service.
Great, and thank you for taking the time out of your very busy day. Really appreciate it. There are no questions, but again, thank you.
Sorry, can I ask you a question on this?
Oh, I'm not seeing.
Sorry?
Oh, sure. I'm sorry. There is a councillor asking questions who I'll just put him on the queue. He's not in chambers. Just 1 second. Councillor Weeb,
sure.
Go ahead. Up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, I got two questions. First question, you say it's not perfect. What are the elements that you'd like to see that currently aren't in the plan?
Many of the elements I think have already been mentioned. I'd like to see more density, especially along the SkyTrain corridor, as Kit mentioned before. Why not make the towers taller? I'd like to see more mixed-use residential throughout the rest of the plan. It'd be nice to spread out more of that housing. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of towers either, but when building is illegal, building apartments is illegal in much of the city, it's better than no housing at all. So yeah, personally, I think we could do better in that sense. But ultimately, yeah, I think there is. This is the plan we got.
Okay, and second question is recognizing we have the Vancouver plan, and people have talked about putting density around the city because Park Board said that this area is limited in access to nature and forest cover compared to other parts of the city that would be better suited for density because they do have school capacity and access to green space. So do you think that's something you should be looking at, is trying to spread this density around, or do you think the Broadway core is the best place for the density?
I think a combination of both. I think we can increase density on Broadway and we can increase density across the city.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And that is it for your questions. Again, thank you very much for speaking to us. That moves to Speaker 5, Brian Holmquist, who I believe is here in chambers.
Thank you. As we rushed up to this meeting, mere days after the final Broadway plan was finally released by staff, all 493 pages of it, I found myself asking, why are we getting so much information so late? What's the rush? I know the easy answer to what's the rush is that we have a housing affordability crisis. We get that. What we don't get is, why has it taken so long to get information that is voluminous yet disingenuous? Sorry for the big words. Why is it that literally for years, ordinary citizens like me have had to collect the information that underlines our concerns about this plan? Why have we had to model the Broadway plan instead of city staff? Perhaps because we've discovered that through that modeling, the Broadway plan density can be achieved without much high rise at all. Why is it that city staff have declined to provide you, council, with the bigger picture development pipeline that should be there to explain the plan? Unable to get useful information from staff, we have done the analysis that city staff have declined to do or to share with us anyway. Members of the Fairview South Granville Action Committee met recently via Zoom with several but not all members of council. Now, this committee includes amongst its members some very experienced, credentialed environmental scientists and engineers who assembled literally dozens of peer-reviewed studies conclusively demonstrating the climate and sustainability disaster that is concrete high-rise. Some of these studies were even prepared by city staff, yet have not been retabled as part of the Broadway plan's process, possibly because they run counter to the high-rise for all focus of the plan. More recently, staff tabled a housing progress report with you purporting to show the good work you and they were doing, especially for renters. But there's no objective data available behind the bar charts in that report. Again, private citizens have stepped up. Frustrated by staff's unwillingness to provide data on the true state of housing, especially where approved by spot rezoning, of which more than 380 have been initiated during this council's term, we dug deeper, and dug is the operant word. First, we went to more than 380 individual Shape Your City websites, one for each spot rezoning, in order to find some pretty basic stuff. What was proposed, how many units of what type, and what was the status of each rezoning? There's no centralized assembly of that basic data that is available to citizens. Perhaps some of our housing affordability crisis might be explained by what we found. Of the more than 380 spot rezonings commenced during this council's term, only half have been approved so far. The balance are grinding their way through city staff. Of the half that have been approved, only half of those have actually applied for building permission. The average time from an approved spot rezoning to getting its first phased permit, which is usually to dig a hole in the ground, is 2 years. Perhaps an accelerated approval process at City Hall might make things easier. Many of the half of the spot rezonings that have not received initial building permits have nonetheless received demolition permits to clear away the existing housing that will someday be replaced. Meanwhile, many tenants have been evicted, much housing has been destroyed, many sites have become vacant and derelict. Some have been flipped, resold at a premium, which will be passed on to their eventual occupants. Of the half of the spot rezonings initiated during this council's term that have received building permission, only 5 have been completed, representing 684 homes, of which 17% are rental and 83% are strata. Other completed projects during this council's term were initiated by previous councils. This is trickle-down economics at its worst, and it leads to the range of anguished, polarized debate that you will hear over the next while. Our research in more than 380 city websites shows that there are more than 60,000 spot rezoned homes that have been approved but not yet completed, more than half of which are rental. That's twice the staff's projection for the entire build-out of the Broadway plan. There are another more than 60,000 homes contemplated, including the Broadway plan itself, the Jericho Lands, Skeena Terrace, and many others. So if the plan is approved, how long will it be before any of this has any impact on the immediate affordability crisis? Local history suggests a very long time. You may have unanimous staff support for this Broadway plan, but you most assuredly do not have anything close to citizen support. Please send this flawed plan back to staff with suitable instructions so that when the Broadway plan comes back with today's opponents as tomorrow's supporters, which used to be the case in this city. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. You do have questions? Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you for doing all of the work of working through the data and putting it in visual terms. As you know, I've been trying to get data for some time, and on that subject, The pipeline data, could you just, you've kept track of this. How many units, whether we call them homes or households, how many units are currently in the pipeline?
There's at least 120,000. Half of those are approved and half of those are either submitted and in process or contemplated, such as the Broadway plan.
And based on the historical norm of a 1% per annum compounding population growth basis, how long would that pipeline accommodate population growth?
If we approved all of that housing tomorrow, it's about, what, between 15 and 20 years worth.
One of the questions that would also be tied to that is as economic drivers. We've heard that the health precinct adjacent to the hospital is one driver. Do you have a sense of what would drive economic growth in excess of pace of change?
No, I don't. I mean, the 1% per annum starts at least at Expo 86, and that was a big boom, and it carries on to today, and it's been 1%, little fluctuations here and there. I have no explanation as to why all of a sudden anybody thinks it's going to be 3%.
Well, you used the term trickle down. I'm looking at an article here on Strong Towns about the growth Ponzi scheme. Do you see any similarities in the thinking?
Well, yeah, I don't think I want to go there. Sure, I see similarities, but I'd have to look at the article in great detail to comment more reasonably.
So the subway's going in. It's going to affect change. So it's not a question of either or. What is it a question of?
Well, I think it's a question of what we want to do along that route and around that route. The concern I have is everyone keeps on talking about the Broadway corridor as if somehow it magically ends at 8th on the north and 10th on the south. The plan goes from 1st Avenue to 16th and Vine to Clark Drive. So there's huge amounts of proposed density. And what we calculated when we saw how many blocks were affected was what would be, we calculated that we could produce the density that the plan wants, the 30,000 new homes, 50,000 people, all in an average of 5 stories.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Just about, yeah, you are out of time, but thank you so much for answering those questions. Council, we don't have quorum right now. So I am asking, I mean, amongst us here is only us, but they don't have video on. So I'm asking councillors, Councillor Bligh, Weeb, and Boyle to put your videos on, please. Okay, we have quorum again? We now have quorum. Thank you. It's important to keep it on, as you can know, just so that we can actually make sure we do have quorum. So we are now going to move to the next speaker on the list, who is in Chambers, Stephen Boas.
Yes, I have a presentation to come up, and it should autoplay. Just give me a second to set up.
Yep, no problem.
And I'm going to obviously agree with Brian's comments here. Okay, and if you press play, it will advance the slide regularly. So, yeah, Councillor Carr, whenever you're ready. Actually, it's already advanced, so I'm Stephen Both. You can keep it going. So I'm looking at the Broadway plan and some of the affordable rental that's there. And currently, there's actually 2 towers
I just want to make sure it's on the public view, so just...
Okay, maybe you can rewind and we can restart. That's fine. And yeah, then just to introduce myself, I am Stephen Boas. I am a renter in Vancouver, and I work in Fairview, and I work in the visual effects industry. So I'm going to show some renderings here. I had a rendering up on 100 block West 10th showing potential.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you, Steve. I'm just still not seeing his presentation, which means it's not being projected to the public. I want to make sure the public is seeing this.
Oh, that's great. Thank you.
It's not on my screen. Okay. Well, it's up there, but it's not on our screens. And just while this is going on, council, and that's being figured out, I'm thinking to take a 10-minute break at 3 o'clock, just that we can stretch our legs and get a glass of water. You can just take a deep breath, Steve. It'll come on eventually, don't worry. Okay, that is all looking good on our screens and the public has view. So go ahead, Steve.
Thank you so much. I am showing a couple of views of 100 block of West 10th, and there are a few mature rental buildings that actually meet the criteria for redevelopment. And in theory, you could put two 20-story towers with 6.5 FSR per the policy. And in this case, it could be more than 2 towers per block because West Broadway is on the south side. This building sold for $16 million. It's 324 West 10th Avenue. Planning staff actually are considering rezoning with a larger floor plate elsewhere in the city. So these happen. And there's a lot of concern for businesses being displaced. So it's not just tenants as redevelopment happens. I was at the open house and I was told that the Mount Pleasant plan won't be superseded, but that's not the plan now. There's a rendering that I saw there of the entire city, and I think this is the best that planning produced. There's a 3D model that was used in the Western Community Plan I got via FOI, and that was all that the city had. There was nothing for the Broadway plan, so Brian and I made a model. I'm going to look at views first. So this is actually the view from City Hall, and I'm showing a rendering that shows some of the towers that could be built. And the reason why you have a view from City Hall is because these view cones from Canby Street, I'm representing them in 3D at the correct height. And this is actually what's being proposed under the plan in terms of how much you are looking at raising the view cone and the intrusions that would occur on the current view protections. So they're vast, and they've really been underestimated. I think we're doing a disservice by really weakening our cherished protected views of the mountains, whether it's along Ontario and Quebec Street, they're on Main, as pictured here, This is Central Broadway, uptown with City Hall there on one side. So you really have to look at the view impacts, and the analysis hasn't been done. So I wouldn't support changing the view cones. The other issue here is we have to consider the view cones. Okay, so we have a concrete canyon that might be forming on Broadway, and I think the impacts are just huge if you compare with the situation right now. So this is before and after. And that's not really a great street now. There's a lot of density that's being proposed, like here at Great Northern Way, really, really tall heights that have just come out that you would even see from Broadway. This is looking towards VCC across the street, looking north. And to realize the full scale of the impacts on the apartment zones, you really have to fly around. So we're going to take a tour, and you can see Guelph Park in the distance here, and the amount of change that's possible. This is Fraser Street, is just vast, and the upzoning is just incredibly huge. And if you consider that the West End Community Plan and the Mount Pleasant Community Plan all said we're going to keep the RM zones intact. And this plan is looking at full-scale redevelopment with, what could be a best-in-class demolition policy. But it's not going to work. It's going to displace a lot of people, and will obviously benefit developers. It would also benefit city staff because, let's be frank, $586 million in salaries, it's a lot of upzoning and zoning that might be for sale. That's the Lee building on the right side. You can recognize it really beforehand. So I've got real shadows. So all the diagrams I've seen from planning staff don't have the shadows, and I'm showing shadows. I'm showing some ground level views here. This is Granville and West Broadway, and the impacts on the shadows. And this is just the fall equinox at 10 a.m. are huge on the North Shore. I've changed the shadows here to October 23rd, 1 month past the equinox, and you can see that the Fairview slopes are really covered. I'm going to go back to March the 20th, 10 a.m. the equinox for the rest of the shadows. And I'm just looking at the apartment zones on some of the side streets, and the impacts are huge. And Council, if you want to see this in real time, we can set up a Zoom call, and I could share out my screen so this information it can be accessible to you. So I'm showing some before and afters of what's really being proposed. If you read the text of the plan with the work that Brian and I have done in really going through all those zones and visualizing it and visualizing the massing that could be possible and permitted under the plan as it's written right now.
Good. Is that it?
No. Yeah, and this is the overview. And yeah, I tried to get the base data via FOI, but that didn't happen. So I'd like, would have been very useful to get the city's base data, because I spent weeks, hundreds of hours just building the base data
Right.
to do this visualization exercise. So thank you, Councillor, for your attention. And
Well timed, and you do have questions. First from Councillor Kirby Young. Go ahead.
Hi, Stephen.
Hello. Good to see you in person.
Yeah, it's nice to see you too in person. So you mentioned that you specialize in sort of a background in visual effects, correct?
I'm currently working at a VFX studio on high-end films, yes, including some Oscar-nominated films.
Oh, wow.
VFX.
Okay, so you understand the power of kind of making an impact with visuals. I guess I'm wondering, in looking at some of those that you have, they're sort of faceless, monolithic kind of boxes, right? They don't have form or, kind of variation in sort of shape or so it looks a little bit monolithic there. I'm wondering if you think that's a fair, because I know there's been a lot of commentary and discussion around this. Is that a fair representation, really, of what that density is going to look like? Or do we have, we heard from Enriquez earlier, for example, architects that, presumably there's some pride in work and they're trying to put up some buildings that are sensitive to the public realm. So how do you square that when you've got sort of just a bunch of imposing boxes in the visuals that you showed us?
Okay, well, that's a great question. I've used massing models in the past many times with other cities. I do have a degree in landscape architecture, and I've consulted on teams for the City of Ottawa, for the National Capital Commission, and the City of Toronto. So we use massing models there of the same type and caliber. In the past, a lot of the architectural models, like if you've seen the wood models, you've seen the massing models made out of foam core and so on without any detail. So like this is an established way of showing visual representation of the massing. Now we don't have all the articulation, but I tried to like bring in and some of the concerns there with some of my first few slides where I did show the windows or at least the floors of a
Like
building.
street trees, setbacks, articulation, those kind of
Yeah,
things. Those are
yeah,
both
and also I spent a lot of time on this base model from the city that wasn't released, and I have gotten FOIs in the past, so that was actually a lot of work. So,
okay. I have
and I do respond that other people should try to do the work as
okay.
well.
Okay, thanks. And I've got limited time, so I want to ask one more question. And that was, you mentioned view cones, right? And in terms of, I can't remember which word to use, but essentially breaking those. And then we heard from staff this morning that we're respecting view cones, like particularly QE ones. They showed sort of a diagram where there was sort of a light green line that kind of went across maybe some of the tops of the trees, but said that the mountains remains unimpeded, for example. So can you clarify your comments around view cones?
I think we really have to dig in. I worked on the Ottawa Heights study for view protection in Ottawa, and what I'm talking about is the view protection that the Queen Elizabeth View Cone affords to a lot of the city. So it's not that just that one point there on the observation deck looking out beside the bronze statues that's important as a view cone. That view cone protects many, many other views, and I'm really talking about the loss of those views.
Okay,
As well.
Unfortunately, that's my time. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions.
All timed, Councillor Hardwick, over to you.
Thanks, Steve. I was going to ask you some of the same questions, but what you used for height and massing was based on the data that you were able to obtain based on the plan, correct?
Well, it's actually lower because Brian and I were using a 9-foot floor-to-floor height for the buildings, and it turns out you can go up to 10 feet for the residential. So we were actually conservative in some of the heights.
Do you have any sense of a given height and density massing that's available to developers that they tend to go under what they're able capacity-wise to do?
Well, I've been to many rezoning, and it's always either at the limit or pushing the limit a little bit. So this is the base where you start from.
So it doesn't really matter that it's all gray. It's giving the capacity of what's contemplated under the plan.
Yeah, and we try to do a fair representation showing the kind of height and density that's being talked about throughout the Broadway plan area.
Do you have any sense of the broader context for this? As you know, I'd been asking for some time for zone capacity data and had looked through a former city employee, had looked at 3D modeling for the existing built form of the city through Esri Urban. That showed, I think using LiDAR data from 2018, what the existing built form was like. Would it be possible using zone capacity data to really build a model, 3D model that would show what we could grow into under the current zoning?
Yeah, absolutely, and I believe that 3D model is actually complete in-house here from the 2018 LiDAR data for the buildings at least.
But that would have to be updated, obviously, but there was LiDAR, I understand, also in 2021 that could be utilized.
Yeah, or you can just build the various new buildings by hand and insert them there.
So the purpose of being able to do those modelings is to show what it is possible to build into according to the zoning, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you.
And you do have more questions. Go ahead, Councillor Weed.
Yeah, thanks a lot for coming today. We got a report from the Park Board today saying that the council should consider extending the shower protection frame in the Broadway plan to at least 5 p.m. How much difference do you think that makes in moving it from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. at the Equinox?
It makes a huge difference in terms of protecting the light there. The other thing that would make a very big difference is to move it to a month earlier and later, so to October 22nd from the Equinox to
move it either, and we've seen obviously at Metro Parks as well, parks being used year round, not just in those times, so it is important to have light year round.
Yeah.
My second question is, we heard today that the plans will be repealed and that they're outdated. And someone that's been part of the Mount Pleasant implementation plan, a 30-year plan, can you talk about why you think the Mount Pleasant plan is still valid today?
Yeah, and I remember all the time that we spent, and Matt Cholito and all the other people working so hard, the passion there to make the plan from second to main, and all the details we put in there and the hard work. So it was just heartbreaking to read those lines in the staff report. And I asked staff at the open house last year, and they said they're gonna just build on those plans, and there wasn't any talk about repealing. So I think there's so much value because of the fact that it was a community-based group with the CLG for the Mount Pleasant Community Plan, with the MPEG doing the implementation. And we were promised it's a 30-year plan. So it's a question about credibility as well. So the Broadway plan is also supposed to be a 30-year plan, but you're just seeing like a 30-year plan from 2013. You're looking at revoking it. So I'm very concerned about all that time and effort that I volunteered, and you and so many others.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
That is it for your questions. Thanks so much. So Council, I say that we would have a 10-minute break starting at 3 o'clock, and we're at 2:58. So let's take the 10 minutes now before we get to another speaker, and yeah, just get back here on time. Thank you. Remember to turn your videos on. back for that after that little break. We are on speaker 7, Scott Delange Boom. Is Scott on the line? We have Scott Delange Boom on the line.
Hello?
Is that Scott?
Yes?
Great, we can hear you. Go ahead. Up to 10 minutes.
Okay.
Sorry, up to 5 minutes. Sorry.
Hello, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I live in the Broadway area in an old 1960s era apartment building in Mount Pleasant, and I am here to ask you to pass the Broadway plan. Vancouver has a housing shortage, which manifests as high prices to buy or rent. The city's recent housing needs report identifies that we need 86,000 homes just to meet the needs of Vancouverites who are currently inadequately housed, with a total of 136,000 homes over the next decade. We need the 30,000 homes envisioned in this plan. We really need more than that 30,000, and over a quicker timeline than a 30-year plan. But we definitely need this because one thing is for certain, we can't meet our city's housing needs if this plan is rejected. And we cannot afford to delay any further on tackling the housing crisis. We're nearing the end of this council term, and there's been very little concrete action taken. A lot of meetings, a lot of plan exercises, a whole lot of consultation, but very little real action. Rents are up quite a bit since 2018, and this is your chance to change that and deliver on some real action here. The Broadway plan was started in June of 2018. It's been 4 years of public consultations, 4 years of emerging directions documents in the planning department. Well, far too many have struggled to find an affordable place to live, and it's time to act and get going on building the needed 30,000 homes and more. Finally, I urge you to pass this because of the climate. This past year, we witnessed the devastation of the heat waves and the floods, and we need to shrink our emissions, and there's no better way to do that than to build walkable, bikeable communities around a new multi-billion-dollar rapid transit line in the core of our region. We don't build the homes here, steps from SkyTrain stations and steps from jobs. The people who live here who would live here wouldn't just disappear. They're going to move somewhere where they have to drive, increasing emissions, polluting the air, and making everyone's quality of life worse. This isn't a perfect plan. It would be nice to see a bike lane on Broadway, for example. But don't let the perfect be the end of the good. Please pass this plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councillor Weber, are you on the list to ask questions, or is that a holdover? Okay, you do have some questions. Go ahead, Councillor Weber. Scott, did you hear that?
I could not hear Councillor Weeb.
Oh, do you want to repeat that question, Councillor?
Yeah, recognizing you talked a lot about housing, but obviously we've been talking about complete communities. Do you think we need to make sure that the amenity package is there, recognizing that this corridor has the least amount of square footage per community center space, access to parks, and other amenities? Do you think that it's something we need to make sure that when we build these complete communities, we're doing it as a comprehensive package?
Yes, amenities are definitely important. I live right beside Jude Chillen Park, and I take advantage of that quite a bit, and I'd like to see other amenities in the area for sure, but I wouldn't want to see the plan held back because we don't have the amenity package perfect.
Okay, so move this, and then in the Vancouver plan, look at an opportunity to make sure that holistically we're taking care of complete communities.
Yes, yeah. I'd like to see some progress on this, and we can always come back and tweak anything we miss here today.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Great. Okay, thank you, Councillor Weeb, and thank you very much, Scott, for coming to speak to us today. And we are now on to speaker 8, Ryan Matthew Campbell.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly. Go ahead.
Perfect. So my name is Ryan Campbell. I live in the Joyce Collingwood neighborhood, and my background is in civil engineering. I graduated from U of T and in a program focused on transportation planning. So I wouldn't call myself an expert on these things, but I would say I have some expertise at least. And I'm here to urge you to pass this plan, but to look at it. It's a good plan. It's not a perfect plan. Look for opportunities to improve it through amendments and through further work down the line. So a few things I think that are really positive about the plan. We've got interconnected crises right now on housing affordability, on the drug poisoning emergency, and on the climate emergency. And I think this helps address all three. So I think it is very urgent to take action here. I worry about some of the comments I heard earlier about slowing down development, which I think is the opposite of what we need. And there was an interesting comment from Councillor Swanson about the job density. And I'd just say that what I was taught in transportation engineering school was actually job density is a slightly better predictor of transit use than actual housing density. So, and it's fairly intuitive. You can drive to a train station and then take a train in, but you can't really do the reverse. You can't take the train to your car. So putting jobs in proximity to transit is a great thing for the environment. And for people who want to save money, for example, by living further out and commuting in by bus and train. So I think that's a very positive. I also think this focus on affordability and renter protections is important. I'm sure most people are aware older buildings have older codes, and we don't really require them to be updated to modern codes when it comes to fire, when it comes to accessibility, and when it comes to seismic safety. So a gradual renewal of the rental stock with proper protections to existing renters is very important to avoid things like what happened at the Winters Hotel and the deaths there, or the deaths that happened during the heat dome, which a lot had to do with people in inadequate housing. And I think we may have to look at our codes to better adapt to climate change with respect to the heat dome as well. Some things I would like to see more of is I think that there's this actually goes back to another comment by Councillor Swanson, which I think was quite good, is that there should be more density in the single family home areas. I also agree with Kit Saunders' comment that, a 14-story building or a 34-story building doesn't really have any new negative impacts. So you might as well build the 34-story building and house more people. I think this added density in single-family areas could be used to, you can build up or you can build out. We build up, that frees up land that we can use for parks. Like I said, I live in Joyce Collingwood. There's a playground right next to my apartment that is very well used. It's used by seniors too, who are there with their grandkids and their families. So it talks to some of the social isolation issues that were brought up. I just think that using density and leveraging it for these issues like affordability and amenities is really quite smart. I'd also like to see more off-arterial commercial. I think that's a big mistake that was made in the Joyce Collingwood area is, between Joyce and Boundary, there is a grand total of one commercial space, which is a lovely Filipino cafe that I go to. But we could use a lot more. It's the densest census tract in Vancouver is in Joyce Collingwood. And there's, you're still a 50-minute walk from groceries and a lot of amenities. And that just doesn't really encourage walking as much as it should. 15 minutes isn't terrible. That's something I would encourage you to consider too, is broadening the scope. The radius right now is a 7-minute walking distance to SkyTrain, is kind of like the limit for high density. That's about how far away I live. You can live a bit further and still use transit and still find it quite convenient. Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit scattered. I'm distracted at work. I think I'll leave it there and just. One other thing is I think it would be interesting if the city could consider putting covenants on the development or conditions that the stratas cannot ban rentals and cannot ban pets, and the rental buildings cannot ban pets. I think you find quite a bit of popularity there. I know it's tinkering, but I think, my building is a rental building. There's a lot of students, a lot of seniors, a lot of families there. And I think requiring, and a lot of pets too, and I think requiring that new developments be friendly in those respects would be of value as well. Thanks.
Great. That was perfectly timed. Great points. And you have no questions. So thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And moving on to speaker 9, Helen Kyle. Helen Kyle on the line.
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, moving on to speaker 10, Gareth Sirotnik, who is in person. Welcome.
Council. I represent a 56-unit building 1 block from Broadway and Granville. During the vote on 1477 West Broadway, one councillor said insightfully that residing in the West End, she enjoys the dense high-rise environment. I agree. I lived in the West End for 19 years before I moved to South Granville for the past 30 years. However, the West End is surrounded in close proximity on 3 sides by arguably the world's greatest urban beaches and parks, with more parks in between. The Broadway study corridor not only has nothing comparable, it has nothing at all. And the proposed Broadway plan doesn't offer one new park or any other public amenity, not one. I'm in favor of increased density, very much so, but people desperate for affordable housing are being hoodwinked into thinking all these towers will provide what they need. But tower clusters do just the opposite. They raise rents all around and for smaller, less affordable spaces than already exist in very large numbers in all the shoulder areas of the Broadway corridor. The plan heralds that it will make Broadway, quote, a great street. Here's the planner's Bible on Great Streets by Alan Jacobs. The Broadway plan does not have one single essential quality of a great street anywhere in the world identified in this book. Not one. No clear beginning or end, no ample light, no squares, no parks, no transparency or complementariness in the built form, and no comforting or intimate relationship between the street width and the heights of surrounding buildings. For a street to be great, the built space contains or embraces the street in a human, harmonious fashion. Not so under the Broadway plan. The city's own urban design panel did not approve the Broadway plan, and their recommended changes were not made, but the panel was not allowed to vote the second time around. So when it comes to the urban design of our city, why must we look at cities like Shanghai? Why must we compete with the likes of Brentwood Mall or Metrotown? Why can't we look instead to Amsterdam and other enlightened cities that have successfully created high density, but on a human scale and with concern for the environment and climate? So I offer an alternative vision for the corridor. Zone the entire street, Broadway itself, for 6 stories, but with 4 bonus floors for meeting one of these criteria, 8 floors for meeting 2, and so forth. 1, set the building back and provide ground floor sidewalk space for lively cafes, restaurants, and so forth. 2, provide a public amenity. 3, use exceptional quality materials and design. There are far more opportunities along Broadway for mid-range buildings with these benefits than the high towers prescribed in the Broadway plan. As for the shoulder areas of Broadway, leave them zoned as they are. There are hundreds and thousands of perfectly good rental housing units already in place with affordable rents and decent-sized units throughout the corridor. To put it simply, looking at my own area of Broadway Granville Slopes, if you vote instead for what the plan sets out, there will be no more view in Fairview and no more slope in Burrard Granville Slopes. Lastly, I make an appeal for the environment. It's well established that towers, even so-called green ones, are not truly green. More energy is burned in their construction and operation by far than with medium-rise buildings. Don't just talk the talk on climate change. A thorough paradigm shift is essential in the face of existential threat. Seriously, Council had the wisdom to ban plastic shopping bags. That's a much smaller example. but it requires this paradigm shift. Turn down this short-sighted plan and its outdated thinking. Look to progressive cities like Amsterdam. Make Broadway truly great. Thank you.
Thank you. And you do have questions from councillors, so you wouldn't mind. Councillor Weeb, go ahead first. 3 minutes.
Yeah, I have a quick question. Since you talked about urban form and living in the West End, there's been comments about building towers in a park instead of the podium development that we're seeing throughout the plan. Is that something that you'd be more comfortable with, is having more towers in the park, which means no podium, green space, large trees, or kind of that public realm feel, than having the podium, which we're seeing mostly throughout the plan?
Well, I look at Georgia Street, which was specifically planned, designated as a processional street, and it's succeeded. There are very large setbacks. There are large green spaces and other features that work successfully. So it's an urban design process. I know the city staff have worked hard on this, and I've gone to all of the public meetings and presentations and participated in all the surveys. But I'll tell you, the planning community as a whole, and I know a lot of planners, are very disappointed. So I'm not an urban design specialist. I can't say what could be done, but I can give you an example. My building, the developer of my building at the crest of the slope up at Broadway, got 6 extra floors as a bonus for giving nearly 30% of the land as a permanent public park. I don't think this plan as it's designed permits any similar kind of enlightened self-interest in what's going to transpire.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. More questions? Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you very much. Be interested to understand why you think towers are being promoted, given everything you've had to say about climate, about human scale urbanism, what we heard from an earlier speaker about health and well-being. Why then, given those, all of these different considerations, why do you think that the tower paradigm is being promoted?
I think it's an old way of thinking. There's been a lot of discussion about having this density right up to stations. I understand that, and it's tempting to think that. But other great cities have found other ways of having density with transit at a medium and low rise. And I just think it takes a shift in paradigm. Falling back on the old tower idea is just unworkable. Frankly, 30 years ago, I moved into this building I'm in. But out of care for the environment, I don't have a car anymore. I don't use my gas fireplace. I wouldn't move into a tower anymore, and I'm not that high. I'm in a medium-rise building. It's an old way of thinking. We have to change this paradigm. We really face existential threat. We have to shift out of this.
Well, there's 2 parts to it. There's the built form and the housing typology as you've described, but there's also the financial aspect of it.
Well, yes, of course, I know. Obviously, it's going to be a boondoggle for the development industry. There's no doubt about that. People are already being pushed into assemblies in my neighborhood. And that's just going to happen more and more. This plan makes that eminently possible. And I think I don't know about the economy and interest rates. It could happen a lot faster than it's envisioned over this 20 or 30-year horizon.
Have you focused primarily then on the built form, or the reason I'm asking the question is that the financial structure, the large-scale pro forma on all of this is intertwined with the amount of money that can be generated from production, from tower production?
Yeah, I know there's all kinds of things about, what money is generated and all of that. And frankly, it's not my concern. The future of this city and its livability, it has such a long tradition of urban design and livability. I think that's been thrown out the window. Really sad. I'm not expert enough to comment on the financial aspect of this. But I know I can tell you where the sites already are in my area of the slopes, they're just going to go right away for hearings for very tall buildings.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, more questions? Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Over here.
Okay.
Gareth?
Yes.
I really appreciate your comments. And you said you're Broadway and where roughly?
For an eighth, so a block from Broadway and Granville.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. I can follow.
Yeah, actually, our building goes right up to Broadway.
Okay. One of the questions is that you, and I appreciated it, you sort of spoke about sort of the public impetus for amenities and gave the example of sort of the park space. We also talked about other cities have done density without achieving that. And we hear a lot, people citing different European cities, Paris and others.
Barcelona.
Yeah, but a lot of them don't have single family zoning the way that we do.
Right.
So we sort of have this push and pull between, to your point, if you don't necessarily want to go towers, but you go the other way, but there's been a lot of resistance to putting sort of lower story, more of the similar 6-story style that we hear about those European cities across the city. Do you have a perspective on that?
Yes, I do.
Because it's not an apples to apples, right? Like they haven't grown in the same way.
If you tried to develop any of this of any scale, even a much lower scale, in Kerrisdale or Dunbar, you'd have vastly more opposition. A lot of people are NIMBY. I know that. I don't consider myself NIMBY. I have supported a lot of things in my neighborhood, such as the social housing at 6th and Fir, that a lot of people in my area opposed because it was necessary, important to have that. And it's important to have density. We have to have that. And it can be done well.
So I'm just jumping in because we have limited time. So what do you do if you're sitting in our seats in your council and some of the opposition might be coming from the same folks that are concerned about densifying single family that are also concerned about towers? How would you balance that?
Well, I think there's a paradigm shift required. If we're going to deal with both demands of housing, affordable housing, increasing immigration, which we're going to see massive amounts with climate change, we have to look at a different model and give up this old way of thinking. And I think council has to face up to that.
Okay. And then did you say in terms of like that dedicated park space, has that been fully accessible to the public in that example you gave, or there's this terminology?
Yes.
POPs or privately owned public space. Is yours a POPs or was it actually dedicated as public space?
It's permanently an open space, which we maintain, and it's used a lot.
Okay. It's open. It's not gated off.
No, it's not gated off. Although knowing that there's going to be probably 120 dogs, and I think pets are great, at 1477 West Broadway, the only place they're going to be able to come is our park. There's no other green space nearby. But yes, it's completely open, and it's quite used.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I have put myself on the list. You piqued my interest by raising questions around Europe. I just returned, our cities in Europe. I just returned from a business trip representing Metro Vancouver in Copenhagen and Malmo, Sweden. So what I learned there is that you're right. They've got a lot of density at lower rise. But the question is really around the ability to provide affordable housing at that scale where land costs are very high. Because in those inner cities, especially in Copenhagen, industry abandoned the inner city and left a lot of land, very cheap land in the end, where they developed their public space and more housing. So in the absence of that, how do we achieve affordable housing at lower scale?
Well, I don't know how Amsterdam, I don't think Amsterdam is all abandoned or all the housing was abandoned. And of course, we're not Europe. Sorry?
It was industry that abandoned.
In the industry, yes. And I've seen some programs about that, about those developments and those sites.
Yeah.
Well, like all major cities, our costs, our housing costs have skyrocketed. But I don't see that this plan is really going to change that. I'm really skeptical about that. It's going to push rents up inevitably. And not only that, but I appreciate that protections are going to be put in for existing renters coming back at the same or even a lower rent. But it's not going to be the same size space. It's going to be smaller spaces, which is going to be very tough for people, especially for families. So I wish I were a magician. I could answer your question, but I can't.
Me too. The other thing that I noted there, and I just have a minute left, is that they really do incorporate public space, as your building has, or as the building you mentioned has, by including inner building courtyards that have a phenomenal amount of the children's play areas, public meeting space within court. Have you witnessed anything?
Yes, I've seen that in other places. And I just think this plan should be modified to encourage that. That's why I offered a different vision, where there's a bonus.
Right.
There's no bonus. And if the province does what it's threatened and invades our urban design and takes away the right for hearings on buildings in all this rezoned area, then there's going to be no opportunity for these kinds of improvements.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you taking the time to come in.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Great. So we are on.
It's a good book, by the way.
Yeah, I did copy the title down. Thank you. Speaker 11, Alda Pereira. Is Alda Pereira on the line?
The speaker is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 12, Peter Andreasen. Yes?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, we can hear you. You're a little bit sort of jumping, like your voice isn't quite steady. So why don't you start talking? Let's see if it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, my name's Peter Andreasen. I'm a former resident of Fairview, of the area under the Broadway plan. My wife and I had to leave because of the deteriorating quality of the building we were living in. I just want to speak in support of this plan. As many speakers before me have said, we're in the middle of a housing crisis, a climate crisis, drug poisoning crisis, and we are badly in need of homes. I would also like to mention, as many others have, that even with the number of homes planned out over 30 years, we will still not meet the deficit that we've built ourselves into. I think it's also important for council to recognize that this is a 30-year plan, and there are many opportunities along the way to tweak it and make it better, as well as the coming Vancouver plan. But for this specifically, I think we need to go ahead and expedite this as quickly as possible and get some much needed spaces in for younger people, as well as for people looking to take advantage of the many economic opportunities of the Broadway corridor, as well as the Vancouver downtown. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. There are no questions for you. Very much appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Sorry, if the next speaker is it 13 on the line, Mark Trischuk?
Hello, I'm here.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and Council. My name is Mark Trischuk. I live in Mount Pleasant in the study area for the Broadway plan. I'm here to speak in support of the Broadway plan. I'd like to echo many of the comments made by other speakers in support. Obviously, there's so many, I couldn't get through them all in 5 minutes, but I would like to cover a few points that I find important. In terms of building high density around transit stations and something that's going to revolutionize our city, the Broadway subway. I think density and tall buildings close to these stations is essential if we're going to be able to efficiently organize cities. People who live in these buildings will use the subway to get to work, to school, or to leisure activities without a car. Walking will be the main form of transport for them, and we have to be supportive of this. Put them in a place where they can accomplish these things without a car. These buildings need to be in walking distance of stations. I'd also like to make a comment in support of Councillor Boyle's proposed amendments about the Great Street and active transportation elements of Broadway. Broadway should be a place where people want to be. and that isn't next to 6 lanes of roaring traffic. There should be wide sidewalks, active transportation lanes, and places to spend time. I would suggest that the 3 to 4 kilometers of a quote great street isn't good enough. I would hope that the entire length of Broadway within the study plan area is made into a great street, because I have a feeling that we know which side of Main Street that 3 to 4 kilometers is going to end up on. And finally, as I was walking through the West End last week, I realized that's the feel that this Broadway plan is intending to achieve. Lovely leafy streets with mostly low rise and a tower once or twice per block. People love the West End. This is a model that can and should be emulated in other parts of the city, and I'm excited to see that this type of feel and energy will be brought to other parts of the city. In terms of the higher density areas, I'm excited that parts of Broadway will start to emulate Yaletown. Again, this is a part of the city that people love. I'm excited to see this emulated elsewhere. In terms of the small detail brought up by Mr. Enriquez in terms of frontages, I did notice the change to 150 feet in terms of a minimum frontage for a tower, and I think that strikes me as slightly too large. I think something slightly smaller will also address the concerns of shadowing and view impact. Having a slightly thinner, smaller tower can effectively bring in more density while also preserving the currents and addressing the concerns of Mr. Palmquist and Mr. Bohus. I think this, again, will make these areas feel more like the parts of the city that we love, like parts of Northeast Kitsilano. Finally, I'd just like to say, in terms of the support of this plan, I don't think that can be overlooked. 65 to 70% it really is a slam dunk for anything related to public consultation. And I hope you pass this plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you for taking the time. There's no questions for you, but again, very much appreciate you speaking to council. I'm going to run through a few that I don't believe are on the line, but I'm just going to check. Speaker 14, Kyle Simunovic. On the line?
I'm just double checking. And no.
Okay.
Speaker 14, no.
Speaker 15, Amanda Collins.
Again, I'm just double checking, and no. No speaker 15.
Great. Speaker 16, Jeremy Bowman.
Hello.
Oh, great. Jeremy, go ahead. We can hear you clearly. Up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, so as I said, Jeremy Bowen is my name. I'm a resident of the Fairview Slopes area. Just for a second, I've got feedback on my, I do apologize.
That's okay. Yep. Make sure you handle that.
I do apologize. I'm going to go to another room as well.
Yes, get away from your computer.
Okay, sorry, I do apologize. Okay, I'm a resident of Fairview Slopes. I am actually in favor of many parts of the plan, especially along the main key roads such as Broadway. But what I'm going to be asking the Mayor and Council is to protect the Fairview Slopes' unique character and views both looking north to the water, city and mountains, and looking south from Vancouver City. Oh, excuse me. This beautiful sloping and sometimes very steep area of narrow streets and low-level mainly owned apartments, which are 3 to 4 stories, is unique, having views looking north through Charleston Park to the water, city and mountains, and also when looking south from the city towards the Fairview Slopes, both providing a view corridor unfound anywhere else in Vancouver. Especially the area Oak Street to Laurel Street and West 8th to West 6th Avenue, which have a clear view through the park due to very low or no trees. These 2 city blocks need to be excluded from the Broadway plan changes to keep this unique and wonderful family neighborhood of Vancouver City View Code. It just cannot be replaced. The Phase 4 draft plan came as a complete shock, as previously it had not been clear that Fairview Slopes would become a potential for a change from the 3 to 4 stories to 6 to 12 stories, and additionally with no public hearing to voice objections or suggestions, such as the case with Charleston Park area, which when was presented by planners with mid-rise buildings, the public quickly complained about and was removed from the plan. I, for one, could not go to the open houses due to COVID and being immune compromised. But open houses do not replace public hearings. The change being suggested to this particular area, as well as some others, Fairview Slopes, is massive. There is literally no other residential city block that has these views. It cannot be replaced. Additionally, the potential for low-cost housing in Fairview Slopes is extremely limited, with mostly owned apartments in good condition. On West 8th Avenue, in this one block, there are two heritage designated properties. One an Arthur Erickson designed 3-level concrete 2007 apartment building at 977, and one original house at 967, and no rental housing property, also limiting scope for this block of West 8th between Oak and Laurel Street to provide additional housing. If allowed to be redeveloped, Fairview Slopes, and in particular this one city block, will become one of the most expensive to live in Vancouver, having a multi-million-dollar view, and at the same time taking away the view and decreasing the property value from whatever sits behind these potential new high-to-rise buildings. This is not going to provide affordable housing, but will fill the pockets of a few landlords with untold profit. I request that the existing plans for 6th to 7th Avenue between Oak and Laurel be left in place to maintain the unique character and views only this one block provides to the city of Vancouver, and not allow the Broadway plan to supersede it in the Fairview Slopes area. Thank you.
Great, and thank you for taking the time. There's no questions, but again, really appreciate you speaking to council.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Speaker 17, Leslie Bolt. Is Leslie Bolt on the line?
I'm just checking. I believe so.
Yep, Leslie Bolt, if you're on the line, it's your turn now.
Chair Carr, she was on the line and somehow got disconnected. So I guess we have to go to the
I'll come back to her. I'll maybe call again after a few speakers.
Oh, just a second. It's happening live in the moment. Yes, she's back on, I believe.
Okay, Leslie Bolt?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Thanks to City Council for the opportunity to speak today. I'm a renter and a resident of South Granville, and I'm speaking today in support of the Broadway plan. I'll be brief, as I know many of my comments echo those of others who spoke in support of the plan today. This plan is the result of 3 years of work and community engagement by your staff, and it presents Vancouver with a once-in-a-generation opportunity to progressively influence the future of our city, creating more desperately needed housing for individuals and families. And yes, this includes public, nonprofit, and cooperative housing. More sustainable neighborhoods where people walk, cycle, or take transit for most of their trips. A place where there's job opportunities for working people and also for young graduates. A place to build transit connections for the future, and a major step forward in preparing for and adapting to climate change in our city. As someone who rents in the Broadway plan area and understands housing displacement firsthand from my own experience with rent eviction in South Granville 4 years ago, I know how critical it is for the city and the province to offer strong, enforceable tenant protections to prevent displacement and to allow people like me to continue to live in our neighborhoods, even as the aging housing stock is renovated and more new housing is built, much needed new housing. I believe the Broadway plan and the mayor's proposed amendments to the plan helps to provide that reassurance for renters like me. I also appreciate the many constructive comments other speakers have made about the plan today. However, in my view, rejecting or delaying this plan any longer is simply not an option. As a resident in the Broadway plan area, I know the proposed increased density in our neighborhoods will mean changes for us, with many more homes for people, and many new places where people can work, play, shop, and live, more than we have now. And this kind of change can be a bit scary and uncomfortable. We've heard this from a number of speakers today, and to be honest, it is for me too. But I also know that you, as councillors, need to make decisions that you know will benefit the public and the needs of the community, not just for today, but for generations to come. The urgent crises our city is facing, the housing crisis, the climate emergency, public health emergencies, they all require bold action. As former Vancouver Mayor and BC Premier Mike Harcourt said recently, cities are not ordained. We get to choose the city we want. And that choice is before you today. Now is the time for bold action, and I urge Council to vote in favor of the Broadway plan. Thank you.
Great, and thank you. You do have some questions? Go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
Great.
Yeah, thanks for speaking today. We are hearing people that like the bold plan, but they want to see some of the elements from some of the former plans, including livable laneways and having commercial lanes activated and some of the other elements. Do you think we need to be making sure that we add those elements that really make our neighborhoods livable?
I think I would echo the comments that some of the other speakers have made, that there will be opportunities to make improvements to this plan over time to address some of those issues and many of the other issues that will come up, again, as our city grows and changes. So I think there's room for improvement, but I would not be in support of a delay of this plan now.
Okay, but some of those, that was a 30-year plan, so people want to see those promises delivered in their community. So I think it's fair that we continue to deliver on those promises while we push this forward as well.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great, that's it for your questions. Thanks so much for taking the time to address us. Is Speaker 18, Rhiannon Fox, on the line?
Yes, hello.
Great. We can hear you clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. I'm calling today to urge you to pass the Broadway plan with a few amendments. The Broadway plan has the potential to add tens of thousands of homes over the next 30 years. Homes are badly needed, and building homes near transit is a key piece to combating climate change, reducing urban sprawl and the resultant habitat loss, and shortening or eliminating vehicle commutes. It is disheartening to see, though, that this plan continues to focus the majority of development in areas where density is already comparatively high, while leaving huge swaths of the lowest density single-family home neighborhoods relatively or completely untouched. This matters because tenant displacement would be far lower if we added more housing to lower density areas, and because confining most renters to busy, loud arterials perpetuates health inequities. I urge you to amend the plan to expand the areas where apartments are allowed to be built so that we can encourage growth in low-density neighborhoods. I hope you'll also support Mayor Stewart's amendment to strengthen tenant protections. Next, while the Broadway plan contains ambitious transportation mode shifts, it doesn't to actually encourage people to switch to more sustainable forms of transportation. If you want people to change the way they travel around our city, you need to make the alternatives just as convenient and safe as driving. I applaud city staff for their inclusion of expansions of the Greenway network, and I'm excited about the SkyTrain extension itself. But bike routes shared with cars are comfortable and ability, as anyone who cycles for transportation regularly can tell you. I have lost count of the number of close calls I've had with vehicles while riding on designated bike routes in the city. I had one just today on my way to pick up the kids from school. Nor are they convenient to accessing all that Broadway and our other commercials have to offer. And pretending that Broadway can be a so-called great street while maintaining 4 lanes of vehicle traffic is simply unrealistic. Sitting on a restaurant patio on one of our 4-lane commercial streets, as my husband and I did last night on Hastings, and see how comfortable it feels. We are also in the midst of a traffic safety crisis, especially for pedestrians. People were killed by drivers while walking in Vancouver last year. 4 of them were killed while walking on sidewalks, including a toddler in her father's arms. Between 2016 and 2020, 143 pedestrians were killed by drivers in Metro Vancouver, and over 6,000 were seriously injured. This is a public safety crisis. The ongoing shift to EVs may help with emissions, but it won't solve this problem. In areas where we expect lots of people to be walking and spending time, we must deprioritize cars and put people's lives, health, and safety first. To that end, I strongly urge you to amend the Broadway plan to further reduce the number of vehicle lanes, to expand sidewalks and add traffic calming elements, and to include a protected mobility lane on Broadway itself. The city's own approved Transportation 2040 document demands it. It states that separated cycling facilities will be included in all new major roadway projects. Staff has said that they chose to prioritize pedestrian space on Broadway rather than space for cyclists. But in fact, it's mutually exclusive if the city has the courage to take space from vehicles instead. Protected active mobility lanes improve safety, not just for cyclists, but for pedestrians as well. A 2019 study of 12 cities found that protected bike lanes dramatically reduced fatalities for all road users, largely because they result in lower traffic speeds and fewer vehicles on the road. I have 2 young children, and we get around primarily by bike. One of my kids sees a specialist on Broadway. Several of our favorite restaurants and shops are there, and I'd love to be able to discover new places to eat and shop and hang out in the Broadway corridor. I can't do that easily when we have to zigzag back and forth between Broadway and 10th. While 10th is okay for folks commuting through the area by bike, it doesn't serve inexperienced cyclists or others who might struggle with the much hillier route. It doesn't serve people actually trying to patronize businesses on Broadway. It doesn't help bike couriers who will be riding on Broadway regardless and deserve to be able to do so safely. And it doesn't help the businesses who would benefit from these new potential customers. Please support these amendments, and I urge you to pass the Broadway plan without delay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Weber, okay, that was a holdover. You were very clear, no questions for you, but thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Great. And Speaker 19, William Dawson. William Dawson on the line?
I believe Speaker 19 is on the line. I'm just getting a message. One moment, please.
Hello?
Yeah, William Dawson?
Sorry, I had a moment. Good to go?
You are good to go. We can hear you clearly.
Hello, I am a 21-year-old UBC student living near campus, and I'm speaking in support of the plan, since I believe we as a city are at a crossroads. It is clear that the status quo is untenable, and that to move towards the future we need to begin somewhere. That somewhere is here along the Broadway corridor. It is a fact that Vancouver is continuing to grow, and that growth needs to be accommodated. That is something desirable, not something to fear. It should be welcomed, as those who come here bring with them their knowledge, their ingenuity, their perspective, and their dollar. This is not a matter of charity. This is in all of our interests as well. There's already a dire shortage of housing across the entire metro area, and every moment that we spend planning and consultation instead of action, the problem will continue to get worse. We must recognize that the cityscape of the Broadway corridor as we know it is not its psyche or natural condition. It is instead a result of misguided policies put in place decades ago, which we continue to be shackled to. Thus, I do not see the Broadway plan as a radical departure. Instead, I see it as the beginning of a rectification, to put us back on the path we should have been on all along. The Broadway corridor is already the second busiest region in the city. It is much part of the core of our city as anything north of Falls Creek and should be treated as such. It's finally getting a subway line. It is the second greatest concentration of economic activity, and is inaccessible due to inertia that prioritizes the city of yesterday, not the one of tomorrow. I know too many people have been forced to leave due to just not being able to afford it. And sure, there are countless more who have been denied the chance to live there in the first place. The Broadway plan will not solve all the crises facing us. More work is required. It is not a perfect plan either. I strongly support the amendments proposed by the Mayor and Councillor Boyle regarding tenant protections and allocating more road space to active transportation. But it brings some much-needed relief, and it could be a first step towards constructing a Vancouver that allows itself to look into the future, rather than be constrained by fear of change or misguided aesthetic ideals to a past, if left unchallenged, will lead to stagnation right in the heart of our community. I have been disappointed to see opposition to this plan on grounds that effectively boils down to discomfort with change, and a willingness to sacrifice future residents and those in the margins out of a distaste for specific aesthetic qualities of the built form of mid-rise and high-rise development. If you want Paris or Amsterdam, you have to be willing to look at the entire city and make it look like that, and not just concentrate on Broadway. I believe that for all of our sakes, we must be willing to move past this and be a place where people can move to where they can be most productive and fulfill the prices they can afford. On behalf of young people unable to move into a home of their own, workers forced to deal with longer and longer commutes due to there being nowhere they can live nearby, new arrivals who cannot live in the heart of the city, tenants who are forced to pay higher and higher prices to compete for fewer and fewer homes, for grandparents unable to have their grandchildren visit them, and the natural environment currently being sacrificed to sprawl, and for those left with no housing options at all, I urge Council to adopt the Broadway plan. Thank you.
And thank you. That was very clear. No questions. I really appreciate you coming to speak to us. Speaker 20, Christopher Porter. Are you on the line?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, very clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks. Good afternoon. I wanted to start by saying I think this is a good plan. If Vancouver is going to reach its carbon reduction targets, we need more people living, working, and shopping next to fast and efficient public transit. So I'm supportive of the new density this plan allows, but there is one big gap. In Vancouver's Transportation 2040 plan, there's a section on the importance of adding underground rapid transit to Broadway. It says, by freeing up road space, we create opportunities to transform Broadway into a great street by allocating more room for other uses such as wider sidewalks, public spaces, more streets, more trees, and bike lanes. I'm glad to see the Broadway plan partially realizing this vision of a great street, but what happened to the bike lanes? As far as I can tell, there was broad-based support for new separated bike lanes along Broadway during the consultation period. I don't have access to the raw data, but looking at the engagement summary notes, it says, people like the great street concept and more space for pedestrians and cyclists. That investment in pedestrian and bike lanes will make traversing the corridor a more pleasant experience. And lastly, that more people were in favor than against the new protected bike paths on Broadway. So I'm kind of confused what happened. I listened to staff's responses to questions this morning, and thank you to Councillor Bligh and Boyle for asking them. And they said the city wants to see Broadway become a great walking environment first. And that's great, and I support that. But bike lanes, which add a buffer space between pedestrian and cars, make the walking environment better for everyone. So I'm disappointed bike lanes on Broadway aren't in the final plan, and I hope Council can rectify that before they approve it. And finally, I wanted to close by saying that this is my first time speaking at Council, and I'd prefer not to do it again. I'm here because I think this plan is important, but nothing I said today couldn't have been captured in an email. But unfortunately, there's a perception that speaking at Council carries more weight in your decisions, a perception backed by the large number of people signed up to speak today, and probably another day. This isn't an efficient use of anyone's time, and it's not inclusive, so I hope Council will find a way to change that narrative. Thanks.
Thank you. And I do think, speaking to council, that you have heard, or that you've been heard by all the councillors, so you have had an impact, and I hope it's not the last time that you speak to council.
Thanks.
Have a good evening. Speaker 21, Tara Sidhu-Fraser. Oh, there you are, in person.
In 1948, my grandmother Nirmal Dutt and grandfather Jab Sidhu began their business on the corner of West 2nd and 1st Street, a small carpet store named East India Carpets. At this time, the area of West 2nd was unrecognizable. The streets were filled with dust, and Granville Island as we see it today was non-existent. This area was a prime spot for my grandparents because it was affordable and filled with other Punjabi people. It was also home to the first Sikh temple of Vancouver. My mama and uncle still share their memories of West 2nd Avenue and visiting the temple. They show photographs of my grandma behind a desk, sitting amongst stacks of paper, my grandfather in a business suit shaking hands with various people in the community, faded images of my uncle and mama, when they are my age, lifting and flipping ribbon rugs. As time passed, as my grandparents grew older, they witnessed the growth of Vancouver, especially West 2nd Avenue, the rise of Granville Island Market, paving roadways, and taking part in developing what is now known as Vancouver's design and creative mecca, the Armory District. In reviewing the draft Broadway plan, a majority of our area is deeply concerned with the lack of height density being granted to our light industrial neighborhood. Today, my mama and uncle are still managing the carpet store, as well as 3 modest buildings on Fur and West 2nd. The buildings alone provide employment for about 100 employees, the great majority of whom are design and creative economy renters, and they'd love to be a short walk from work. We're also home to a not-for-profit cultural group like India Summer Arts Festival, among the few cultural links to the neighborhood's South Asian community. The Broadway plan is a 30-year plan and grants only 1.5 FSR increase on commercial building heights in our continuously growing city. The residents and building owners of the Armory District are urging you to make allowances for higher density that can absorb significant added employment capacity in the area in the coming decades. The Armory Design District is in extremely high demand at today's market conditions, and the proposed density of the plan is adequate for 5 to 10 years, but not for 30 or more years into the future. As well, the Sanok site is reported to incorporate predominantly rental housing for thousands of residents. A majority of this housing comprises multiple towers of up to 59 stories, sited on east side of Burrard Bridge, directly adjacent to the Armory District. Additionally, we note that the South Falls Creek neighborhood plan contemplates significant densification on city-owned lands. It's our hope to foster an exciting creative and design district that harmonizes symbiotically with the proposed Sanok development and proposed transportation plans. A 12-story office tower and streetcar transit hub at 1st or 2nd and 1st Street are also proposed. The streetcar hub, according to news reports, will ultimately connect both the Olympic Village station and the Arbutus station on the new Broadway line. This is a perfect opportunity for an expanded, improved creative economy built around pedestrian and sustainable transportation for a new, large residential community. We ask that you not put a low ceiling on our ability to absorb new business over the coming decades. And while we understand that some existing area residents express concerns for density and their views, we ask that you also consider the future residents who will need work. We've been here for decades. As business owners, it's our strong desire to preserve and expand employment capacity of the city, not erode it. We further note that only 600 additional parking spaces are proposed for the entire complex, along with the proposed streetcar station right in our area. This will put a severe parking pressure on the Armory District, which is already under stress. While we share the goals of a walkable city, our small businesses, clients, and employees must transport heavy or cumbersome goods in the vehicles. That's in the nature of light industry, the design industry, and small business. So we respectfully request that generous parking provisions are incorporated into any final plans. Thanks so much for your consideration.
Thanks so much. Don't leave the podium. You have questions from councillors? Councillor Bligh first. Go ahead.
Thanks very much, and thank you for being here. I know your family's business quite well. It actually flagged for me. We received a letter from, and I'm going through my hundreds of letters and have read them all, but this one I can't get my finger on at this particular moment, which is around the support of the businesses in your neighborhood. Are you part of that?
Yeah.
Advocacy group. I was listening for it in your.
We did. My cousin and I sent out. It was a like a card.
Oh, okay. No,
like
it wasn't a card.
through email, just to show the Army District what it is. And
okay.
yeah.
Yeah. So, and there was an additional letter, and I didn't. I know your business, so I didn't flag for me your name, or I probably would have recognized that. But it was a different. So I just wondered, what's the conversation with your, the other businesses in that direct neighborhood related to the Broadway plan? Because it did strike me, you're not a typical BIA that we would hear from.
Yeah.
That are writing in support. It seemed like a distinct group that we don't often hear from. So it was just interesting that you're in the same vicinity. Have you had many conversations with that group?
Yeah. So the folks that I've had conversations with, that do own small businesses and or employees in the Armory District, do mainly reside on West 2nd Avenue. But that's
mostly residential.
Yeah,
and small
like
business owner.
Yeah, like we're just talking like small businesses and the people that work there. There are a few more. I know, to be completely honest, that there's one or two people that are worried about their views being blocked by growing towers, but at the same time, the Sanok site on the other side. I mean, the city's growing. There's going to be large towers everywhere. So,
And do your staff all work, all live in the city?
I'm sorry, what?
Do your staff live in the city of your business? Staff.
Oh, staff?
Yes. Are they Vancouver residents or do they live outside of the city?
I don't understand.
I'm looking at your small business,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
The people that you hire?
Yes.
I was just curious if they all live in the city.
So we're such a small business that like we only have 3 people
Okay, so it's
that are not
impacting your
related to our
direct
family.
employees. Okay, that's another issue we've heard.
Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate you coming to speak to council. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much.
Great, thank you. There's still more. Councillor DeGenova, go ahead.
Thanks. And just before I ask you a question, just to flag for council that the email that was referred to was sent on May 10th at 4:18, and I believe it's from Ryan Sadhu, and it has a whole deck for the Broadway Plan Armory District. It was sent, so yeah, I that caught my eye too when I was reading through them. So I have it here, and I just have a couple of questions for you, just following up, and I can cross a couple of them that have been asked off. But wondering, is what I'm really seeing from your presentation is the idea that we can move forward with a number of these plans, but still make sure that we capture and keep that sort of local small business feel to it. Is that what I hear you advocating
I mean,
for?
and that's definitely, yes, absolutely, right? So we're looking for height density. Like right now, as it is, my family is approached probably once or twice a week by local businesses, small businesses that need space. Like they can't move to the area, like there's not enough room. And that's what we're looking for. We're looking to grow. Like right now, we only have 3 FSR, and it's been raised to 1.5 more FSR. So that's like 4.5 SSR, which is not a huge amount. And especially since we're one of the last light industrial places in Vancouver, I would assume and hope that we would want to raise that. So that.
Yes. I understand and I appreciate your comments on that. I have a couple of more questions. Let's see what I can get in here. I too know your family business, and our family has purchased carpets, full disclosure, from East India Carpets, but also wondering if this were to change in a way that wasn't inclusive of small local business, where would you go? What would happen to your business and the other businesses in the Armory District?
We'd disappear.
And is that a concern of yours if we don't hear and really see small business like this?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely.
Okay. And for you, it's not specific to employees and being able to sort of have workforce housing or
Yeah, I mean, we're here to, support everybody that's in the neighborhood, and all of the businesses in the neighborhood are small local businesses.
So I'm hearing from you that we really need to keep that top of mind.
I'm sorry?
We have to keep that top of mind.
Yeah.
As we move forward. I'm so sorry, we only get 3 minutes, so I don't mean to cut your answers off, but I want to make sure that I hear you and I'm hearing your answers correctly. And I know another councillor has questions as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Kirby Young. Oh, you still have one more.
There's more.
Sorry, I'm not good with public speaking.
No worries.
You're doing well.
Yeah, no worries. I'm over here, but just a super quick question. I just want to be very clear. So you're advocating for more FSR, but retaining the light industrial zoning. So you're keeping the character. I said you're advocating for more FSR, but retaining the light industrial zoning to keep the use and the character of your area. Is that correct? Just want to clarify that to be sure. Is that yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Thanks for speaking.
Thank you.
Yep. Thank you very much. That really important. You came in too as well. So that takes us to Speaker 22, Thomas Croker. There in person. Thank you so much.
Hi. Good afternoon, councillors, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before council today on the Broadway plan. My name is Thomas Craker, and I'm a 16-year-old lifelong Vancouver resident and third-year UBC student concerned about my future in this city and the future of Vancouver as a whole. I'm here to voice my opposition to the Broadway plan on 3 grounds. It will trigger mass displacement along the Broadway corridor, it will cause a frenzy of real estate speculation and rent hikes in the area, and it has failed to consult residents and involve them in the planning process, instead of opting for a corporate top-down approach. Firstly, displacement. The Broadway plan threatens my friends and family who live in the Broadway corridor with dem eviction. The plan repeatedly touts the so-called renewal of perfectly good older rental and co-op housing stock, incentivized by inflationary upzoning. The plan's supposed tenant protections are in reality completely ineffective. They do not specify where tenants will live after dem eviction, nor does it guarantee tenants can return to their home at the same rent. 20% below market doesn't mean much until we recognize the developers that make the market in the first place. Furthermore, this does not account for unit size and rent per square foot, which will certainly rise even more as developers continue to shrink the sizes of units to increase their profit margin. Indeed, a study by the Vancouver Tenants Union delineates a massive 70% rent gap, serving as an incentive for dem eviction along the Broadway corridor. This begs the question, for whom are these new luxury towers being built? The Broadway Plan report is quite shameless in admitting its goals to further maintain and promote the dominance of the real estate industry in Vancouver's local economy. The plan discusses extensively how to leverage public service buildings such as VGH for the provision of new housing. However, what it does not discuss extensively is where and in what industries the residents of this housing will work. And this is because the proposed towers are the proposed industry. Fundamentally, the Broadway plan exists to promote the extractive real estate sector to the benefit of a growth coalition of developers, investors, and City Hall bureaucrats. This has been the plan all along with the construction of the Broadway subway project, a form of transportation that is not meant to serve the residents of the Broadway corridor, but as a vehicle of speculation and land lift for developers looking to profit. We have recently seen the arrival of the real estate investment firm BlackRock in Canada. This is who the Broadway plan will serve, much like the Oak Ridge development. Units will not be affordable or livable to the people who actually work in Vancouver. I would not be able to afford to live in these proposed units, and this is not a Vancouver I want to live in. The Broadway plan has been concocted in a shroud of secrecy by the City Hall growth machine. It goes against the will of residents, who I believe should be the backbone of the planning process. Unlike lobbyists that have all the time in the world to brigade council hearings, I have a limited school schedule, as do most working Vancouverites. So I asked council to consider this when deliberating on their vote on the Broadway plan. The approval of the Broadway plan would not be good for affordability in Vancouver, and I urge council to reject it and represent the interests of the people of Vancouver, not real estate.
Hey, you do have questions, so just stay right there. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in.
Oh,
Did you say you were 15?
I'm 16.
16, that's amazing. I hope you come some more times too. So there's an amendment that's going to be put forward that says that if you're a dem evicted tenant, you'll get to return to the new unit at the same rent you were paying, and that the developer will have to pay a top up in the interim while you're waiting for the new building to get built. Is that something that you'd approve of?
Well, I mean, if it did pass, I think that's an improvement. But also, the two things to consider is where would the tent, like, where do people go in the meantime? And also, is the unit going to be the same size, or is it going to get shrunk down to this 500 square foot, like, 2-bedroom rental apartment that isn't livable for families? So, I mean, that's something I'm concerned about is, you know, not just the rent, but also rent and size. Right?
Yeah, those are good points. Okay, thank you for coming in. I hope you come to more, can keep an eye on council and make us do the right thing.
Thanks.
Okay, more questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thanks, Thomas. How is it at 16 that you became so enlightened?
Oh, well, I guess I was studying geography at UBC, and I want to get involved with learning more about council, and the Broadway plan really caught my attention. I thought it's something important that I should speak about.
So you've analyzed the model then, and you've come to you made the comment that this is a growth machine. Would you elaborate on that, please?
Well, what I mean by growth machine is it's not, these redevelopments are not in the interest of residents. It's in the residents of like an entrepreneurial style of urbanism whereby developers collaborate with other special interests to make a profit. And that's based around growth, right? So I don't think this is a sustainable form of growth. I know you've worked on this a lot as the population data as well. So yeah, I just question who's the growth for, who can afford the growth, and yeah.
So is the question about growth promotion as opposed to growth management? Because growth is inevitable.
Yeah, well, the city should like manage and regulate development and growth. Yeah.
But as we've heard, there's a lot of money at stake coming from different levels of government, which are driving this, as well as the fact that the city takes, a piece of the action through CACs and other forms of revenue. So do you think that that might have something to do with the growth promotion versus growth management approach?
Yeah, definitely. I think what I've seen a lot is the public services that are proposed along the Broadway corridor aren't really being used to serve residents. They're more being used to kind of create a land lift for developers or to promote profit. So what I believe in is I think the city, the public sector should be providing projects to serve residents and not to promote private sector growth and development.
Do you have a sense of what would be justifying growth at this level in terms of economic development, jobs, and opportunity?
Well, that's the thing. I don't know. There's not really much in the Broadway plan about where these people will work, what kind of industries they'll work in. So I suspect it's very much real estate is the industry in the Broadway plan. And I don't think that's a sustainable model for our city.
Thank you very much, Thomas.
Great. And you do have some more questions? Councillor Bligh, go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Thomas, for coming in to speak. Very interesting perspective that we don't often hear from somebody of your age. And so my question is, we often hear from young people that do not see a future for themselves in the city, and it's often a sort of pain point that we hear about at council, particularly around housing and affordability. I just wonder what you're still young, you go to UBC by the sounds of it? Is that true? Are you attending UBC?
Yeah, I am. Well, I think obviously housing unaffordability is a huge problem in Vancouver, but I think we have to look at really the historical causes of that and whether developing these very expensive condos or rentals is actually going to be affordable for young people. They aren't. I don't think they will be. So I know there is kind of a narrative that I don't know any of my friends who would support this at all.
But how many of your friends are living on their own?
Oh,
assuming they're all similar ages to you and not 19 and 20.
And maybe 50% of them.
Of your friends at 16 live on their own in
they're
Vancouver?
older.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
No, they'd be living at home.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess the sort of question is, and you don't need to answer this, but if you've ever looked for housing in the city of Vancouver for yourself?
No.
Okay, so you're aware of our vacancy rate is less than 1%?
Well, I suppose, yeah. But
I
am aware of the unaffordability crisis, but I question if that's a question of supply.
That's not. I'm not talking about affordability. We're talking about availability, attainability. So, for example, every rental project that is built and then on the market becomes available units for people to rent, and they're full right away.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm just curious about that aspect because I appreciate what you're saying around sort of maybe the way people find the plan more suspect in terms of the economic benefits to developers and things like that. But what about for those that are actually looking for housing?
Well, if I think
I know it's a tough question, but
Yeah.
I think it's important that we're just balancing, because it's really important we hear from people like
Okay.
yourself of your age.
Well, I look at model developments kind of like False Creek South, and that actually has like a mix of incomes. It has a good amount of density. I think we should have developments like those in the city because they're actually affordable for people. But for someone, if they just suppose they just graduate from university and they have an entry-level job, they aren't going to be able to afford like massive $3,000, $4,000 a month rents.
So my daughter lives in 500 square feet at $2,000 a month. That's her living. That's where she lives in a purpose-built rental after being evicted from a strata rental, and now she won't be evicted, and she has security of tenure. So I just think it's important because you're a very influential voice in your age, and you're very educated, and I think you need to keep looking and seeing what else is part of this problem that we're talking about now.
And that
I
is
appreciate hearing from you today. Thank you.
Thanks. But you have more speakers. Some more questions. Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. If you're willing to answer my questions, appreciate you being here, and thanks for waiting so long to share your presentation with us. I was going to ask you, I don't want to put you on the spot. I don't know your circumstances. Don't have to answer my questions. I'd like it if you could. Do you expect that one day you will be looking for housing in Vancouver for yourself?
Yeah, for sure. I'd want to stay in Vancouver. Yeah.
Okay. And what would you see? I'm not sure. I'm not trying to suggest when that might be for you. I moved out when I was 17. It wasn't easy, but it was a lot more affordable than it is now, but it wasn't as attainable. So is amongst yourself and your friends, what is affordable? Can I ask you, like, what would be a affordable rent for a studio or a one bedroom, in your opinion?
Oh, well, I know the city definition is typically 30% of income. So
I'm just asking you, could you give me a dollar amount for yourself? Just what you think is affordable. Everybody has a different idea of it. There's no wrong answer.
$700, $800 for one bedroom, I think is fairly affordable, I suppose.
$700, $800, that's what would be affordable for you. And if we had new rental stock, a lot of new rental stock, but it was unaffordable for you and your friends, do you think that that would matter? If you had security of tenure and something you couldn't afford to rent?
Well, you can't have security of tenure if you can't afford to rent there. So
Okay. So for you, what I'm hearing, and I'm asking this, I'm trying to make sure that I'm capturing your comments, is if you can't afford to live there, it's not affordable housing.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
And somehow that has inspired a lot more questions to you. So, Councillor Weave, go ahead.
I'm good. I just want to thank you. I think the way you've spoken today is amazing. I appreciate you coming today.
Thanks, Councillor Weave. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, just in bucking the trend and the rules, I just want to say thanks for speaking to council. It's not easy. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Councillor Swanson? We can't hear you. You might be muted.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to follow up, Thomas. Thanks so much for coming. So I was talking to some folks from Unite Here, which is the hotel workers union, and this Broadway plan wants 1,200 more hotel rooms, which the union says means they get 600 more workers, and the workers make $21 an hour, and they don't get a full-time job. So they have a fairly low income and won't be able to afford even probably a lot of the non-market units. So I'm thinking, what do you think about something like that, where there's a plan that is encouraging more workers, that some of the workers will be low wage, and there's probably not going to be any place for them to live?
Yeah, I mean, that's really problematic. I think it is a huge problem. And I think there does need to be non-market housing that is actually truly affordable to people based on their incomes.
Okay, thank you so much. I think you got a great future coming to City Hall.
Thank you. That is it for your
Maybe you'll
questions
be a
now.
candidate.
Thank you so much. I think you've impressed everyone. Great, thanks. Speaker 23, Angela Chapman.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Terrific. Yes, thank you, Councillor Carr and the committee for the opportunity to express support for the Broadway plan. I'm speaking on behalf and in my role as President and CEO of the VGH and UBC Hospital Foundation. Our foundation is the largest philanthropic partner of Vancouver Coastal Health. We support programs and places at VGH, UBC Hospital, GF Strong Rehabilitation Center, Vancouver Coastal Health Research Institute, and Vancouver Community Health. We've been at the heart with our Vancouver Coastal Health partners in terms of the effects of the climate crisis on our city, the opioid crisis, and of course, COVID. Here's why we care about the Broadway plan. We see the existing research and clinical expertise that is along 10th and 12th Avenues, and the vital link that the new subway line is going to provide to UBC. Together with these great expertise that we have out to UBC, we can attract even more investment and create employment through our thriving life sciences sector in Vancouver and British Columbia. Vancouver Coastal Health Research Institute is already the largest recipient of medical research grants west of Hamilton, Ontario, something that Vancouver can be very proud of. And I think that just speaks to the potential of this area going forward. So I know there's been comments about what businesses would have opportunities and some concerns that this is largely driven off of real estate. And I want to say on behalf of those of us who work along 10th and 12th and support healthcare, that this opportunity and interest in life sciences really is driving our support of the plan. We know that having and creating spaces for offices and businesses near our space is going to be an important factor in the growth of the life science sector. In addition, we know that attracting and retaining talent is one of the greatest challenges that our partner, Vancouver Coastal Health, is experiencing. Affordable housing plays a key role in this. And to the point of the climate crisis, we know that there are people that are commuting very lengthy commutes to work every day, both at VGH and UBC Hospital. And we think that the plan is a key to addressing shorter, hopefully, commute times by providing housing that is closer by. The increased density would increase the housing supply in and around our hospitals, but not just in and around our hospitals, around the outpatient clinics and research centers. And a great supply of housing, including suitable housing for young families, will make Vancouver a draw for the human resources needed to provide world-class healthcare and fuel our life sciences sector. You may have read in the news that the foundation recently acquired the 900 West 12th Avenue block with the intention of preserving the publicly funded long-term residential care on the site and redeveloping the site in support of our partner, Vancouver Coastal Health. Windermere Care Centre is home to 210 frail and elderly citizens of Vancouver. Our objective long-term is not only to preserve those long-term residential care spaces and perhaps even expand the number of long-term residential care spaces, but also to create a purpose-built office and clinical space to regroup a number of geographically scattered VCH services. Regrouping them reduces the amount of the carbon footprint by ensuring that people are within walking distance of VGH and therefore walking between offices rather than driving. And it will provide much needed administrative offices and ambulatory care. Greater density on the site would help to meet the healthcare needs of a growing city. So great is the need for retaining staff for Vancouver Coastal Health that they've in fact spoken to the foundation about supporting housing needs and childcare needs. And this is a very untypical area for a hospital foundation to be asked for, and I just point that out as an example of just how dire the situation is for our healthcare to attract and keep staff. And I think to the point about hotel staff that was mentioned earlier, not all of those staff within healthcare are well-paid positions, and they're all well-paid positions, reasonably paid positions, but we know that staff requires staff at all levels and support services for people who are living in the communities, and so housing has to be provided for those various levels of income that make us a thriving community. The Broadway plan is needed now to support the economic and housing needs of our growing city. The VGH and UBC Hospital Foundation is firmly in support of this plan and will encourage the growth and development of the life sciences sector, foster economic growth, and drive increased supply of housing to help Vancouver's coastal health attract and retain world-class healthcare teams. So members of the committee, I want to thank you. And again, I want to express our deep support for this plan going forward.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. There are no questions. You were very clear, and really appreciate you speaking to us. Speaker 24, Zoe Mabry.
Hello, yes, can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Up to 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'm a longtime resident of Vancouver, currently living in Mount Pleasant. Fully in support of the Broadway plan. I'm really happy to see the city increasing density, tackling our housing crisis, and expanding public and active transport. I'm very concerned about lack of action surrounding climate change. So adding housing around the new subway is really exciting. It'll allow more people to use the bus, walk, bike to their destination instead of driving. Making access to amenities like this is so crucial to fighting climate change. My only criticism would be that it doesn't go far enough in terms of rezoning all areas for increased density and adding safe bike lanes, bus lanes, pedestrian space to reduce car use. Quoting from the IPCC report, direct GHG emissions can be reduced by avoiding journeys where possible by, for example, densifying urban landscapes, modal shift to lower carbon transport systems, encouraged by increasing investment in public transport, walking and cycling infrastructure, and modifying roads, airports, and ports and railways to become more attractive to users and minimize travel time and distance, end quote. So obviously we're doing some of that in the plan, but we should be way more ambitious in encouraging safe, active transport. I do a lot of shopping on my bike, and I wish the city had more protected bike lanes on streets where I'm actually shopping, like Broadway. Currently, bike lanes on 10th don't really feel safe to me. I wouldn't want my child biking on my bike with me at all. I don't know if anyone on council has actually biked on 10th, but in a lot of areas, you're still very close to moving cars and parked cars. So there's always a risk if someone is speeding or if someone opens their door while I'm pushed against all the parked cars because someone is passing. So we could be way more ambitious about that and way more ambitious about where we build what type of housing. I have a lot of friends that have moved out of Vancouver to start families. And as a renter with a baby on the way, I'm concerned myself for, lack of space in my apartment and affording more space in the future, but I stay here. So my husband and I can be close to our places of work. But, a lot of people have to commute into the city. So we have to make space for families and workers. So why are we preserving so much space in the city for single family homes and mansions? Why does this plan place limits on density in the residential areas? Renters and low income people should have the option to live on quiet streets too. And in the meantime, we need to make space on our arterials for bike lanes, make them cleaner, switching lanes away from car use to use for people. But I'm very happy to see the general direction. I really encourage council to vote yes on this plan and just continue to expand on it. I appreciate all the work staff has done on it. I know they've worked very hard, so thank you for that, and thank you, council, for listening.
And thank you very much for speaking to council. Very clear, and really appreciate it. We're on to speaker 25, Phil Karras.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, up to 5.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name's Phil Karras. I'm calling to voice my support for adopting the Broadway plan. I think it's an imperfect but necessary plan that needs to be adopted so we can kind of move forward in our city. Actually, I say our city, but I should emphasize I'm a former resident of Vancouver, and I really want to emphasize that former bit. I moved here from the United States in 2012, and I lived downtown for a while. I fell in love with the city, But as my family grew, we found that we were very quickly priced out. I'm a father of two, and the ability to find any kind of decent family-sized housing that's anywhere near our price range is virtually nil. And so while I'd like to return to Vancouver one day, I guess my hope kind of diminishes daily. And I think, there are a lot of people that are in very similar situations. We have a really dire housing crisis in the city and in the region more broadly. I think it's critical that people have the opportunity to be part of, to live in walkable, transit accessible communities. We need more, transit accessible homes of all types, rentals, condos, townhouses, towers. I don't think we should turn our nose up at any type of density. And I appreciate that this plan does make some bold allowances for density adjacent to high volume rapid transit stations, which is pretty much the norm in cities throughout the developed world. I just think in general we need much, much more housing supply to start to address this affordability crisis. And so, like I say, I support the Broadway plan in general, but I do think it's an imperfect plan, and there are some parts of it that I do hope that we can improve on. Not to delay the plan, but to adopt it and work on it to refine it. And some of those things I think are, like key elements for more consideration are family amenities. Parks, libraries, daycare spaces are, quite at a premium already in the city of Vancouver. And I think this plan could go quite a bit further to providing new amenities like that. I'd like to see some enhancements made to the sidewalk spaces for accessibility, for continuous weather protection, especially. We live in a city where it rains, 13 out of 12 months a year. And I'm shocked at the lack of rain coverage that we have on our city streets. And also I want to voice my support for Councillor Boyle's amendment to call for safe cycling infrastructure on Broadway. And so that's really all I have to say about the plan. I just want to add one bit of editorial comment. This is my first time speaking to council. I appreciate the opportunity, but I have to say I'm probably not likely to do this again. The process is pretty arduous. People have waited a long, long time to speak. And I just think in the future, what I'd like to see is I'd like to see more, bold and decisive leadership from our elected officials. Trust your staff, make the tough decisions, and be ready to kind of own them. That's the vision I'd like to see moving forward. And that's all I've got. Thank you for listening.
Great. Thank you for taking the time. It might have been an arduous process, but we really do appreciate you hanging in there and speaking to us. We're on to speakers 26. Jeff Holmes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Jeff Holmes, I'm Director of DH1 Development, a local family-owned company. We own 245 East Broadway, 2490, 2470, and 2442 Main Street. Our properties are a stone's throw away from the future Mount Pleasant Station, and we're at the intersection of three major transportation corridors. Although I appreciate the work that's went into the plan, but I'm disappointed specifically with the Main Street Village Area A. The plan permits a maximum of 6 stories with a modest increase to 8 to 9 stories for heritage retention. I have several concerns. First, our properties do not have a village feel. I fear that the designation has been assigned without anyone having been to our properties. In October 2020, we lost 2 of our buildings to arson, and they remain vacant lots to this day. With our remaining properties, we are constantly dealing with vandalism, graffiti, illegal dumping, sometimes overnight camps with fires, which is how we lost our properties in the first place. And we've received great support from both the VPD and Mount Pleasant BIA. But these issues come with significant management and financial costs. The village feel does not exist here, and we struggle to see what is being protected. Restricting development on this property will result in the inability to make this location a vibrant part of the community. Our concerns include the current maximum height of 6 stories is inadequate, given the close proximity to a future rapid transit station. This is a lost opportunity to create affordable housing. The heritage and retention conservation incentives are inefficient. The additional 2 to 3 stories do not cover the costs, and it will result in heritage buildings not being revitalized. And also, the availability of amenities will suffer due to less CACs. The minimum height of 16 to 18 stories are needed to make heritage retention feasible. Limiting the density in the area will have long-lasting impacts. The new plan will severely underdevelop the property. It's also a missed opportunity to provide badly needed housing around a rapid transit node. There are potential impacts to the local economy, housing, affordability, and much more. Our property provides a great opportunity for transit-oriented development and human-scale commercial spaces for independent businesses. Being the northern gateway to the proposed Main Street Village, our property has the opportunity to provide needed artist and cultural spaces as well as the much-needed secured rental housing. Our property can capitalize on infrastructure funding, infrastructure funding the provincial and federal governments have injected into the SkyTrain extension along Broadway. And we hope you consider the local economy, the need for housing, the rationale for transit-oriented development and community building. The Broadway plan is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you're shaping this intersection for generations to come. We respectfully ask that you consider updating the areas of Main Street Village area to permit reasonable heights at a minimum 16 to 18 stories. This is necessary for the much-needed transit-oriented development to occur. Given the general heights of 30 to 40 stories you're entertaining along Broadway, 16 to 18 stories seems a reasonable request, especially at the gateway to the proposed Main Street Village area across the street from the future SkyTrain. The configuration of our property provides the opportunity to create the Main Street Village feel without sacrificing the need for robust market rental housing, economic and cultural opportunities it brings. I really appreciate the time to talk, and thank you for considering the feedback.
Great, thank you very much. You have some questions? Go ahead, Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I know the property well. At 16 to 18 stories, like you said, would you be able to do setbacks with the heritage retention and then build back the 2 that burnt down so that we could continue to have that local shopping feel, keep the heritage feel and the streetscape in the public realm, but then also provide a couple stories of arts and community space, which I think you talked to. Is that what you're hoping to go for? Something that kind of blends with community needs, but still works to keep that?
It's definitely what we're looking towards. I believe the setback question was addressed earlier, and if there was consideration for heritage buildings in particular, so if it wasn't, if there was some leniency or consideration, I think it would definitely be helpful in maintaining the heritage component.
I know we have an active Mount Pleasant heritage group. Have you had conversations with them on how you can make sure that you're still preserving the heritage in respect to keeping that feel on the block?
Yeah, I've had a couple of conversations, and the last comment I had, and I thought it was a great comment, was, and I believe we're aligned on this, is put something on this triangle that makes the people in the community happy. And I just thought it was so simple. And I don't, as a developer and someone who looks at my business from the consumer standpoint, as well as I grew up in this area, I went to high school in this area. My first rental was at the Lee building. I want to leave something that makes people happy in this community. And I think this site provides a huge opportunity for that. So yeah, they were quite supportive, and I think that, they were able to give me history on this site that I didn't know, and so yeah, they've been great to deal with.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Great, thank you. That's it for your questions. Really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. Council, I'm going to suggest we hear the next speaker, if there's who's been waiting on the line quite a while, and then break. I might need a motion to extend past 5 in order to incorporate any of your questions. So a motion to correct. Thank you very much. All those in favor say yay. Opposed, nay. Okay, thanks very much. So Speaker 27, Stefan von Sauchowski.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for extending the time to hear from me today. My name is Stefan von Sauchowski. I'm the president of the Vancouver District Labour Council, which represents approximately 60,000 unionized workers in public and private sectors, many of whom live in the city of Vancouver and many in the Broadway area. And I want to speak this evening in support of the Broadway plan. This plan, we think, represents an opportunity to improve affordability and sustainability while building thousands of new units of housing, about 70% of which we understand will be rental, and in walkable, transit-oriented neighborhoods with nearby shops, services, and SkyTrain. This is the type of urban neighborhood that makes sense if we want to build a region that's more climate-friendly, livable, and affordable. And we're really happy to see that the plan includes the creation of housing for about 50,000 new residents over the next 30 years. That is obviously, as other speakers have mentioned, much, much needed. We need more even than that, but it is definitely an important step. Also very significant is the plan for an estimated additional 42,000 jobs in the area. And the outcome of those things in combination is, a jobs corridor. It's been referred to a corridor wherein more working people have the opportunity to live near where they work and also have easy access to amenities, thereby reducing transportation costs and commuting time and improving quality of life. And this is really, for a lot of our folks, really a key point. You've heard this theme from our council many times in letters and presentations over the course of this term that really, folks are finding themselves pushed out of the city by affordability concerns and having to commute across the region to work. This is increasingly very costly, more and more all the time, cost of gas and things like that. It's time consuming. It adds to congestion and to the climate crisis. And so we need this really to have communities where people can live and also work. Just at our meeting last night, one of our delegates, a member of UFCW, spoke about how many members of their union work along this corridor in grocery and retail, and how most are renters, and that really these new rental homes are badly needed so that folks can afford to live near their place of work, walk to work, cycle to work, or take the bus or the train. For those who still need to travel, of course, it's important that this is along rapid transit to be able to reach other areas of the region easier and quicker without the need for a personal vehicle. I think that's also a great asset of this plan. So, I think Council's approval of more housing and a shift to a greater focus on rental housing rather than condos over the course of this term, as well as stronger efforts to build in affordability, have all been really positive developments, and we think this plan continues that positive direction. You've also heard, of course, from us in the past about tenant protection. And a substantial part of the new housing in this plan is not going to lead to displacement, which is great. But of course, some will, especially later in the plan. And so where that does occur, it's really important that we protect those tenants and protect the affordability and the housing security of folks. So we strongly encourage Council to adopt the Mayor's amendment to strengthen renter protections in this plan. We think this continues the trajectory of improving tenant protections under this council, which we previously supported with the 2020 motion, protecting tenants taking action against rent evictions, which was a good step in the right direction. But this takes it further, and we believe it's important and warranted in this plan. Tenants along this corridor deserve to know that they'll be taken care of through these changes, and if we're serious about improving affordability, we have to think about, not only how we build more, but also how we protect what is there already. This can be done by, some have suggested anyway that this can be done by preserving existing buildings, and sure, that's true in some cases for a time, but buildings do have lifespans and neighborhoods change, and long term we need to think about, how we address that while also trying to protect the interests of tenants who are impacted by those changes. And I think that the plan that's coming forward does look at doing that. So we think that this plan is obviously one of the most significant items that is going to be decided on during this term. There's obviously a lot of public interest in it. There are a lot of very great speakers on different topics related to this, and I'm sure there will be a lot of interesting amendments coming forward as well. We've looked at the amendments also coming forward from Councillor Boyle, which look really great to ensure really people-focused development of the plan, ensure those livable, friendly, climate-friendly communities. So encourage you to consider those strongly as well. But ultimately, want to encourage council to make sure this plan passes. When all the dust settles, it's really crucial that we do move forward with this and build a new Broadway corridor that provides the housing that we need for people. So please do that. Please pass a plan that will give us a Broadway that's livable, affordable, climate friendly, and as healthy as possible. And ultimately, let's adopt that plan and begin working on building that future.
Thank you so much. And you do have questions. Councillor Swanson.
Great.
Hi, Stefan. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask you if you have any affordability concerns around the lower wage workers, like the Unite Here workers that make $21 an hour and don't get full-time work, or the hospital HEU workers and food service and things like that, the Starbucks workers that don't even have a union. I'm afraid that the affordable units will get taken up by renters who have been evicted, and that there won't be enough affordable units for people in those jobs, particularly in the new jobs. So I'm just wondering if you've thought about that and if you have any ideas of how to deal with it.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we've had concerns about affordability for workers, including those that you listed for a long time, and I'm sure we'll continue to for some time, because it's a big problem that's going to take quite a while, I'm sure, to fix. And I don't think this plan is going to fix it on its own, right? It's a bigger problem than that, but I do think this plan takes us in the right direction on addressing it, right? By providing more rental housing, more affordability, protecting the affordability that's there, and doing it in the right way, in proximity to transit and jobs. There's still going to be issues, and of course we'll always encourage looking for those ways to provide more affordability, deeper affordability, more affordable units, absolutely. If there are opportunities for that, we encourage that for sure. But I think that at the end of the day, the main point is that it's important for this plan to go forward, I think, and that it is a step in the right direction.
So when you look at the last appendix of the report, the Coriolis report, they have a pro forma there. And I was crunching numbers, and it looks to me like the 80% of units that aren't the affordable units are going to be averaging about $3,000 a month in today's dollars, and or more maybe, which would require $120,000 a year income to afford. So we're like doing 80% of the units for people mostly making over 100,000. You don't see that as a problem?
Well, like I say, I mean, I think that if there are opportunities to increase the affordability of units in terms of the numbers of affordable units, or in terms of the depth of that affordability, then we encourage that, right? But that being said, this plan ultimately leaves us with more rental housing than we had before, and it protects the affordability that we had, especially with the mayor's amendments. And so I think that we're further ahead than we were if we don't pass this plan. I hear what you're saying. Absolutely. We need more. And that's been the case for a long time and continue to push for that.
Okay, that's it for your time, Councillor Swanson. Councillor Kirby Young, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. I'll be brief. I'll just sort of following up on Councillor Swanson's, and maybe I'll just ask the question a different way and see if there's anything you want to add that you haven't said already. And that is really, what do you say to people that say we shouldn't approve it because it's not affordable enough? It's not bold enough, doesn't go far enough, doesn't hit the greatest need, all those other things. And I think you've touched on that, but is there anything else you want to add?
Yeah, I guess the concern with that is that, we can't stand still because the solutions aren't perfect, right? I think that's really where we land on this, is that at the end of the day, we've got to keep moving forward and finding the solutions to this very complicated and difficult and huge problem that people are facing, right? And so, yeah, it's not perfect. Nothing's going to be perfect, but it's a question really about, are we better doing it or are we not? And we think we're much better doing it, and that we shouldn't allow the perfect to be the enemy of the good, right?
Okay, super. Thank you.
Great. That's it. That's it for your questions. Thanks so much for taking the time and speaking to us and answering the questions.
Thanks so much.
Yeah. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, we are at 5 after 5, so we will reconvene at 5 after 6 and have a good dinner break. speaker 27. So I'm going to start with 28. Bobo Erich. Is Bobo on the line?
Hello.
Yes, hello.
Oh, sorry, my kids are just eating. I have to go a little bit away from them so it doesn't, their screaming doesn't interrupt my call.
Okay, go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Awesome, thank you. Yeah, thank you, council. Thanks for listening. I'm asking you to support the Broadway plan. Not necessarily because it's perfect, because I think there are changes that can make it better, but I think it's necessary. Vancouver is a wonderful place to live, and it has attracted immigrants and Canadians alike, myself included. I moved here in 2010. And quite frankly, we need more housing to house all of the people who want to live here. Otherwise, we're just going to be encouraging sprawl, as other callers have already mentioned, and as various councillors have addressed at other points. You know, and more to the point, to claim that the historical trend of population growth at 1% a year reflects the housing need in the city is quite frankly laughable. If we don't build enough housing, then population growth is going to be artificially limited. And so to claim that, you know, we don't need as much housing just because population growth has been low really puts the cart before the horse. Something else that I find quite troubling is the refrain that, you know, who are we building housing for? And that's used in opposition to new housing. I think that's really troubling, and I think you should too. Housing for whom has often been used to exclude people from neighborhoods and cities based on their race, religion, or status. And over their lifetimes, homes, and especially rental homes, are for everybody. You know, there are lots of different people who move in and out of them for whatever reason. And to reject a home is to reject an option for those people. Something we've seen in city data is that homes in Vancouver don't stay empty for very long. So, and if if they are left empty, then the city makes a lot of money. So, the Broadway plan includes a lot of much needed housing, a lot of it rental housing, and I hope it earns your support. As for the plan, isn't perfect. I mean, like the mayor's amendment to upgrade renter protections, I think is really important, and Councillor Boyle's amendment to add a mobility lane are also is a big improvement to the plan, and I hope that gets your support as well. The Broadway plan has been in the works for 4 years, and even if it's passed, it's not going to update any of the zoning schedules for years. So we're still going to be sitting through, you know, spot rezonings until all of that changes. And so despite this incredible amount of work that's gone into it, redevelopments along Broadway might become unviable with increased interest rates and the arbitrary limits on height and density and that are imposed in this project, in this plan. So, you know, in my view, the plan isn't really bold enough for what's needed for the next 30 years. But I don't see how rejecting that is going to make our lives any better. And so I hope you'll start by approving this plan with the aforementioned amendments. And then, then we can get along to improving it and making it better.
That's great. Thanks so much for taking the time and get back to your kids. I can hear them in the background there.
I will. They're quite hungry, so I will get back to them. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
I really appreciate you taking the time. Great. Have a good evening. So that moves us on to Speaker 29, Peter McGee. Peter McGee.
Hello.
Yep, we can hear you. Go
Hello.
ahead.
Hi. Thanks, Council. My name is Pete McGee. I live in South Granville, and I'm opposed to the Broadway plan. It's great that we are finally talking about a plan and not spot rezonings, and it's great that we're working towards densification and are starting to better address rental and affordable housing. But I remain opposed for the obvious reasons many have stated, namely the excess capacity and height, the lack of planned community amenities, and most important, the failure of the process that got us here. Just a bit of background on myself. I was born and raised in Vancouver, but have lived and worked in over half a dozen cities throughout North America. I have an English degree and believe I understand the importance and tactical use of language. I have a master's degree in resource and environmental management, which gave me experience with regional planning, as well as survey design. And I'm also a CPA, so I have an understanding of numbers. All of this is to say, while I don't consider myself an expert in any particular field, I believe I should have the tools to at least understand the information coming from City Hall, and yet, the more I dig into this plan and process, the less it makes sense. The language ranges from vague to misleading to coercive, and when requested, additional information is lacking, inconsistent, contradictory, and even purposely withheld. And once again, the numbers simply don't add up. Staff claim to not even know the current capacity of the corridor, let alone agree on the additional capacity provided by the plan. Are we simply selling our city here? Is this just about CACs and padding a budget? Why would you even entertain the idea of approving a plan that proposes 2 to 3 times the necessary capacity if it sacrifices the natural beauty of our city, polarizes its citizens, and literally throws away decades of community-engaged planning and participation when you don't have to? And why are you not leaning on the planning department to bring you a plan that values our neighborhood, takes advantage of our unique location, unifies our population, provides the necessary capacity, and holds affordability as a priority? What am I missing here? In the most simplistic terms, you can reduce the plan's proposed capacity by half and still hit all the required targets while addressing most of the opposition. So isn't that the easy win-win? Now, I know you've heard all that before to no effect, so let me try a different, less traditional tack. I just want to take the remaining time to explain to you what it feels like to be on this side of the fence. First, on the street, it feels like the USA of 2016, where misinformation and the needs of the people were used to polarize that country instead of uniting it. And I'm guessing most of you don't associate yourselves with the Republican Party, and particularly Trump, but the tactics employed by the planning department are from the same playbook, and it's something I hope you'll consider. The majority of people have told you repeatedly they don't want high-rises, but they do need affordable housing, and need will always win over want. But that is not democracy at work, as one councillor proclaimed following the rezoning of 1477. Democracy would have been at work in that particular instance if a choice was given to combat the affordability issue. A, 39 stories, or B. But there was no B, there was no choice, and there was no democracy. Similarly, the idea that the Broadway corridor is Vancouver's second downtown has magically appeared in much of the literature as a fait accompli. Now, of course, that language has purpose, as downtowns are associated with high-rises, and it's better to start acclimatizing people as early as possible to the idea, since the tower model will ultimately be our only choice. So let's think about the absurdity of this. Who builds a downtown next to a downtown? A vibrant midtown makes perfect sense, but the connotation is then mid-rise, and God forbid we would be given that choice. Can we not do better than building a second downtown? I would suggest not with this plan and not with the planning department that created it. When I asked the planning department, does it not make sense to develop a new series of protected views in light of the proposed rezonings, the response given was that the addition of new protected views is not being contemplated at this time with the Broadway plan, as the area is largely built out and there is little undeveloped land. Months later, a 5-story project was approved to go to 39 stories, and not long after, we're now discussing the possibility of many more similar towers. And all of this on that, quote, little bit of undeveloped land. Now, I'm sure this counts as one of the touch points that are so carefully measured, but it really just makes a mockery of the process. And it's laughable, but it's not funny. I love this city, and I believe it has the potential to be great. And I will likely benefit financially if this plan is approved, and I will likely be gone before its ramifications are fully realized. But the damage this plan will cause if passed will leave a legacy of squandered potential, divisive politics, and generic urban design. And that would be an absolute shame considering the materials we've been given to work with. I believe you understand the need for affordable housing, but I can only hope that you don't confuse that need in the face of no other choice as support for what is being proposed. Thanks for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And you do have questions, though. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. And I'd love to have a longer conversation than I can have with you right now. And if your remarks are in writing, would you please share them? I'd like to focus on your comments around the use of language. I've been tracking that, listening to the speakers thus far, and will continue to do so over the course of this exercise. But we just heard, in recent speakers, the notion that it's ridiculous that we even think about why we would need to be building capacity. The choice of language is seemingly to, I don't know, make people seem stupid or selfish, or in some ways demean them to prove a point. Do you get that in this?
In which particular instance? I mean, you can analyze the process from start to finish, and I mean, it is tactically being used, and so is survey design to elicit, predetermined outcomes. I'm Canadian, born and raised, right? I told you in Vancouver. I can't believe that I compare this environment to the USA, recent electoral issues, but it's very similar, and the way that we are directed towards this sort of predetermined outcome, there's some serious flaws in all of that. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but
well, it seems to be structured always in an either-or situation. Us against them, black and white, good and evil, binary. I don't know if you have observed that in the process, but have you?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, if I say no to a 39-story tower, I'm saying no to affordability, and that's absolutely not the case. And then you can revert back to the numbers and say, well, actually, the numbers show that we don't need this, or we can spread it out differently, or essentially we can do it differently. But when you put affordability, which is a need, against what people want, the need will always win. And so language has to be used very carefully, and I would suggest the planning department has used it carefully, but for a purpose. And that purpose has completely polarized the city. And, where does that get us? That is never going to have a positive outcome. I understand that I'm of a certain age where I, have stability in the city. And I understand that people are looking for that same stability, typically, a decade or two younger than myself. At the same time, I've had a lot of close friends and families leave because of the direction the city's taking and this divisive nature that it's encouraging. So, yeah, I think it's really, leadership from the top and unity, and let's work towards a common goal. And we have the resources to do it all. But
so I do have to interrupt. Councillor Hardwick is over her time, but thank you so
my
much.
fault. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's not your fault at all. I'm the one with the timer, so so is Councillor Hardwick. So I just thank you very much for speaking and for answering the questions.
Okay. Good luck tonight.
Thank you. Speaker 30, Peter Walker.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. So my name is Peter Walkirch. I'm here to support the plan. I live in the Broadway plan area. I think it provides a good foundation for the future, and I hope you pass it. But I gotta say, I'm still disappointed. I think this plan is a missed opportunity. It's been in the works for almost 4 years in response to a multi-billion-dollar public investment in badly needed mass transit. During that time, basically all development along the Broadway corridor, the second largest job center in the province with great transit, has been stopped. Now, this delay isn't abstract. Housing delayed is housing denied. During these years, real people have been pushed out of the city entirely. Tons of carbon emissions, thanks to long commutes, have been put in the air. Renters have been facing skyrocketing rent. Delay causes real harm. And so after 4 years, we get a plan that doesn't go nearly far enough to address this city's actual needs when it comes to housing or when it comes to climate. One of this city's core problems is our obsession with controlling where apartments can go and how tall they can be. Apartments are banned on over 80% of Vancouver's residential land. And when you look at the history of this, it's obvious this was done for racist and classist reasons, to control where people can live. And we can dress it up in language like character or fit, but that's exactly what's still going on, controlling what sort of person can live where. And this obsession drives a lot of injustice in our city. Why do renters face a constant risk of displacement? Because there's a lot more people who want to live in an apartment in this city than there are apartments. And the only place it's legal to build a new apartment is on top of an old one. The only way to break this cycle is to expand where apartments are allowed to be built. And if this city actually cared about protecting renters from displacement, we would be focusing growth in low density areas. This plan was an opportunity to do that. But instead of encouraging growth in low density areas, that's where the tightest controls on new housing are. We continue to treat low density neighborhoods as delicate jewels that must be protected at all costs. For example, Jens von Bergman noted Fairview South Area C, FSOC, in the plan. This is a low density detached house area. Under the plan, it would allow only up to 6-floor apartments. But right across the street, there's a 13-floor rental apartment building that was built in 1972. There's also a more recent 12-floor building that was built in a spot rezoning. 50 years later, a housing crisis later, a climate crisis later, a multi-billion-dollar subway later, we're not even allowing things that we allowed in the 70s? There's a sickness in our city. When did we become so afraid? Look at the Mount Pleasant RT areas. It's a large geographic area, low density, but it has the tightest restrictions on new housing. Staff have admitted they don't expect to see much development in this area. They say these low density areas will only accept about 20% of the growth projected by the plan. If you actually cared about protecting tenants, this is where you would focus growth. But instead, it's practically off limits. So I think we should be clear. Looking at this plan objectively, the city's top priority is not the housing crisis. It's not the climate crisis. It's not protecting tenants from displacement. The city's top priority is making sure someone who owns a house doesn't have to share their neighborhood with a mid-rise apartment. Everything else gets balanced against that. And I worry some of you want to make this plan worse by making up new policies and restrictions on the fly through amendments and amendments to amendments. Remember, every new restriction you add to housing options in the low-density areas like Mount Pleasant just increases displacement pressure on the existing apartment stock everywhere else. So I hope you approve this plan. It is an improvement on the status quo. It's a step in the right direction, but it's the bare minimum. It doesn't do enough to change the toxic dynamic of forcing more housing in areas that have already accepted lots of housing while protecting low-density areas from real change. It doesn't go nearly far enough in changing the fundamentally broken dynamic that dominates the city's approach to housing. So please, pass it, but don't pat yourselves on the back. You need to do more than this. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no questions for you, but again, thank you for speaking to council. Speaker 31, Jenna Durr.
There is no speaker number 31 on the line,
Okay,
Chair Carr.
thank you. Speaker 32, John Stovall. Yep, John Stovall, are you there?
Can you hear me? I'm speaking.
Yes, we can now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is John Stovall, and I'm the president of Reliance Properties. I was also born and raised and live in Vancouver. Reliance is a very active developer in Vancouver, and for decades we have built a large amount of office space and purpose-built rentals all around the city. Whenever we can make rental work, which is not that often. I'm here today to strongly support the immediate approval of the Broadway Plan. Council's consideration and support of this plan should go far beyond important local neighborhood considerations. This is a plan of national, provincial, and regional significance. People from all over the country and the province are paying for the Broadway rapid transit expansion, and as the local government, this is an occasion where a broader view needs to be considered to support the needs of the growing population from around the country and the region, and to match the leadership, vision, and commitment already demonstrated by the federal and provincial government. In short, the city needs to have and must have the housing and job space growth that is commensurate with the investment in rapid transit and the needs of the broader community. As to the specifics of the plan and how it relates to our company's efforts to create rental housing, we are in a position under the plan, if approved, to make applications for almost 1,200 secured market rental units without any impact on existing residential rental stock or community retail. In fact, 2 of our planned projects are literally parking lots. I have been involved in the plan since its outset a number of years ago and have to say that the community engagement and industry engagement has been exceptional, notwithstanding the pandemic. The opportunities to provide feedback have far surpassed that of the West End Plan and Grandview Woodland Plan, which also had very high-quality consultation processes. Despite my strong support for the Broadway plan, there are certain aspects of it that are inflexible and will result in quick and non-displacing opportunities being set aside. The most challenging of these is the minimum frontage requirements being increased late in the plan development from 100 feet to 150 feet. In past community plans, such as the West End, 100-foot frontages were permitted on corner sites where the broader objectives of the plan, such as secured market rental housing, could be met. In our case, it would mean leaving 2 parking lots as just that, instead of immediately building secured market rental housing. Other items that will result in less housing than needed include inefficient floor plate maximums that will not allow projects to achieve the density set out in the plan, and shadow studies being pushed too early or too late in the day that will render projects non-viable in terms of height. I ask that Council consider an amendment that provides staff with the flexibility to treat the built form portions, which is Chapter 11 of the plan, as guidelines, only subject to the broader objectives of the plan being achieved in circumstances that are appropriate, such as a 1-tower blocks or landlocked site. There's really no point in having a minimum frontage for towers on a 1-tower block site. I also strongly urge Council to resist the temptation to further burden future projects with additional requirements other than is already set out in the plan, as rental development is becoming increasingly challenging given the recent dramatic increases in construction cost and interest rates. Your staff have done an amazing job of putting together this massive yet thoughtful plan. The transit is already under construction and the community consultation demonstrates support. It's time to move Vancouver ahead to a more equitable and affordable future with your approval of the Broadway plan. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you for taking the time to speak to us. You have no questions, but again, I really appreciate your input into Council.
Thank you.
Speaker 33, Peter McCartney. Speaker 33, Peter McCartney.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
I'm here.
Great.
You can hear me.
Can hear you now.
Terrific. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm a climate campaigner for the Wilderness Committee, and I'd like to speak with our support for the Broadway plan on behalf of thousands of our members in the city. The Wilderness Committee is, our mission is to protect wilderness, defend wildlife, and fight climate change. And there are trade-offs when we don't build housing in urban centers. We are currently cutting down forest in Squamish and Coquitlam and in Abbotsford for sprawling subdivisions that don't need to be there, and that the residents of those subdivisions will have to drive into their urban centers, increasing fossil fuel pollution. Transportation makes up 40% of British Columbia's carbon pollution, and I think building homes above transit in a climate emergency is such a no-brainer. It will prevent continued destruction of wilderness areas, but also, and in my heart, more importantly, it will prevent more climate disasters that we are seeing by reducing the amount of carbon pollution that goes into the atmosphere, because people will not have to drive. Not only is this is a climate emergency, and but also climate action should be affordable and improve lives. I think so often people picture climate action and see it as electric cars and solar panels, and it's out of reach of a lot of everyday people. And by letting people live without a vehicle, which is often their second biggest expense for most households, we can save them over $10,000 a year just by allowing more people to live along transit. Increasing the amount of rental space available to raise vacancy rates is one of the best ways that we can, from my understanding, limit and lower rental rates by giving people more opportunity to find housing. I would say, there are things that can be improved in this plan for sure. I would agree with folks that are suggesting that we need more green space available for these residents. And, I was reflecting on what the trade-off between green space and housing, but I actually think that, there's lots of opportunity in this neighborhood to replace streets with green space. I work in the Mount Pleasant area. That's where our office is. And that's, there are all sorts of little side streets with sort of haphazard parking on the sides that we could easily turn into adorable little parks. I agree with increasing active transportation infrastructure and then adding a bike lane on Broadway. People need to be able to see that density can be done right. And to do that, these neighborhoods need to be places where people want to live. And, having that buffer of space of a bike lane, being able to access the bike transit or the greenway network, I think will improve the quality of life in these neighborhoods. The things that people love about their, low density neighborhoods and maybe why they're cautious around density, they're quiet, they're safe, and they're green. But I don't think that these are things that people don't like about people. I think they're actually things we hate about cars. And so the more we can do to take space that's currently provided to vehicles and make that for people, I think the better the success of this plan will be. I would also argue for, I'm not an expert on housing policy. I understand there are lots of tenants who have reservations about this plan. I would argue, we would support the mayor's amendment for stronger tenant protections so that people can trust that they're actually going to be able to move into a new place at the same rent. I would also echo the sentiment that we should be locating density in single-family housing areas of the Broadway plan. I think, one of the issues in this city is that we continually put all the development pressures in places where there are affordable rental housing. And then the last thing I would just say, and this is sort of broader than the Broadway plan itself, is that we should be looking at public investment in housing. And I know that the city of Vancouver is sort of limited in what its budget can do, but I hope that this Broadway plan will enable a conversation with the provincial and federal governments to actually invest in green public housing along the corridor. So I would wrap up my comments there. I'd just say, please support and, continuously improve the Broadway plan. I think it's something that can be put into action now and continually, improved upon in the decades to come. So thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. You have no questions. I appreciate you so much for coming in and doing a very timely presentation. Thank you. Moving on to Speaker 34, Michael Mortensen.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Very sympathetic to your time with more than a couple hundred speakers on this item. Clearly, it's of importance to people in Vancouver. I'm Michael Mortensen. I'm the Director of Livable City Planning Limited, a busy Vancouver-based urban planning and development consultancy. I've lived in Vancouver for almost 30 years after cycling here from Ontario in 1990. I live in Riley Park. I know the area well. I know the Broadway corridor well. It's been studied for 30 years. I remember 30 years ago attending a workshop on the Broadway corridor. It was it's been such a schmozzle of 1970s office buildings, and it really needed a plan 30 years ago. And I think it's well beyond time that we have a plan. I fully support the Broadway plan, and I encourage you to approve it. The corridor is Vancouver's secondary business district and an essential part of the metro core, where the concentration of employment and transit warrants new intensities of housing and amenity. You'll hear from some people that these intensities aren't warranted, but they are. You know they are. Your professional planning staff have told you they're needed. Objective third-party experts like Coriolis and others, Altus, CMHC, all of those reports have told you that more affordable forms of market and below-market rental housing absolutely require more density and height to be viable. The Metro Core, and I'm glad the city is calling this the Metro Core, recognizing that this is an extension of the downtown and the second most dense job cluster in Western Canada. And the corridor along which we have this fantastic new transit infrastructure. This is the right place for this new development and intensity. Vitamin D density is a precursor to vitamin A affordability. And additional density and height can be used to make purpose-built rental viable with reasonable expectations on the percentage of below-market units, below-market rents, and also tenant protection. for existing renters. So I really commend council moving forward with this plan to treat it like a policy plan. We're not picking the color of tiles. You know, this is a high-level policy plan followed by a rezoning, followed by a development permit, followed by a building permit. This is 5 years of city process before you know, you can really get shovels in the ground and a building built. So I really commend council when you're thinking about this plan to allow more flexibility on density and height and to be prudent and conservative with tenant relocation requirements. It's important to ensure that existing renters are treated fairly and offered below market units in the new buildings. But it's also important to keep these requirements reasonable because at the end of the day, they're going to get absorbed in the cost of new rents for other new renters. Balance is needed. Some people will tell you that the intensity of housing and job space is not sympathetic to the existing context. And the truth is that they and their distorted, I think, rather misleading renderings are wrong. The context needs to change. The status quo isn't working. So I believe the future Broadway corridor will be very livable. We know in Vancouver how to create neighborhoods with new intensity and amenity. We're world famous for it. High-rise multifamily development can be very livable and family-friendly. Just look at the number of households in the last StatsCan report, population data, with children in the downtown core. If I were to amend the plan, I'd look at those areas in the corridor that have been overlooked, employment areas like the Falls Creek Flats, Mount Pleasant, Broad Slopes, account for 11% of the plan area. They could easily accommodate more housing, being muscular with planning about how to mix housing and job space without displacing anybody. So I'd permit greater flexibility on height, give the Director of Planning some discretionary planning authority to vary height to make sure that we have viable, affordable ownership rental housing. So I wish that this plan had been approved 5 to 10 years ago to support new development during that recent window we've had of ultra low interest rates. But today, rising interest rates and construction costs are going to be huge challenges moving forward. So I would commend City Council to adopt more flexibility on density and height in the plan looking ahead. So I'm encouraged by Council's leadership on the Broadway corridor, and I commend you to approve the plan before you. Thank you.
Great, you have no questions. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us.
Cheers.
Great. Council, Speaker 35 is withdrawn. So Speaker 36, Mark Shaper.
I'm just checking, Chair. No, Speaker 36 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 37, Hazel Ackner.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Yeah, go ahead to speak to council up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Just let me set my timer here. I actually, hold on. Sorry. I have to set it to 5 minutes. I'm already using time up by doing that. I'm going to make a bit of a left turn on all of this. I recognize that a lot of people are in support, although a number of people haven't been. There have been a couple of my concerns that have been voiced by others. I'll just touch on them really fast. One person said that there was too much information too late. I would concur with that. I've been involved in municipal politics for decades, and I always was interested in joining, and I've done so quite a bit. And I relied on Talk Vancouver to get my information. And to tell you the truth, because of the pandemic, I suppose, I didn't really notice that I hadn't been getting anything, because I think they haven't been sending anything since 2019. So I was completely unaware of this until about 10 days ago, and I got the most almighty shock. I used to live on 8th and Burrard, on the corner, pretty much on the northwest corner, and there was a parking lot opposite with a little strip of buildings that run down from Broadway to 8th, and I attended a hearing at City Council, probably in the late 70s, and that had a spot rezoning request, and they were asking for 6 stories, and they were granted 6 stories maximum, and that is, in my view, what should be the maximum. I've heard some other people say that too. The building I lived in was right opposite that, and if a big building was built on that property, because there's a parking lot, there would be a big building, high-rise, probably parked on that very corner, and all the people facing south, and I used to face south, would suddenly not have any view at all. They would just have a whacking great big high-rise in front of them because it's a 3-story building that we were in. And then to the right of us is a rental building that's owned by the same owner as the property opposite. And they would build a high-rise there because that building's about 50 years old. So to the right of us and in front of us, we'd be hemmed in by these huge buildings. And that's likely to happen to a number of buildings in the area, which is a huge concern. And I'm just very, very worried about a lot of things. Partly the lack of consultation, because the person who mentioned it was too late also said there was too much info. And indeed there is. I mean, I think the plan is 670 pages. I mean, who's going to be able to read that? I did read the summary, and I was concerned about a few things in the summary as well. What I noticed is that there was absolutely no mention at any point, and still hasn't been really, as to the effect this is going to have on the people. Somebody did mention earlier on, a speaker did say that there was a degree of angst, and indeed there is. And I think because of the pandemic and all the disastrous weather events we had last year, and the Broadway, if you live in the area or travel in the area, it's very, very stressful sometimes going along Broadway if you're on the bus and you're held up and it's noisy and bumpy. And if you are planning on dislocating people in that area by suddenly they're not having their rental places anymore, and even if they are found other places to live, that doesn't really account for the dislocation that they're going to go through, because they'll probably be in another area. Their kids won't be able to go to the same school. And I mean, the stress level is going to be untold, I think. And I just wonder, frankly, if some people are going to be able to stand it, because I think some people are rather on the edge with what they've been going through. So that actually takes me to the fact that people are talking about how this plan isn't perfect, but, let's move it on anyway. But truly, I imagine that you're not going to be doing anything until the Broadway subway is finished, which isn't going to be for another 3 years, so there is no rush. And in the meantime, if the lack of housing is so great, then could you not be looking in other areas to build housing in the intervening 3 years? I'm actually wondering to myself, and I don't know if somebody could answer this, whether there's any possibility that you might look at perhaps East Hastings in that area where, it's such a wasteland, and where there's so much homelessness and misery, and if you could maybe clean that up as a priority instead of this as a priority, certainly in the intervening 3 years, and then you could retool this plan and make it better. Then you could do a real favor and perhaps get people off the drugs and get them housed. I think that needs to be a priority.
Yes. And actually, you've run over time, so you have gone over the 5 minutes that's allocated.
Well, that's too bad. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I had other things, but I guess I didn't fit them in.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. There's no questions for you. Thank you very much for those speaking to us.
You're welcome, and good luck.
Yeah. Thank you. Speaker 38, Catherine Tableau.
Good evening.
Well,
My name is Catherine Tableau. You can hear me?
yes, we can hear you clearly.
Okay. So my name is Catherine Tableau, and I am the Executive Director of Société Maison de la Francophonie de Vancouver. On behalf of my organization, I gratefully acknowledge the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam Nation for their gracious hospitality. Société Maison de la Francophonie is the general partner of La Maison de la Francophonie de Vancouver Limited Partnership. Our board of directors is responsible for the management of the partnership of the non-profit organizations who collectively make up the partnership, and of the building known as La Maison de la Francophonie, including the performance venue known as Studio 16. We are located on land that is within the Broadway Corridor Plan on the Granville-Burrard slopes on 7th Avenue, east of Granville. La Maison is the head office for 14 francophile non-profit organizations. They provide a mix of arts, cultural, social, educational, economic, recreational service and activities to approximately 40,000 francophones and 200,000 francophiles within the Lower Mainland. It is a unique place to meet, exchange, and experiment in French. The Francophonie represents not only a linguistic or geographic reality, but also a cultural entity. It describes any individual who identifies with one of the Francophone cultures. The offerings of La Maison are open to all, Francophones as well as Francophiles, and anyone who is curious or interested in participating. The theatre Studio 16 is available to all performance organizations and has been used by Talking Sticks Festival, Vancouver Fringe Festival, and many others. It is an important venue for all performing arts. Over the years, La Maison de la Francophonie building has aged and no longer properly supports the work of its members. After extensive studies, we have chosen to redevelop the property in partnership with the developer, Canderel. La Maison would receive modern accommodation on the ground and second floors, while the developer proposed to build condos above. La Maison hopes to develop a larger state-of-the-art flexible theatre in the redeveloped La Maison to better serve the needs of the theatre and performance communities who generally find the current theatre too small. The lack of appropriate space for shows hampers the development of artistic groups and limits their ability to deliver their best programming and maintain economic health. The major focus of our development project is to deliver a new and expanded center for the Francophone Francophile community and a theater available to the world public. For all sites, the Broadway plan proposed building heights between 20 and 25 stories for projects with 100% strata housing contributing towards community. Without the Broadway plan approved as drafted today for the Granville-Burrard Slopes area C, the much-needed renewal of La Maison de la Francophonie community and cultural amenity might not be realized. Market housing is a critical component in delivering and renewing important community amenity spaces like La Maison, which in turn foster communities that are supportive and inclusive for everyone. This project would not displace any residential tenants. The Broadway plan is a key component in ensuring that our diverse and open neighborhood remains vibrant, connected, and engaged. The plan must allow for the renewal and extension of existing cultural community spaces, activities, and organizations like La Maison. As natural hubs for community interaction and new community connection, and more importantly, because of their established networks of people in the community, they play a large part in welcoming and ensuring a sense of togetherness as our neighborhood grows. Community organizations such as La Maison offer a wide range of social benefits as well as important space for gathering and support for cultural awareness, education, and for celebrations. Existing cultural organizations like La Maison are key components that currently participate in how connected and engaged the neighborhood is. It is paramount the Broadway plan supports our organization and its mission, which is consistent with the cultural and social goals of the City of Vancouver. Francophone people immigrate from around the world or migrate within Canada. The mixing of all this diversity makes a vibrant community, a place to create, a place to connect. Thank you very much for listening to me. Merci.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There are no questions. Very much appreciate your input, though.
Thank you.
Next on the list is Speaker 39, Rahana Razel.
Good evening, Chair and Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Rohana Rezo, and I'm speaking today to urge you to amend the Broadway plan to include real rental protections and more affordable housing. The aging rental buildings along Broadway are one of the last pockets of affordability left in the city. The Broadway plan provided an opportunity to renew these buildings in a manner that creates more affordable housing for everyone. But the plan that's in front of you right now will result in demevictions and displacement of vulnerable long-term renters. While the Broadway plan before you calls for right of first refusal, the tenants will have to return to their units at much higher rents. So the exact wording calls for 20% discount to citywide average market rents by unit type based on the CMHC rental market report. I went through the CMHC market reports to 2002, and I found that on average, the rents in Vancouver were growing at about 6% before the pandemic hit. And since the pandemic, the unofficial statistics show that the rents are going up by double digits. So a 20% discount means that a tenant who's been in their place for more than 3 years will end up paying more rent when they return. A tenant who moved in 10 years prior would end up paying as much as 50% more over and above inflation under the Broadway plan. Imagine paying $1,000 a month for your one-bedroom apartment one day and having to pay $1,500 the next. That's what will happen to a tenant who moved in 2012 under the current plan that's in front of you. So what I'm asking you to do is to amend this plan so that the renters can return at rents that are no higher than what they paid at the time they moved out of their units. As well, please make it absolutely clear that the new units are not going to be substantially, the new units are going to be substantially similar to the ones that they moved out of, especially in terms of size. Because if you look at the city of Vancouver does not mandate a minimum size for apartments, but it mandates a maximum size for apartments, which is really strange, but that's how it goes. So technically you could have a 500 square foot 2-bedroom apartment. That's not just going to work. And in terms of affordability, based on the 2016 census figures, 160,000 renters live in inadequate, unaffordable housing. That means we need at least 75,000 units of adequate, affordable housing just to meet this need. The Broadway plan delivers just 4,000 units in 30 years. That's 133 units per year, when there's a deficit of 75,000 adequate, affordable housing. Now, I understand that affordable housing is limited to just 20% because of the fact that the city doesn't have the money, so the city is dependent on developers to fund these affordable units. But what I want the city to do is to talk to the senior levels of government and try to get that number as high as possible. So again, I don't know if you've seen that the recent peer-reviewed study coming out of University of Waterloo by Tolfo and Doucette. But what it found was that since the 1980s, the city of Vancouver has ignored gentrification and displacement of working class and low-income families as the city pursued neoliberal urban development policies under the livability narrative. Building a city that's livable for all requires confronting this inequality of histories of injustice. I hope you do just that by amending the plan to enshrine real renter protections and a higher proportion of affordable housing. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. You do have questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Okay.
Councillor Hardwick, you may be on mute.
Sorry about that. Hi, Rohana.
Hi, Councillor Hardwick.
What was the peer-reviewed paper that you just mentioned?
I can email it to you, but it's by Tolfo and Doucette. They talked about how livability has been used as a narrative for since the 1980s, but that livability has not translated for livability for all. The city's planning has resulted in displacement of working class and low-income families. I can forward you the exact paper. I have the full text. I got it from the researchers themselves, so I'd be happy to forward it to you.
I appreciate it. And I appreciate the depth of your analysis, knowing that you're a data guy. What did you base your assumptions on in terms of the demand for the rental housing, where we are right now, and anticipating growth? What data?
Yeah, so so the census, 2016 census, showed that 160,000 renters were living in inadequate or unaffordable rentals. That means they were paying more than 30% of their income on rent. And based on the family unit size, it works out around 75,000 units that are short right now, and we need to meet that. And because otherwise, you can build all you want, but if that's just that ends up with people living in housing stress, again, if you're talking about justice, I don't know if that justice is served by doing that. I don't have the 21 numbers. Those numbers will come out, I think, in a couple of months' time. And again, I'll be happy to, if they come out soon enough, I'll be happy to forward them to you too, the entire council, I mean.
Yeah, well, I'm looking for evidence-based decision-making and planning in this case. So that would be really appreciated, building the housing that we need. At the same time, that's another opportunity, because I only have 3 minutes, would like to talk about the business model here. As you pointed out, the city's reliant on developer contributions to fund affordable housing, and that's ultimately paradigm that we should be looking at, but I can't do it here. So thank you very much. And again, fire away with any information that you'd like to share further.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. You have more questions? Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, first question is, could you mail me that study too?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I would love to. Yeah.
Okay. And the second thing is, you said that there was only 4,000 affordable units. I'm just wondering how you got that number, because it's the same number that I got when I crunched them.
Yeah. So that's based on the study that says that it's going to be 30,000 units in total. Out of that, 2/3 are going to be rental. That's 20,000, and out of that 20,000, the plan says 20% of the floor space is going to be affordable rentals. So I think it's going to work around about 4,000.
Yeah. And we've got about 30,000 renters that might take advantage of it.
We have right now, we need 75,000 units of affordable rental. 75,000.
Okay. Good points. Thanks so much for coming in and making them.
Okay. Thanks, Councillor Swanson, and
thank you.
Yeah, and thank you. Those are it for your questions. Appreciate you coming in to speak.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Speaker 40, Mazdak Angaribnalves.
Hello?
Yes, hello. We can hear you. Go ahead.
My name is Mazdak Garibnalves. I'm a volunteer with the Vancouver Tenants Union in Mount Pleasant. On Monday, we released our report at rentersplan.ca. Nearly 50 members of the VTU contributed over 400 volunteer hours into producing Renters Plan, an alternative to transit-oriented displacement along Broadway. Our members had face-to-face conversations with hundreds of tenants across 41 purpose-built rental buildings within 200 meters of future Broadway subway stations. Surveys from these households provide a stark picture of vulnerable tenants whose homes will be targeted over the next several years. Here's what we found. Simply put, there is a tremendous financial incentive for landlords to evict existing long-term tenants and bring new ones in at higher rent. The highest rent minus the lowest rent in a building can be thought of as the financial incentive to rent-evict, and is a simple measurement that puts a number on the upward pressure on rent within an existing building. This number is an increase of $243 per month for studios, $431 per month for one-bedrooms, and $421 per month for two-bedrooms. In other words, just today, the average landlord of a building in our survey area could expect a 20% increase in income on their lowest paid units if they're able to find some pretense to evict that tenant. And what happens to the tenants that are evicted? The rent gap, or the difference between the median market rent and the median surveyed rent, represents the new rental rates they might find themselves paying. For a studio, an increase of $758 per month. For a one-bedroom, an increase of $821 per month. And for a two-bedroom, an increase of $1,315 per month. With the impending upzoning and redevelopment of the survey area, these numbers also represent the dramatic upward pressure on rents and therefore the incentive to demo-evict. We believe that the Broadway plan's transit-oriented displacement will add fuel to an already burning fire. Finally, let me wrap up by commenting directly regarding the Broadway plan. The VTU has been calling on the City of Vancouver to fix their tenant relocation and protection policy, or TRPP, for years. Although the Broadway plan proposes some minor improvements, we take no comfort in these proposals. The fact that these are coming forward after years of excuses during an election year means that they're not worth the paper they're printed on. Firstly, it's very concerning that city planners and the mayor seem to be attempting to redefine vacancy control as a rent increase to 20% below CMHC average rents. Real rent control tied to the unit means that when a tenant leaves, next one pays the same amount of rent. This immediately removes any financial incentive to evict tenants, and as long as any amount of profit is to be made from evicting a tenant, the city will continue to facilitate displacement. Secondly, let's talk about city planners' use of citywide CMHC average rent to limit protection. It's important to note that VTU's direct data from tenants is not collected by any governmental or non-governmental entity in BC and is superior to the CMHC averages, which are calculated through phone surveys of landlords and property managers, the same people and corporations who exploit us for profit and neglect maintaining their buildings. This is an unreliable measurement of data and a detriment to renters. What's to stop Landlord BC from sending a notice out to all their members ahead of a survey, instructing them to report average rent hundreds of dollars above their true value to boost industry profits across the board? And when city staff propose extended protections based on knowing how much rent tenants are paying to implement future protections, will they be calling up our landlords? Maybe they can make a pinky promise to be truthful about our rent. Lastly, and most importantly, there are no enforcement bodies in the municipal government that enforce the current TRPP, let alone these new so-called protections. In our experience, tenants have been subject to arbitrary decisions by city staff that coordinate with developers to preserve their profits on projects that displace people. City staff's collaboration with, rather than regulation of, for-profit developers is a built-in systemic flaw of how the city operates. Our report wraps up by including key principles and associated policies. These recommendations are first and foremost meant for tenants to read through so they can imagine and fight for a more just society that values them and their homes. But the fact that there's such a large chasm between what city planners believe are adequate and what renters know they need shows that city planners have no investment in the protection of tenants. To them, tenants are numbers on a spreadsheet. They have no idea what rents these tenants are paying, and they've never talked to them about their concerns. We don't believe that the municipal government will protect tenants. We believe that tenants themselves need to get organized and resist these developments. The only way to fight back against gentrification and displacement is to be an organized movement that resists. Thank you very much.
And thank you very much. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson. Go ahead, Councillor Swanson.
Okay, thanks so much, Mazdak, to you and to all the VTU volunteers who did that amazing report. So two of your recommendations are that tenants get a right of, should have a demo-evicted tenants should have the right of return at the same rent, and that they should have a rent top up to their old rent in an interim place. If we could get that, do you think it'd be worth it?
Well, just a quick correction, Councillor. It's a right to return with dignity. So not only is it the same rent, but it's the same size of unit. And it's really important to think of it in terms of affordability of rent per square foot, because that's very important for tenants. The other thing I'll quickly say about the second piece is the rent top-ups are really only necessary because we live in a society where we're constantly being told that for-profit housing is the only ones available for people. The best way to do this is decommodified housing that is publicly and democratically owned and controlled, developed with input from tenants, and that prioritizes housing and creating homes over profit.
Yeah, I totally agree with you on that, but sometimes you have to take steps to get there. So I was just wondering if this could maybe be developed into some sort of a step. Do you know what I mean?
As I said, the recommendations are mainly for tenants to read through. What I will say is we do not support for-profit developers.
Okay. That's good, thanks.
Okay, thanks, Councillor
Thank
Swanson.
you.
Yep, you've got more questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm interested in, you mentioned a specific data source. I wasn't sure if it was CMHC. It went by quickly.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
The data source, which is the citywide CMHC average rents that are used by city planners to limit protections.
In purpose-built rentals or including secondary rentals?
I would imagine that it includes both, although they would have to have easy access to property managers or landlords to ask them. To be honest, I'm not 100% sure with you.
Yeah, I've been trying to get secondary rental market numbers for some time now. The city, has permits for people to rent out their basement suites, for example, but it's not factored into for example, vacancy numbers. They only measure it off of purpose-built rentals. So that's why I'm asking the question. I'm trying to get a deeper understanding of the rental market, and I thought you might know.
Of course. Well, one thing I will mention is one of the proposals that we do talk about is rental transparency, and mentioning that the lack of data is a huge detriment to the well-being of renters, and that there should be a public-facing landlord registry that would include things like historical rents, as well as keeping track of all evictions and ensuring safer and healthier rental stock.
I guess the challenge is trying to manage that against the provincial residential tenancy branch. Who does what? How would you see that working?
Well, to be honest with you, the way I see it is if governments are functioning in an oppressive way, our duty is to resist them and reject them and continue pointing out their illegitimacy in oppressing people.
Okay. Not trying to solve the problem, not just point it out. Got to have some solutions with it, but really appreciate your input, and I'd like to further the discussion around
Sure.
the role of secondary market rental.
Could I respond?
Yes, please.
Go ahead, sorry. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we in our mind, the solution is tenant driven. It's from the bottom up. It's tenants getting organized together and making demands. Like I mentioned, having protections written on city paper doesn't mean much when it's not enforced. But when tenants are organized, when they get together with their communities in buildings, establishing connections across with other tenants, they can actually directly deal with these developers and demand whatever kind of protections that they want. So that's what we believe in, and that's what we're going to be focusing on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. Thank you very much. That's it for your questions. Appreciate very much you speaking to us about this work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker 41, Jack Haybart.
Good evening. I'm Jack Haybart and a resident of the Fairview area.
Mm-hmm.
Somewhat sadly, I oppose the Broadway plan as it's currently drafted, but I'm one of those people who would be in favor of a plan if it corrected a number of the concerns, many of which we've already heard about today. One of the things that really has intrigued me is the Broadway plan has elicited strong reactions, both in favor and against, and it kind of got me wondering about how we got to this point, why we couldn't come up with a plan that people coalesced around. And to me, it felt very much like the situation that BC Hydro found itself in the early 1980s. For about 25 years, BC Hydro pursued a very successful strategy of developing a series of new hydro projects that provided ample, low-cost power that fueled the economic development of BC. However, that changed dramatically in 1980 when BCUC turned down their proposed Site C project. And that was a profound shock to the organization. And what had happened was that society's values had changed over that time period, and the expectations of BC Hydro had changed. So it was no longer just sufficient to provide low-cost power. The public was actually demanding that BC Hydro respects the environment. This resulted in a number of new initiatives, including PowerSmart, such that Hydro was able to meet the energy needs of BC for over 40 years without building another hydroelectric project. And in the end, Hydro was, I think, a stronger organization, and I think it was better able to meet the needs of BC. And I kind of see the same thing happening with City Hall planning at this point. As I look at the Broadway plan, it looks like someone said, well, our downtown plan was pretty good. Let's just replicate that along Broadway. The problem, and this is where all the division came in, is that even though the city had pretty extensive public consultation, as one of the people who participated in most steps of that consultation, it came away with the idea that they weren't really listening. They were just playing a game to get numbers that would support what they wanted to do. And that's really unfortunate because it's very possible, I think, to have a Broadway plan that most of the opponents would stand up to and salute. Certainly, there's always a tension between top-down planning objectives, such as, what's the population requirements, which may be more than the existing residents want to see. But the success of the plan really depends on how well you balance those competing needs. And that's really, I think, where the plan has fallen apart at this point. Now, the question is, where do you go from here? And I think it's quite possible to make this into a win-win situation. And I think what has to happen is, and there's a number of people who suggested the same thing, so I'm not being original here, is that the plan needs to go back to staff with some very specific recommendations. And I'll give you some of my list of what I think they should be, but there are others that I've heard tonight that would also be on the list. The first is to develop a realistic population growth forecast. That's been one of the biggest issues with the current plan, in my view. We talk about 50,000 people, which is high but not totally unrealistic looking at the Metro plan. And that equated to 30,000 units. The problem is when you dig through the actual details of the plan, it's actually built for 120,000 people. And that is really alarming. So the first step for me is to develop a realistic population growth forecast. And I would say report that back to council before proceeding any further with the plan. The next step is to look at alternate built form approaches. The current plan is all concrete high-rises. And what you need to see is a criteria of what are the trade-offs between the different built forms. And for example, as I think you probably all know, concrete high-rises are bad for both embodied CO2. They're much higher than mid-rise wood construction, also much higher in terms of the ongoing operating costs. So again, I think you have to get some proper criteria and comparison from the planners. And again, report that back to the council for agreement before they proceed with the plan. And one of the things I think will come out of that is you'll probably end up wanting to get a lot more wood frame construction. The other thing that really...
Sorry, you are over time. I'm sorry, so sorry.
I'm sorry.
You're over time. However, you do have questions from Councillor
Okay.
Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
All right.
Thanks, Jack. You seem to place quite a lot of emphasis on population forecast. Why is this?
Well, the reason is that's the basis of everything. If you built a plan just around 50,000 people, 30,000 units, you wouldn't be forced into the situation of everything as concrete high-rises. In fact, you could build a lot of the required capacity out of 6-story and possibly 12-story wood frame, and that would solve a lot of the issues you've been hearing tonight. The energy efficiency, but also setbacks, visibility, that sort of thing.
So balancing competing needs, I think, is the phrase you used.
That's correct. That's correct. And the other thing that really needs to happen is looking at other ways of getting affordable housing. Part of the reason why I think the city's gone so hard, or the planners have gone so hard into concrete high-rises, is because their only solution to affordable housing is the MERP program, which requires heights to justify. And I think you really have to see some different approaches from the planners, like rental-only zoning, looking at something like the UBC model, where land is provided on a 99-year lease, but the initial rents are only based on the cost of the building, and the value of the property is repaid over the latter part of the 99-year lease. There's a lot of, I think, innovative ideas that just don't seem to have come into the plan, that I find quite disturbing.
You mentioned that you'd participated in a number of events that were put on by city staff. You said that, I'm paraphrasing because I can't remember your exact words, but that you felt that it was really being used to reinforce an outcome.
That's pretty close to probably what I was thinking. Yeah, I went into the first workshops, the walkshops, and I asked the city staff, what's the population forecast? Oh, we don't have a population forecast. A number of people at these workshops said, we don't want to see Broadway look like downtown. We don't want all high rises. That never showed up anywhere in the material. Staff never asked a question about built form in all their surveys. And they misuse the data. Teresa O'Donnell was talking about something like over 55% of the people approve of the plan. If that was based on the surveys generated on the internet, that's misuse of statistics, because that is self-selected data, and you can't generalize that back to the population.
And I'm so
The only
sorry,
thing
but that is
Oh,
it for
I'm
Councillor
done.
Hardwick. It's okay. You're just responding to questions, but Councillor Hardwick has run out of time with her questioning. But thank you so much for coming to speak and to answer those questions.
My pleasure.
Great, thanks. So, Council, I'm going to suggest we take, it's almost 25 after 7. I'm going to suggest a 5-minute bio break, just because 4 hours is a long time to concentrate. So, the 7:24 right now. Let's reconvene at 7:30 and don't be late. Thank you.
I'm just double checking, but speaker number 42 is not on the line.
Great. Speaker 43, Barbara Neff.
And speaker number 43, also not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 44 is withdrawn. Speaker 45, Carol Lewis.
Yes.
Carol Lewis?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes to speak to council.
Okay, thanks. I'm Carol Lewis. I live in Fairview at Heritage Housing Co-op at Heather and 8th. I'm not opposed to densifying the neighborhoods along the Broadway corridor. I look forward to having lots more families enjoy our neighborhood. What I am opposed to is the high-rise solution to densifying for residential. I think high-rises are the simplest way to provide density, but there are alternatives to them that have advantages for residents. Already today we've heard concerns about adverse climate effects and social isolation with high-rises. I'd like to hear, or I'd like an amendment in the proposal that on a site-by-site basis there will be consideration given to low to mid-rise structures that provide equal density to a high-rise while promoting community and quality of life, rather than to default immediately to the high-rise option. This is a small assurance that might help bring about a greater support and acceptance of the Broadway plan by people who are in fear of losing their communities and the character of their unique neighborhood. Also, I ask you to please look into increasing density in the areas of single-family houses. Those lots could easily hold multiplexes of various sizes. I think that the zoning in single-family house areas should be changed to allow low-rise buildings across the city. At Heritage, we know that the Broadway plan is not something that will only be realized over the coming decades. Some co-ops in the Broadway corridor are facing redevelopment now, even before the plan has been approved, and we're one of those. Heritage currently has 36 well-maintained units that the city has identified as a potential redevelopment site within the next 5 years. We provide very affordable housing to our members, so we're unclear why we're being eyed for demolition when there are vacant lots where construction could be started from scratch and many single-family home lots that could hold homes for a number of families rather than just one. We have suggested that the city give us a 40-year lease renewal under the lease renewal framework for co-op, which would allow redevelopment in 10 years. This gives the city and us time to look into various redevelopment options, maybe under co-op or nonprofit management rather than with a private developer. Taking an extra 5 years to get it right would be invaluable to future residents. Why this rush to tear down our well-maintained and financially sound co-op as soon as possible? Another more concerning issue is that we understand that if we are redeveloped now, we'll be given the same exact number of units with the same number of bedrooms in each that we currently have, located in the lower floors of a 15 to 20-story high-rise. We believe the rest of the building will be expensive units, whether rental or condos is unclear. If the genuine goal of the city is to increase affordable housing, and if the city and federal governments are committed to increasing the number of co-op units as they claim, why wouldn't the city plan to double or triple the size of our co-op at the time of redevelopment? We would love to be able to have more families join us. Why tear down our viable co-op if there won't be any additional affordable units on our site? Council, you have a big decision in front of you. I will leave you with a quote from the Toronto Star's Chris Hume. There are two types of heritage, let's not forget. One we inherit, the other we bequeath. I ask you to listen to the various points of view expressed by your constituents, think carefully, make amendments to the proposal as necessary, and take your time to get the best version of this plan that you can before you approve it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. You do have some questions, so if you just want to hold on the line. Councillor Weeb, go
Sure.
ahead.
Yeah, just clarifying question. How many units are in your building?
There's 36 on what we call Site 1, and
Okay.
then we have 5 units across the street. But Site 1 is what they're looking to redevelop.
Okay, and so what you're saying is that in the new tower, the 36 units would be at the bottom of the tower, and the rest would just be market rental above you. So we're not gaining any co-op units in this redevelopment.
Yes.
So you're hoping that we can work out policies to make it work, that we actually make the whole building a co-op at different levels of affordability, so we can deliver more co-op units. Okay, I really appreciate that. I think it's really important as we look to build more co-ops across the city to look at what policies and what's feasible. So I appreciate you speaking today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great, and that is it for your questions. Thank you so much for taking your time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Great. We are now on to Speaker 46, Bill Tealman.
Thank you, Councillor Carr, and thank you, Council, for this day-long and evening-long hearing. I appreciate the time you're taking away from your families. I live in West Broadway in Kitsilano. My daughter, my son-in-law, my granddaughter all live in the Broadway corridor affected by the Broadway plan. Democracy, it's important. And once again, we face a Democratic deficit at City Hall, as I've raised several times this past year. You are debating a plan that has never faced an open public hearing of Vancouver residents, a plan that has been developed in City Hall by staff, not by citizens. And you're willing to throw into the trash 45 years of public planning in neighborhoods across our city, tens of thousands of hours that citizens spent engaging and being consulted by the city. This betrays the trust of Vancouver citizens who deserve better. Democracy doesn't end with elections, it begins there. And the kind of consultation that this process has seen is sadly lacking, and the pandemic is not a good enough excuse. There's a term in politics called captured by the bureaucracy, and I fear that's what's happened here when I look at this plan. It doesn't look like urban planning to me, it looks like a development scheme. And it's a way to keep increasing city revenue from development permits and CACs and keep spending over inflation on various projects that are not the core services of this city or any city. It's a perpetual motion machine, and we need to get off it. Growth for growth's sake is so wrong. Next, what madness is a plan to put 1,000 plus towers over 500 blocks from Clark to Vine Street and from First Avenue to 16th? This isn't just a concrete canyon down Broadway, it's 16 blocks deep. And this is not creating affordable housing, it's demolishing existing, perfectly good, low-rise rental apartments and replacing them with 20 to 40-story towers. I think the tenants union made some very good points, and others have as well on that front. And please don't tell me about the so-called Renters Protection Plan. Who believes that you can find thousands of temporary housing units for up to 3 to 5 years in a 1% vacancy rate in the city and pay the moving costs and then go back to brand new housing for lower rent? This is fantasy land. I've got a bridge to sell if you really think that's going to happen. And I think people who realize that are the tenants all along the Broadway corridor. So what will really happen with the Broadway plan? Higher buildings and higher rents. I hope that other speakers will also address the incredibly negative environmental impact of massive concrete structures, both during the building and then afterwards, the amount of energy needed to heat and cool concrete towers. It's amazing. I've said before that the Broadway plan is a battle for the soul of Vancouver. I urge you to do the right thing, do the democratic thing, defer this decision until after the municipal election, and let Vancouver citizens decide, not a council on its last month in office. I thank you.
And you do have questions if you want to just stay on the line. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thanks, Bill. What do you mean by let citizens decide?
I think that the voters of the city should decide on such a dramatic and radical plan, and there's two ways to do that. One would be to put it on the ballot for October when we have municipal elections. Let everyone decide, not 11 people who are elected, albeit, but the people who elected them decide. Alternatively, I guess we have to just have an election, and it's a major election issue.
Okay. We heard other speakers suggest that, we have elections every 4 years. We elect those people. They should just work with the professional staff and make the decisions for the public. How do you respond to that?
Well, I think that why have people elected to be held accountable and responsible if it's actually the staff who are accountable and responsible, and they're certainly not accountable to the voters? I think that this is a sad misnomer. It's like your lifetime supply or your 4-year supply of democracy consists of 11 X's on a council ballot. I don't think that's the way it works.
You also mentioned growth for growth's sake. I've been trying to get, some decent data around growth, and have seen, for example, that targets have been set at double projections. What are you getting at with growth for growth's sake?
Well, I haven't seen that there's the massive need for 2 towers per block over 500 blocks. I haven't seen, clearly we need more affordable housing, but having market rentals when the market keeps going up, and just in the course of this council's term, rents have gone up astronomically and housing prices have gone astronomically. So whatever we're doing isn't working, pretty obviously, and that doesn't give me a lot of faith in the Broadway plan. I think that this is there are ways that we can get to a better, more positive outcome. We can have much more gentle density, which some of the speakers have talked about. And, I think it was Hazel who said this is, she said, too much information too late. I couldn't agree more.
So what's the solution?
Defer this plan. Put it over. Put it past the election. Motion to defer. All in favor, those opposed. Carried. That would be the solution.
Okay, I have 30 seconds left, but I think you've said what you need to say there, so I'll cede my time.
Thank you,
Well,
Councillor
this shouldn't
Hardwick.
be.
Sorry, there are
No,
more.
sorry, I was just going to respond.
There's more questions for you.
Thank you.
Councillor DeGenova, you may be on mute. Go ahead.
I was just unmuting. Thanks so much, Bill, for your comments. I'm getting a bit of deja vu. I remember us doing this the last time we talked about quad flexes, and it was towards the end of the term, and council was considering this, and there was an outcry from the community. I'm wondering the context of this, though. What would you like to see? You'd like to see this referred to the next council to deal with. You'd like to see this referred back with direction to staff. I'm trying to understand. I appreciate your comments on democracy, but trying to understand what it is you'd like to see council do with this at this point to get it on a track that you and your neighbors would feel more comfortable with, in your opinion.
Thanks, Councillor DeGenova. I think many people that I talk to all over the city, but particularly in the Broadway corridor, are not even aware or vaguely aware that this is even going on, this massive, dramatic plan. I'm looking at the engagement overview Broadway plan surveys. There were 5. It looks like there were 11,276 responses. In a city of our size, that's not even a drop in the bucket. I don't think people have had the opportunity to engage. I don't think people have had the consultation. I understand the challenges of COVID-19, but we're in the final months of council here. So at a bare minimum, this should be deferred past the election for reconsideration by a new council that has a mandate. And I would prefer to have this question put on the ballot where it could be soundly defeated, in my view, as it stands right now, which would certainly mean we'd have to start the process, not start the process over, but look at how we can actually develop plans in a more democratic and consultative way.
Okay, thanks. Well, we understand from our staff that the ballot, the print gets, the font gets smaller every time we add a question to it. So I understand that can be a concern. I did want to ask you about the decision. I'm not sure if you're aware of the decision the park board made last night. You may know that they rarely make any unanimous decision. But they made a unanimous decision along with their staff that they couldn't support this moving forward. Do you think that warrants council spending some more time on this to consult with the park board as well, to make sure that any public benefit strategy, money doesn't grow on trees, we can't make something imaginary happen, but that there's some consultation there?
Well, Councillor, just to your earlier point, this is not a fine print question. This is a huge question, and there's the amount of money this city spends, I would put it on a separate page with a great big box, yes or no. But in terms of the park board, I think the park board has raised some legitimate and serious concerns that should be taken into account, as have many citizens at this committee hearing and all through this process, that once it became apparent where we were at, I think this is really one of the worst situations I've seen in civic government in a long, long time, and I certainly hope that you all think very strongly about deferring this and letting a new council with a fresh mandate decide how to proceed.
And that's out of, Councillor DiGenova is out of time. Councillor Weep, go ahead with your questions.
Yeah, thanks for coming to speak. I'm wondering what elements of some of the former plans you're hoping that would be in this larger plan. I'm just pulled up the Kitsilano one, and it's amazing because reading them, it's exactly what's happening now. Loss of families, options for residents, rain, high land, construction costs. Can you talk about the elements and some of those plans that you were hoping to see in this one today?
Well, I was primarily, Councillor, we primarily thinking of the fact that there was a democratic engagement, a long period of time was done. People were actually literally democratically engaged in the processes. I don't think at this stage should I mean, some of those plans are older, some of them are newer. I'm not going to do a critique in my 3 minutes left of those plans, but I really, but I mean, I'm really talking about the process, and people spent a lot of time and energy as citizens at no cost to the city to be involved in this, and I don't see this in the Broadway plan at all.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
More questions? Councillor Dominato, go ahead with your questions.
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Bill. Just curious if you could comment specifically, you've mentioned concerns around the democratic process. If you could comment on the feedback, though, that we have received. There has been engagement with residents and thousands upon thousands. And are you dismissing that in this process, or is it you were looking for a different type of engagement?
Well, Councillor, thank you for the question. As I look at the city's own document, I see that there were 11,276 survey responses. There were 5,371 participants at 14 open houses, which are not public hearings. Shape Your City, question and answer, 232 questions and presumably answers. I mean, this is not a fulsome process. This is not a significantly engaged populace or citizenry or taxpayers or renters or anybody else. In my view, it's sadly lacking.
Do you see, given that feedback and perspective, given the planning work that you pointed to, the earlier work with a number of the neighborhood plans, do you see an opportunity to see more of that integrated and reflected in this plan, given that that work was done, some of it going back decades, and we're trying to align with the current state and migration and so on? Do you think we could be better integrating some of that work?
Yes, I'm sure we could if we had the opportunity to do so, but now we're faced with an 11th hour decision. And so, I don't know. I certainly hope city staff looked at all those plans and brought them forward. But when I see this plan and the way it's proceeding, I don't feel very confident in that.
Okay. No, I appreciate your perspective and what you're sharing with us today. Thanks a lot, Bill.
Thank you, Councillor.
And that's it for your questions. Thanks so much for taking the time to both talk to council and answer all those questions.
Thank you, Councillor.
We're on to Speaker 47, Haroon Khan.
Speaker 47 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 48, Mark Battersby.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Great. Yes, I'm Mark Battersby, a longtime resident of Kitsilano. I'm Professor Emeritus at Capilano University, and I'm in opposition to the Broadway plan as proposed. Such a massive rezoning and rebuilding of 3 neighborhoods requires far more involvement of citizens affected. I agree completely with Bill. I was the president of Carr, Kitsilano Arbutus Residents Association, during the development of the Molson Brewery lands, now known as the Arbutus Walk. That process took us 7 years of extensive citizen involvement, voluntary involvement, and we've produced what is now a world famous, livable site, and something like that. That level of democratic involvement is what we need if we're going to do anything like the Broadway plan, which, for one thing, is too massive. You should have broken it down by neighborhoods. For example, the person from Fairview Slopes pointed out there's a few blocks that need special treatment in his view. That's the kind of detailed presentation by citizens who understand their neighborhood that can shape and make livable these changes. We're not against changes. We're not against densification, but it needs to be sensitive and it needs to be informed by the people who know their neighborhood. I'm also an expert on polling, and I have to agree with Bill and the earlier speakers. The polling, the process by which staff claims to have gotten input from the citizens is a totally bogus methodology, allows for all sorts of political machinations. It has nothing to do with the scientific method of polling, which involves random selection of your target audiences with careful choice of neutral questions. I went to a couple of the presentations. They were not an inquiry method at all. Staff was there to persuade people as to the virtues of the proposal, not to find out really what the people intended to. The rooms were jammed with people, even during COVID, making it very difficult to have any intelligent discourse. What the council needs, in the spirit of what Bill was talking about, is providing an opportunity for deliberative, careful consideration where alternatives are presented by informed, non-biased people rather than people who are there just to advocate and push a certain point of view, largely the point of view of the development community. If you ask people, of course, would they like affordable housing? Would they like it? Of course they would. That's not the useful question. But nonetheless, we've heard many speakers saying, who spoke in favor of the plan, that they wanted affordable housing. They were looking forward to it. Wouldn't we all? But this is not the plan that's going to provide that. That's a myth. We know that, in fact, high-rise construction ups land values. It provides profits and housing for offshore investors, but it does not, in fact, yield the kind of affordable housing. If it did, we'd already have affordable housing, and we don't. Lastly, I want to speak in aid of support of the Parks Board, who I just heard about their objection to the Broadway plan. The Broadway plan is totally devoid of considerations of livability. It's a plan for storage of people, but not for how they can live in communities, especially in an outdoor-oriented community like Vancouver, which needs parks, which needs pools, which needs access to beaches. And of course, it also needs schools, and there's no even clear provision for that. So you don't make a housing plan which gives no credit, no concern for how the people are going to in fact live. When we were dealing with the Arbutus Walk, one of the things we insisted upon was ground-oriented housing and 3-bedroom units so families could stay there. You need that kind of thinking about what kind of community you want when you're talking about rezoning, not just how you're going to store 30 or 50,000 people, or maybe even 120,000 people, depending on how you read the plan. Thank you for listening to me. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. You do have questions? Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Thanks very much, Mark. I'm interested in understanding a little bit more from you on the survey front. This has been a persistent problem that I've observed is the way that questions are framed, and much of what is billed as public consultation is conducted. From if you were teaching a course, which I know that you have on this, what would be the core principles that you would be employing to undertake this properly?
Well, there's two things, basically. Fundamentally, first of all, you have to randomly select people from the target group. And there's a real question of who should be involved in this. The neighborhoods have particular interest, but of course, so do the citizens of all of Vancouver. So you have to probably have two different polling processes, which would involve random selection. And you need about, surprisingly, about 1,000 people randomly selected to give you a good idea of what that group does. But random selection is key. Otherwise, you get biased answers. Secondly, though, with a complex issue like this, just asking people what they think is not going to get you the kind of deliberative, thoughtful citizen involvement that you need. That's why Bill was right about democratic processes. You need something, and there's models, and I don't know if council knows about them. It's called deliberative polling, where you bring together people, randomly people together, and you spend days informing them of what the alternatives are, what the considerations are. You give them a chance to discuss with one another the pros and cons, so they get a real understanding. And then when they express their opinion, you now have the thoughtful reflections of citizenry, and that's a true democratic process. The method used by the city now is intentionally undemocratic, an attempt to push people into going along with staff recommendations.
And why would they want to go along with staff recommendations? What's the purpose there?
Well, I don't think people do want to go along with staff recommendations, at least if they were properly informed. I think that the speakers who I heard, many of the speakers who were spoken in favor of it, did not seem to me to truly understand the plan or its implications, but have bought certain kind of myths like the problem with affordability is one of supply and whatnot. And we just know that that is not true. But these are complicated issues. And if you want really to get citizen involvement, as you people on council must know because you're faced with the complexity of it, it's a big, long process. And surely, as people concerned about democracy, that is what you want. You want people to have thoughtful understanding and to make the best decisions. And the citizens out there know a heck of a lot, but they don't know a lot about this plan and its implications. But they know about their neighborhoods, they know what they want, they know about their community, and so it should be properly, the citizens should be properly utilized in a genuine deliberative process.
Okay, and
Thank you very much.
Yes, that's it for your time. And thank you, Councillor Hardwick, and thank you so much for coming to speak to council and answering those questions.
Thank you for having me.
Yep. We're on to Speaker 49, Celine Sauvage.
Speaker 49 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 50, Sarah Anderson.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair and Council. Hi, my name is Sarah Anderson. I've never spoken in front of City Council on any behalf, so please bear with me as I am quite nervous. I am a single woman living in a one-bedroom apartment and have been a resident of Kitsilano since I moved to BC from Ottawa in 2016. I live within the Broadway Plan area in one of the 4-story purpose-built market rental buildings we frequently see across the city. My building was built in 1970. However, I'm mostly here today to talk in support of the clients I held in my professional life. I work as a homeless outreach worker in Vancouver, and I'm concerned for our low-income neighbors and those on disability and the risk this plan poses to them. As it currently stands, I have clients who are being legally evicted and completely priced out of renting within this city, essentially forcing them into homelessness. They are making a provincial disability income, and for those of you who are not aware, PWD income maxes out at about $1,390 a month as a single person. For one of my clients, their house was sold, and the new landlords have decided to demolish the house, leaving my client priced out of any current one-bedroom rental on the market. They are currently homeless because wait times for subsidized housing are years long. I have gone to bat for my clients, applying to any subsidized housing that accepts private applications I could find, and yet my clients end up homeless. I'm seeing this problem more and more frequently as rent prices have hiked so significantly in 2022. I'm sure we've all seen the report that rents have jumped 23% since last year. In the memo regarding the Broadway plan that was released yesterday, it is mentioned that there will be supports in place for low-income folks, and I'll quote from the memo. For low-income tenants, households without dependents earning $30,000 per year or less, and households with dependents earning $50,000 per year or less will be eligible for further protections, including assistance finding alternate accommodation where they pay no more than 30% of their income on rent. It's also stated on page 4 of that memo that there will be additional supports and there will be a stipend to offset relocation, although the particulars are not defined. I urge Council to ensure that planners specify and elaborate on what this means. As it stands, I am eligible to win the lottery, but it doesn't mean I will win. Being eligible does not mean being guaranteed. And what or who is the assistance that will be offered to low-income tenants? I work as a person who does this kind of assistance for a living, and I have an incredibly difficult time getting anyone housed. I've been doing this job since November, and the only time I've had true success housing clients is through a brand new 9-story purpose-built rental building that included only below-market rental units and social housing in the downtown east side called Rodden Lodge. Additionally, the long-term plan over 30 years suggests that 600 units of social housing will be built, but that equates to only about 20 units per year. Referring back to yesterday's memo, the expected tenor breakdown of new homes is 13% social housing, 7% below market rental housing, 46% market rental housing, and 34% strata. The 13% and 7% numbers are quite concerning to me. I am curious to know if these percentages reflect the median incomes of the region and the tenants impacted by this plan. For example, when I moved into my building in August 2016 from Ontario, the rent of the 2-bedroom unit I shared with my roommate was $1,600, so we paid $800 each. I then moved into a new unit in my building in August 2020, and the rent from my 1-bedroom is $1,650. So between 2016 to 2020, my rent in the 1-bedroom is more than the total rent of the 2-bedroom in the same building 4 years prior, and rents have since increased. We know that. Having plans for only 7% of below market rental housing is not enough. Even I would not be able to afford market rental housing if I were to move out of my building today and I worked full time. The prices of the market do not accurately reflect the incomes of working professionals. I am very much pro-densification of the region, but we need to assess whether or not we are truly creating affordable densification for people, especially for some of our most vulnerable citizens, those on disability. I urge the planners and City Council to ensure that the protections put in place for low-income renters are very clearly defined. If we are relying on getting low-income folks into social housing, where they only spend 30% of the income on housing, I can assure you that unless there are clear plans to build standalone buildings focused on predominantly on social housing and below-market rentals like Rodden Lodge, or that they have housing workers directly employed by housing providers working with displaced tenants, it will be very challenging to rehouse these people in a city with a 1% vacancy rate. I'm absolutely pro-density. I'm not against this plan. I just want to ensure that our most vulnerable are truly protected, and right now I feel the plan falls short on covering them. I hope to see a greater creation of below-market rental housing and social housing than the 20% that is proposed, and that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If you want to just hold on, and Councillor Swanson has questions for you. Councillor Swanson, go ahead.
Yeah, I don't really have a question except to say thank you for coming, and I'll see if I can do an amendment, like you said, to get some specifics about the help for really low-income tenants. I'd already marked that as something that we need to do. Thanks again for bringing all this up.
Thank you so much for hearing me.
Great. Yes, and thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
Chair, I have a point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's not for the last speaker. It's just in general under 4.5 of the procedural bylaw, 4.5F. We're not supposed to express any opinion or make any allegation that reflects upon the character of any person or groups of persons. And I've heard multiple comments from speakers saying that staff are being duplicitous. They've been trying to trick people. There's a malintent. And I just don't think that helps our debate here. So I just want to call that to your attention and hope that, we don't disparage our staff who've worked so hard on this plan. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder. Mayor, I will remind speakers of that particular requirement in terms of their speaking in front of council. So we are on to speaker 49, who is Celine Sauvage, and this is in person, no? You, Susan Alexander?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
My name is Susan Alexander. I'm a resident of Kitsilano. I grew up in Dunbar. Both my parents were born in Vancouver, and my Grandparents came here and their families came here in 1897. I made a conscious decision to move into Kits, to move from my single family home into a multi-unit residential building. I did that, well, I arrived here on my bike tonight, for instance. What I'm trying to do is walk the talk of environmental, sustainable living. So 80% of Vancouver is zoned for single family homes. And I would like to make a comparison with the block I grew up in Dunbar, and the block I now live on in Kitsilano. So where I grew up in Dunbar, there were 26 single-family homes, 53-foot lots. Many of the houses had children in them. So I would guesstimate that there were probably, at the time when I was growing up, probably 75 to 100 people living on that block. What's happened over the years is the houses have been knocked down, and the 2,000 square foot house is now a 4,500 square foot house, and there are fewer people now living. And so there are actually fewer people living in Dunbar than there were when I was growing up there in the 60s and 70s and 80s. Whereas the block I live in Kitsilano, has a mix of, they're all 3-story, they're single family homes, they're co-ops, they're condos, rentals, and I estimate that there are probably 200 people living on that block. My particular building used to have a single family home 40 years ago, and now we have a 5-unit building, townhouses. So we have 10 people living on a 50-foot lot. And so I think what I've noticed about Kitsilano is that it has been a remarkable example of successful gentle urban density. And why would we want to ruin this gem when we have been densifying in Kitsilano for 40 years? So I want to know when we're going to start densifying gently. You know, we talk about this 30-year plan for high-rises, which environmentally, with all that concrete and steel, doesn't make sense. We should be sticking to 4, 6, 8-story buildings at maximum, which we can use wood. And also we can use trees for natural air conditioning. Those towers are going to end up being like air-conditioned fridges, which require a lot of electricity. There's no way around that. Whereas with, if we've got 8 stories, we can do very clever, we can use our trees for air conditioning, all natural. There's more relationship with people in their local communities. So I want to know why we are just looking at these beautiful neighborhoods who have stepped up to the plate for 30, 40, and 50 years and created a wonderful urban environment where I made a conscious decision to sell my single family home and move into a 1,200 square foot townhouse. So because of all the benefits of that. So why are we not doing the 30-40 plan for Dunbar, which says we're going to now take that 4,500 square foot house and turn that into 4 or 5 units? And, that's how we should be densifying. We shouldn't be going into high rises. We should be sticking to our 8 stories maximum, using wood and getting away from concrete and steel towers. I just want to know, we are possibly bearing the brunt of further densification when, like I say, we have stepped up to the plate. So perhaps we need to have an overall plan for Vancouver, not just this whack-a-mole thing of the Broadway corridor. It's between 16th and 1st and Vine and Clark or whatever it is. I think that should be considered. We need an overall plan.
Great. If there are no questions, that was very clear. So appreciate you very much coming in and speaking to us.
Great. Thank you.
That moves us on to Speaker 52, Anne McMullen.
Good evening. Thank you so much. I'm Anne McMullen, President of the Urban Development Institute, and I live in downtown Vancouver, and I'm in the Yaletown neighborhood. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. We do believe, as our organization, that the Broadway plan will provide much needed housing and job space located around transit. And overall, we are supportive of the approval of the Broadway area plan because it will provide certainty for builders. It's not perfect, but no plan is. But this plan has already been underway for almost 4 years. And we don't want to see it delayed any further, especially with the upcoming municipal elections. It could be years before projects are able to get underway if this is not approved now. And we know that it can take 5, 6, sometimes 7 years to have projects approved and another 2 years to build. So it's a generation before people even get to move in if we are not approving this now. We do hope that there will be flexibility provided during its implementation that will address many of the big challenges facing the plan. However, in order to do that work, the plan needs to be approved. Several years ago, I myself stood in front of council, supported the Downtown East Side plan under the same pretense. However, issues were never fixed and the area has not seen the change that was envisioned. And we hope that the same thing does not happen to the Broadway plan. And we know that it is incredibly important for the region as a whole that more housing be built around rapid transit over the next decade. These are literally tens of millions, hundreds of millions of dollars that are invested into the area, and we need to build homes around those and make best use of that investment. There's great potential for the Broadway plan to provide more homes and job spaces that are accessible by transit. Transit-oriented development has many benefits. Many of the speakers have already spoken to that. Reduces GHG from transportation, more people to walk, take transit, get to work. As I said, I live downtown. I live in Yaletown, and I know the difficulty of people have with these high gas prices. But for me, thankfully, I don't even notice it, as all I do is take transit, ride my bike, or walk. And that is an incredible benefit for those of us that live in the downtown core and near transit. It also leverages the multi-billion-dollar investments made in the Broadway subway by senior governments, and this will be critical if the city's goal to extend the line further out to UBC is met. As well, the Broadway plan is intended to meet the needs of both current and future residents, and many people have talked about that it doesn't address the current residents, but I do think we have to balance both current and future residents. By the city's own estimates, more than 80,000 existing households are in housing needs currently. And with the added pressure from thousands of new residents moving to the city, it's clear that more housing is needed. Again, exciting job opportunities envisioned along the Broadway plan, whether it's tech, healthcare, and others, to attract residents to this area along transit-oriented development. Nearly 3/4, as you know, of net new residents in Vancouver are renters. That means thousands of new rental homes will be needed. We all know the vacancy rate is incredibly low. I think it's at about 1% right now. Rental is an important part of the housing continuum, and we need to build much more than we are today if we want to meet the needs of this growing area. And we've said this many times, and it's not just a phrase. It's important to protect people, not buildings. The city's enhanced tenant protection included in the plan is the most robust in the city and will provide support for tenants in the interim as new rental housing is constructed and over the long term with below market rents. These protections will lead to the creation of new, seismically upgraded, energy efficient, affordable homes for residents in need. The proposal that Mayor Stewart made earlier this month would enhance the options for tenants who are returning to a new building. However, the plan was carefully designed to allow some rental development to proceed while minimizing displacement. And as we've seen in Burnaby and other areas, to accommodate these changes, additional density we know will be required as an offset, or there's a risk that it will delay the delivery of new homes, including below market rental housing, if projects are no longer viable. So although we are supporting the Broadway plan, we know that it's not perfect, as nothing is, and we would have liked to see more opportunities to create new housing in this plan. However, some of the layers of city policy mean the development that does happen will be limited, whether it's shadowing, setbacks, and other things. Issues like frontage, floor plates, shadowing policies all impact the ability of builders to deliver on the intentions of the plan. However, we do think that the greater loss would be seeing the plan, which has already been under development for several years, delayed any further would be a huge detriment to the city. So we do hope to be able to work with the city through the implementation of the plan to address some of our members' concern. And ultimately, we ask that Council approve the Broadway plan and take this important step forward in creating a new, vibrant corridor that will become the city's second downtown. So thank you all very much for this opportunity.
Yes, thank you so much. Well timed, and there are no questions. That was clear, and we very much appreciate you taking the time in the evening to speak to us.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks. Speaker 53, Jean-Francois Packwood.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
Perfect. So my name is Jean-François Patcoud. I live in Vancouver and I do work within the Broadway corridor in the Fairview neighborhood, within the community space called Maison de la Francophonie on 1555 West 7th Avenue. The organization I'm working for is the Francophone Arts and Cultural Council of BC. I'm speaking today on my own behalf. I did follow the development of the Broadway plan in relation with my work, of course, and also as a Vancouver resident. I did participate in many previous initiatives regarding the development of the Broadway plan. I am glad to see in the Broadway plan the will to secure new and expanded community, arts, and cultural facilities, especially along the Fairview and the Mount Pleasant neighborhoods where I do work. These areas already have a strong artistic identity. Therefore, I believe it would be great to see housing that is connected to community spaces in walking distance or built in collaboration with a community hub or a community center. For instance, like the BMO Theatre Center on West 1st Avenue. Through thoughtful land use, planning, and allocation of housing density, the Broadway plan should encourage a strong sense of belonging and inclusiveness. A big part of this will be achieved through the expansion of programmed community centers, as the Maison de la Francophonie is fulfilling. In addition to supporting residents, it is important the Broadway plan also support existing cultural groups in the area who are already promoting a welcoming, connected, and inclusive sense of community. Those spaces are crucial for the vitality of the city. Cultural spaces of this type are still limited in Vancouver and the needs are there. Having a mix of cultural community spaces with residential housing will provide more lively neighborhoods. Community groups with established networks of people in the city will continue to play a large part in ensuring that sense of togetherness as the neighborhood grows and more people move into that area. I personally would like to see multi-generational housing buildings where some floors could be for older people, other for families, with a range of services on the street level. For instance, health, daycare, cultural spaces, allowing a stronger connection among people. Also, various heights regarding buildings should be considered depending on the location. Planning it carefully with medium to lower buildings, so having in mind the density growth. And this has to be done protecting affordable housing. On that, I would like to point out it's a broader issue that the city needs to tackle in all aspects of its development. At this point, I hope that the Broadway plan is going in that direction and that these considerations will be taken into account in your decision while moving forward with it. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you for your time. There are no questions. That was very clear. Appreciate you very much calling in to speak to us.
Thank you.
Okay. Speaker 54, Emmanuel Combertrand.
Hello, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead, up to 5
Thank
minutes.
you. Yes, thank you. So I'm Emmanuel Cornebertrand. I'm the Executive Director of the Francophone Federation of British Columbia. So I live in Vancouver, close to the City Hall, and I work, such as Jean-François before me, at La Maison de la Francophonie in the Granville Broad Slopes Area C in Fairview. So the Federation is the umbrella organization for the French-speaking community in British Columbia. So as you know, the French-speaking community is the official language community in a minority situation. We strongly, as the Federation, support the Broadway plan. La Maison de la Francophonie hosts 14 Francophone organizations. And if the Broadway plan is approved, we will be able to expand our building to transform it into a real community center. It will seriously improve the working conditions of all employees there, but also improve the client's experience. The organizations there are offering various services or cultural programs in French and attract a large public, not only French speaking, but like very broad public. The new development of the building and of the community center would be a real asset in the area. And the city of Vancouver will be able to proudly host an attractive Francophone community center in complementarity with national guidelines to promote and protect the official language minority communities. On the market housing aspect of the project, our community is composed of a third of newcomers, and they need more housing options. The market is very short, as you know, and this expansion project will bring new possibilities and will open the possibility of a community hub, friendly, inclusive, and welcoming. If the Broadway plan is approved, community groups with established networks of people, such as us, La Maison de la Francophonie, in the community will have the possibility to play a larger part in ensuring a sense of togetherness as the neighborhood grows and more people move into the community. And housing connected to community spaces in walking distance or built in collaboration with a community hub will be a strong asset in this area and will give more opportunities for inhabitants to connect with each other. In my view, balancing land uses in such a way will ultimately strengthen and build a strong sense of community, which is important to support people from all walks of life. Community organizations, and we are community organizations, 14 of us, offer a wide range of social benefits and offer important space for social gathering, social support, cultural awareness, education, and celebration. Expanding the center would be a huge improvement in the neighborhood. So now, more than ever, gathering spaces and personal connections are very important. Community and cultural spaces offer a place for cultural awareness and celebration, and I personally want to see this considered and included in the Broadway plan. Spaces for learning and cultural appreciation is a really important need and a critical piece to the puzzle. And on a more personal note, I'm a mother of two, and after-school activities and social connection for my children would have a very positive impact on my day-to-day life. The promotion of cultural spaces, cultural activities, and existing cultural organizations is a key component in ensuring a diverse and open neighborhood that is vibrant, connected, and engaged. So for all of these reasons, our federation strongly supports the Broadway plan and really hopes that everyone will see all the opportunities that it will bring to our neighborhood. Thank you.
And thank you for taking the time to come to speak with us. There are no questions, but we very much appreciate your participation.
Thank you.
We're moving on to Speaker 55, Robert Patterson.
Good evening, Councillor. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Robert Patterson, and I'm a tenant advocate and lawyer at TRAC, the Tenant Resource and Advisory Center. TRAC's mission is to support and advocate for tenants across BC. I'm here today to talk specifically about the impact of the Broadway plans on renters along Broadway. Our organization has experience providing legal information and assistance to tenants facing rent eviction and dem eviction in Vancouver, both under tenant relocation plans, or TRPs, and not. We've also spoken directly with tenants whose homes will be impacted by the Broadway plan. The focus of my comments today is on the mass displacement and evictions that the plan threatens to cause. Thousands of renters are at risk. If I recall staff's presentation this morning accurately, 25% of all renters in the city will be affected by the plan. As the plan has been presented to Council, mass displacement and eviction is not just a possibility, it is a virtual certainty. Thanks to the important work that the Vancouver Tenants Union has done in the community, we know that tenants who rent along Broadway face rent increases of over 60% on average if their rent increased to market rents. Long-term tenants, a group that includes more seniors, renters on fixed incomes, and the renters that are most connected to their communities, would face even higher increases percentage-wise on average. I would strongly encourage Council to read through VTU's report because it provides an essential missing piece in this conversation, data about what rents tenants actually pay. The Broadway Plan's current rate of return at 20% below market rent is therefore wholly insufficient. This is especially clear when you account for the fact that 1 in 5 tenants surveyed already feel that their rents are highly unaffordable. A rate of return at an unaffordable rent is, simply put, no rate of return at all. The discount from market rent model has also proved ineffective for tenants in the past. We've worked with tenants whose landlords have claimed to offer percentage discounts from market under existing TRPs, but who end up being actually offered units at or even above the actual market rent. The expected result of the policy as drafted will be to displace thousands of renters from their communities, not just from their neighborhoods, but from many tenants, given the decades-long and deepening housing crisis from the city, the Lower Mainland, and even the province. It is, in our view, unacceptable to trigger such mass displacement in the midst of this housing crisis. Adding more rental units does not need to, and should not, come at the cost of destroying thousands of affordable tenancies. If the goal is to create affordability, the policy as drafted throws the baby out with the bathwater and accomplishes the opposite. That is why TRAC strongly supports amendments to the TRP policy in the Broadway Plan. We believe that the amendments that have been put forth by the mayor, specifically a right to return at an equivalent to an equivalent rental unit at original rent and a right to alternative housing during redevelopment at the same rent that does not significantly displace tenants from their home communities, are essential. They are necessary to prevent mass displacement. Other cities already recognize this. Burnaby, for example, has tenant protections that provide for these rights in their citywide tenant protection policy. Any policy that protects tenants also needs to have sufficient enforcement mechanisms. We strongly encourage Council to consider new and better ways to ensure that TRPs are complied with by developers. We've heard from tenants whose landlords did not comply with TRPs and found it impossible to hold them to account. We urge the city to adopt a model like that adopted by New Westminster, which enforces TRPs through the business licensing bylaw. This model has been tested in the BC courts, who upheld it as a valid way to regulate landlords and developers about this issue. It's also essential that any protections apply to currently pending development applications. I spoke with tenants who live in the Broadway Plan area whose landlords are currently rushing to get approval for the projects before any enhanced protections kick in. These tenants and those in similar situations require just as much protection as any others. Finally, TRAC underscores the need to incentivize and enable non-market housing, especially social, co-op, subsidized, and nonprofit housing. Ultimately, housing is built for people, not for profit. Building more housing does not and should not require the destruction of existing affordable tenancies. At a bare minimum, existing affordability needs to be maintained throughout the Broadway Plan. Otherwise, the result will be mass eviction and a drastic worsening of our housing crisis. We believe the Mayor's amendments are a good step to securing this goal, and that's why we support them. Thank you for listening to me this evening.
Oh, and thank you so much for your presentation and taking the time to speak to us. There are no questions for you, but have a good evening.
Thank you. You too.
Thanks. Moving to 56, Kelly Taleko. Kelly Taleko, you might be on mute.
Hello.
Yes. Great. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Good evening, elected officials. I am Kelly Taleko, a resident of Vancouver. I am opposed to the Broadway Plan because city residents have not been correctly informed about the planning process. Over the past 3 years, the content and conduct in the arena of council meetings and public hearings has become increasingly toxic and polarized to an extent that I would call alarming. As civic leaders, you should be as concerned as I am, and I am asking you to take action to tell Vancouver residents the truth about the planning process. I offer 3 simple facts that should be stated openly, clearly, and repeatedly in any public communications to do with planning and rezoning. Fact number 1, residents of Vancouver need to understand that the term public, as in hearings, engagements, consultations, does not refer simply to residents and business owners of Vancouver. In fact, the public means any individual, any organization, any corporate entity, anywhere in the world, and any of those are invited to freely participate in Vancouver's public engagement activities. Fact number 2, The planning and rezoning process in Vancouver is not governed by democracy. It is governed by technocracy. The Cambridge Dictionary will guide us to understand that term. Quote, technocracy is a government or social system that is controlled or influenced by experts in science or technology. The fact of a government or social system being influenced by such experts, unquote. In listening to years of council meetings and public hearings, I've learned that the planning department determines all of the following. 1, the extent and nature of public engagement required, the extent to which projects have satisfied those requirements, and the interpretation of the results. 2, the extent to which any proposal complies with an existing plan or policy. 3, the definition of all of the following terms and more. Neighborhood, neighborhood fit, arterial road, heritage streetscape, community amenities, community, livability, and affordability. 4, the information and planning designs that will be released to the public. 5, the appropriate trade-offs and agreements made with the developers regarding height, density, and community contributions. And 6, the preferred future for any geographic zone in the city and for the city of Vancouver itself in terms of both population numbers and forms of development. Clearly, the city's planning and zoning functions are governed by a technocracy. Fact number 3, plans and policies approved by City Council do not have to be followed. I refer you to the city's website archive, City Council meeting of January 20th, 2021, from 8:04 to 8:27. At that meeting, 4 officials, Mayor Stewart, City Manager Macri, then Deputy Director of Planning O'Donnell, and Legal Counsel Greenberg, all stated the little-known fact that the Planning Department is free to bring forward projects which do not comply with approved plans or policies. Not only is planning free to interpret plans and policies, but City Council is free to approve projects, whether or not they comply with existing plans and policies. Those are the 3 facts. As I listened to the public hearing of 1477 West Broadway, 2 speakers' remarks were unforgettable, and put together, they were frankly scary. The first was an elderly man speaking for similarly elderly neighbors, apologizing for the emotion in his voice as he expressed their fears about losing their long-term homes. The second was a young man, the chairman of a city advisory committee, who described his wife's and his own backgrounds and qualifications as the most desirable, highly educated, uniquely gifted young individuals one could imagine. And he spoke with foaming anger and rage about the generational divide and injustice in housing. I have the rather old-fashioned idea that in civic affairs, truth, however difficult to swallow, is preferable to delusion. Elected officials, ask yourselves, isn't it time the city told the truth about how change is being made in the city? I have offered you 3 simple and evident facts to form the basis of the truthful communications the public deserves. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking. You do have some questions. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to, and thanks for speaking to council. I just want to follow up with one clarification. And you referenced, and I remember well, the 2 speakers from the 1477 project, and the one young speaker on record, I think it was Kit Souter from the Renters Advisory Committee. I believe that's who you were speaking about, referencing the generational divide. But I'm gathering your comments are not supportive of the plan, and yet he was advocating for the plan and more housing. So I'm just looking for clarification on how what you were trying to convey with respect to those different points.
Oh, as I share the demographic with the elderly speaker and his elderly neighbors, what's scary to me is that more and more people with white hair seem to have targets on their backs because they will speak, as he did, as I have, as being longtime residents of Vancouver, and criticisms are made of such people, and terminology is used towards such people. So I found that scary, that the best and brightest, self-described best and brightest at the Broadway, 1477 West Broadway hearing was, I would say, close to rage. That makes me feel very vulnerable.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I appreciate your honesty about that. Where do you think the anger is coming from?
Speaker?
I don't choose to speculate about others' emotions. I did choose to tell you about the impact on people of my demographic of such forceful speech directed towards our demographic.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. Thank you for speaking and sharing that. I appreciate it.
Great. And that is it for your questions. Thanks, Councillor Kirby Young. Thanks so much for taking the time to speak to us this evening.
Thank you.
Speaker 57, Melanie Marchand.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can perfectly. Go ahead.
Thank you. And thank you for hearing me. I'm sure it's been a long day and there's been many emotions, and it seems to me like the housing crisis is trying to solve itself within the Broadway plan. And anyway, let me start off by saying I'm a retired architect. I've spent over 30 years working in various offices along the Broadway corridor. I know this area very well. And I'm also on the board of La Maison de la Francophonie. So I'm kind of wearing two hats, and I just can't resist the opportunity to share a few thoughts, because I think that the housing crisis is almost overcoming the discussion that should be on many of the facets of this plan. It's trying to balance so many agendas. It's got sustainability and transportation, a sense of identity. It's got developing streetscapes and pedestrian realms. It's got, social and cultural layers to it. It's got community building layers to it, and it's got housing. Housing is maybe the key that everyone needs, but I don't want this baby to be thrown out with the bathwater. I think a lot has been done. I've watched the evolution of this plan for the last 4 years. That is a long time. These complex plans do take years. The development community is during this time told to stand back. So there is this kind of buildup of projects that wants to come and be reviewed, awaiting this completion of this plan, which will never be perfect. It's too big, it's too complex to be perfect. It needs to be considered like a work in progress, where you've got the really good basic framework. You've got a lot of the agendas balancing out. And when I had previously done various sensitive things in my career, you kind of sometimes felt like if they were screaming at you from both sides, you were maybe wandering down the right path. You tried to keep everybody happy, but there's always some. The housing needs to be solved through all the layers of government. The city can't do it all. You can build the framework within the Broadway plan that will permit you to do what you can, and in parallel, you need to work with the other levels of government so that and build the flexibility into the plan so that you can insert more and more social supportive housing, affordable housing, and all the different levels of affordability that are needed to make up a full community. You need to foster lots of job spaces. I think essentially you've really done a good job, particularly on the main intense corridor. Broadway and the perpendicular arterials like Granville, Arbutus, Cambie, Main Street. And so it would be best to find a way to approve the plan, give the Director of Planning discretion, give guidance on how to create discretion, and to keep finessing the aspects of the plan that have been particularly contentious today and will be until you get to Speaker 202 or whatever the last one is. As a board member for the La Maison de la Francophonie, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the project very briefly, and
Actually,
tell you
you've
why I
just,
think it's a good fit.
sorry to say, you have
Have I
just,
hit 5?
you have got to 5 minutes. However, you do have
Okay.
questions from Councillor Dominato, so perhaps you'll be able to give a little bit of that detail in your answers. Go
Well,
ahead.
we'll see if the right questions come.
Yes. Go ahead, Councillor Dominato.
Bonsoir, Melanie. Hi, Melanie. I'm
Hi.
curious, yes, could you expand a little bit on the project? And then I have one other question for you.
Okay. The project is, we've got a very decrepit building on West 7th. And on this property and the adjacent property, we want to partner with a developer who will build us new accommodation on the bottom 2 floors and we will also rebuild our theater as a proper professional, slightly larger theater, which will hit the sweet spot for size with many of the smaller theater groups. We service several French language theater groups, but we also, the space is often rented by other festivals, like just lately the Talking Stick, the Fringe, just about everybody has come through our theater at one time or another, and a lot of kind of one-off presentations and musical events. It would enable us to make the main floor more of a community space, and as it has 14 members, there's offices, there's jobs in there. We're receiving French language immigrants where people are seeking to find ways to live in Vancouver and receive services in their language. Health services, kind of connections, history, you name it. We've got Parents for French with us. So there's many, many uses. We've got Le Centre, who present a street festival every summer on 7th. Anyway,
Can I ask you, Melanie, a
tumble
follow-up
down.
question, just because I have a limited time?
Yep.
Given the
Yep.
plans that you have as a board, do you see alignment then with the proposed Broadway plan, given the planning you're undertaking as a board?
The planning that has been done to date is completely aligned with the Broadway plan. We're also in that light blue, high density part of the plan that doesn't seem to be hugely controversial. We're offering the cultural experiences, we're offering jobs, there's residential above, there's no housing on the site, so there's no displacement because it's already got a lot of very tall buildings immediately around it. So it's it's part of the softer side of what you're trying to develop in your Broadway plan with the enhanced cultural aspect.
And
And
that is
the
it. Yeah,
city
and that
services.
is
Yeah, no, that's my time. Thanks, Melanie. I'll follow up with you and Emmanuel about your plans. Thank you.
great.
Thank
And
you.
thanks for calling in.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato, and thank you very much, Melanie, for presenting tonight. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Speaker 58, Mona Lemoine.
Good evening, Chair, Mayor, and Council. My name is Mona Lemoine, and thank you for the opportunity to speak before you in favor of the Broadway plan. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a board member of, coincidentally, the Conseil culturel et artistique francophone de la Colombie-Britannique, and also a community partner of the Maison, where I'm also a board member. So you just heard from our executive director, Jean-François Packwood, and one of my colleagues on the board of the Maison, Mélanie Marchand. So I'll try not to repeat too much. We are, as the Conseil culturel, so the BC French Arts Council, we are the centralizing organization that represents Francophone arts and culture in BC. Our mandate is to facilitate interaction, consolidation, and collaboration between the community organizations and Francophone artists. So as Jean-François mentioned, we occupy space in La Maison, and it serves as a gathering place, a cultural, arts, communal gathering space for Francophones, Francophiles, and many other cultures in the greater Vancouver area. And so, as you heard before, it's a unique hosting place. There's educational opportunities, social opportunities. It addresses economic needs of current residents and new immigrants coming to Vancouver, and as well as providing space for events. So it's a place of expression and development, and a place where people can learn and experiment in Vancouver. And so, as was mentioned before, we offer a wide range of social benefits, cultural awareness, education, and celebration. And as a minority Francophone, raising her children as Francophones in Vancouver, the space has been important, and I have a personal connection. So connection to the arts and culture has had a positive impact on my everyday life as a way of maintaining my maternal language and culture and passing it on to my children. I've had season tickets to Théâtre La 16e for years and would love to see a new theater and multifunctional spaces in the neighborhood. It's where my kids have attended summer camps, and these summer activities and social connections for my children in their native language have had a very positive impact on their connection to their culture, their language, and their roots. But as mentioned before, it's in desperate need for renewal. And this renewal is made possible in partnership with high density housing. The Broadway plan needs to include high density housing of all tenures, excuse me, so new developments can achieve also higher levels of sustainability. If the plan allows for taller buildings, there will also be more space at the ground level for community use and amenities and green space, like what could be offered at the Maison. Cultural spaces, cultural activities, and existing cultural organizations are a key component in ensuring a diverse and open neighborhood that is vibrant, connected, and engaged. And I heard concerns about that earlier, and I think the plan does provide for that. Spaces for learning and cultural appreciation is a really important need and a critical piece to the puzzle. So without the Broadway plan approved as it is drafted today for Granville, Burrard, Float, Area C, the much needed renewal of La Maison de la Francophonie community and cultural amenity would not be realized. So thank you once again for the opportunity to speak to Council.
Yes, thank you. And if you don't mind holding on, you've got questions. Councillor Hardwick, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. My curiosity is piqued because you've, I think, had 3 members of your board speak. Can you tell me what kind of housing that is being proposed for the development of your site? What can you tell me about it?
So it is a residential tower, which would meet the current requirements of the City of Vancouver bylaws in terms of a mix of market and non-market housing. And then it would provide the community amenity space of La Maison and its 14 organizations and, potentially more spaces. So it would provide that diversity that people are. I heard I wasn't on phone all day. I had to work, but I did drop in from time to time, and so it would provide that diversity that people are looking for.
When you say market and non-market, do you mean a combination of strata and rental, or what do you mean by that?
I don't think that rental was part of it, but let me see if I can quickly. I'm sorry, I don't have the division.
I just wondered when you said market and non-market, what you meant by that, but not rental, so presumably strata. And how tall a tower?
That is in flux as the Broadway plan evolves. I believe right now it's at approximately 24, but I'd be happy to pass along more exact details if there's an opportunity to do so. I don't know if there's an email I can send more information to so that I can better respond to your question.
Sure, I get the general picture. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you very much, both for coming and speaking to us and answering those questions.
Thank you.
Yep. Have a good evening. Speaker 59, Nathan Davidovich.
Good evening. Do you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you very much, Chair Carr and members of council. I support all the previous speakers, and especially the Vancouver Tenant Union, against approving this bad plan. As I stated many times before, it is all the fault of Vision and the new staff they hired. It is not just Broadway plan, it's also the other plans, River District, Pearson Hospital, Oak Ridge Transit Center, Heatherland, Jericho, and so forth. We need to return to the pre-Vision era of proper community planning. Why should the City of Vancouver approve additional density when the City of Vancouver is already the densest city in Metro Vancouver, in BC, and in Canada? City of Vancouver should ask the adjacent city to increase their densities first. UBC can accommodate at least an extra 40 to 50,000 people. Burnaby West, an extra 250,000 people. Richmond, an extra 100,000. North Shore, an extra 100,000. So about 500,000 people can be accommodated around the City of Vancouver over the next 25 years. If these areas approve these targets, Vancouver can approve a target of increasing its population by 100,000 people from 800 to 900,000 over the next 25 years. Even without the Broadway plan, city population will grow at a large, because of the large number of rezoning done by Vision and this council. I would definitely, it will grow over the next 5 to 10 years by more than 1% per year, because all these projects are going to come along. It's the problem is that Metro Vancouver and Greater Vancouver Regional District before have let us down. We used to have the Lower Mainland Planning Board, and that was way better. Now we have 3 different regional districts, and each one fighting about what population growth they should have. The provincial government maybe should step in and say, this is what you're going to have, and that's what you're going to have to do. But, I mean, the private-public partnership does not work. It does not work. Even in conservative UK, they stopped it. And I would urge all owners not to sell to private developers, but to wait for the BC government and MOTI to buy them out with the new Bill 16. Nobody's even mentioned Bill 16 in in any of the reports. You know, I mean, it's amazing. You know, you're talking about bike routes. Yes, we need a proper network of protected bike lanes all over the city. We can't just single out Broadway. We need a network. And unless we have that, then what's the sense of talking just about Broadway? You know, what we need is to have a top review of this plan by the former directors of plannings over the last 50 years. They'll give you a real good review, and they'll give you many choices and options how to proceed. Just having the present planning department and the director of planning who started this Broadway plan, he's already left. I mean, it's all it's a mess, you know, and so that's what we need to do, and then you'll get the right answers to your questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You stay on the line because you do have questions from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Thank you, as always, for being here, Nathan. I know we want to talk about transportation, and I'm sure you'd like to talk from a transportation standpoint about how you view this transportation plan, but please leave enough time for me to ask you one more question.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I went to all the meetings. I asked the staff, well, what are you doing? Well, what is this transportation plan for Broadway? And they say it's based on Transport 2050 that TransLink produced, another bad plan, unambitious plan that would set us back more than back. And, we are so far behind Ontario and Quebec on public transit. I mean, they want to discontinue the number 99 bus route, the most successful bus route in North America, and try to force people to take the SkyTrain. It's amazing. The SkyTrain is not going to help people of Vancouver. It will help people outside. You can go from Cambie to Arbutus way faster on the bus than going down to the station by 2 or 3 elevators and then going out again. It will take you more time with the subway than versus the express bus. So
okay, so I'm going to interrupt you. Okay. Obviously, there needs to be sufficient population to justify this subway. Can you comment on the notion of promoting growth in excessive pace of change? The numbers that I've seen suggest that 100,000 more people would come over a decade than the 70,000 that would be a reasonable projection. Do you see a relationship between the growth promotion and the transportation plan?
There is some relation, but if we compare other cities that have that density, Vancouver right now is 6,000 people on the average per square kilometers. They have way better transportation system than we do. Even with the Broadway subway, we are still so far behind. Look at other cities. Look at even San Francisco, which is a similar size to the city of Vancouver, has so many more options and so much more. And not to speak about Toronto and Montreal. We are so far behind, and if we're going to have all these people, there is no way that a transit system will be able to support them. We just don't have enough transit in Vancouver.
Okay, and that is it for your time. Councillor Hardwick, and and thank you so much, Nathan, for both
Thank you.
coming to speak and answer the questions. We are on to speaker 60, Barry Mowat.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Barry Mowat, and I'm the founder and the president of Vancouver Biennale, a not-for-profit organization dedicated to art in public spaces. I'm also property owner of 290 and 262 West 3rd Avenue, Vancouver. I'm here to speak in support of the Broadway plan, specifically policies and directions presented as part of the Mount Pleasant Industrial District A. The Industrial District is home to a significant cluster of art and culture and creative workers and businesses that have historically been located in older industrial buildings. As the area starts to transition through redevelopment of these older buildings, it is important to support the retention of artist spaces. To that end, I am pleased to see policy directions to preserve and enhance clusters of cultural spaces through arts and culture districts. I'm pleased to see prioritization for host nation and Indigenous communities, along with equity-deserving and historically disenfranchised groups to secure arts and culture space. Space and opportunities for these groups and communities to practice their art and traditions and host culturally safe and meaningful gatherings will support their self-determination while also enriching experiences for other artists and audiences. The zoning and density increase with allowances for additional density in exchange for further industrial space will support an overall increase in industrial spaces. The consideration for inclusion of Class B artist studios in these areas, along with Class A artist studios in commercial areas, will increase the supply of spaces. The zoning and height incentive policy will incentivize replacement, enhancement, and development of art, cultural, and music spaces in the area. The addition of arts and culture space as a recognized category for CAC allocations, as per Councillor Fry's motion from January 2021, will provide financial support for protecting and increasing artistic production and presentation spaces through developer contributions. My one suggestion is that I would urge Council to consider increasing funding allocation for arts and culture through public benefit strategies. The current allocation of $55 million out of a total of $1.1 billion represents 5%. While I appreciate the housing crisis and other social amenities and climate change are key issues, development of this area will impact the life of cultural workers, a significant portion of whom we live and work in the area. Provision of cultural spaces should be considered a priority, and allocating 10% of funding towards this amenity would signal that artists in the culture sector are valued and have an important role to play in the future of the area. And appreciate the time you've all taken to hear us. And bottom line is we support the Broadway plan.
Great. Thank you. And if you just want to stay in the line, you've got questions. Go ahead, Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, hi Barry. Thank you for taking the time to speak and waiting for your turn. I know there's a lot of speakers doing that. So I just want to be really clear, because the retention of existing arts and culture space as well as generation new is really fundamentally important. So you feel this plan strikes the right balance, and because I know there are others that are obviously concerned we've been losing arts and culture space. That's why we had the Making Space for Arts and Culture plan. But you feel this strikes the right balance with the zoning and the additional allowance. You think that we'll be able to retain and grow?
I'm hopeful in the most positive sense, yes. It does provide opportunities. It'll be, of course, need for a lot of collaboration, but it could provide those expanded spaces for artists, yes. The challenge will be the CACs to ensure that there is the proportionate financing to offset the affordability for the artists. Yes.
Right. And in your mind, what does that look like in terms of helping with the affordability aspect?
Well, height and density allows, as a property owner, it allows us the great opportunity to increase functional and occupational and creative spaces, while at the same time allowing those that can afford to pay for it, i.e., is it the creative and called the creative industry, the .comers, and the NFTers, and all of the other more creative organizations in the same.
Okay, are you able
vernacular.
to speak to what I mean, and if you can't, you don't have to answer the question, but are you able to speak to what your plans might be specifically with respect to what you would do with your site, given what the plan
Yeah,
enables?
well, we made a proposal in January 2021. That was we wanted to focus on an aspect of the district called the ACT Commons, Arts, Culture, and Tech Commons, where we would like to see it green, where Alberta is, Alberta Street at 2nd and 3rd, a lessening of the traffic zone there, greening it and allowing greater height and density so that we can have greater open spaces, and then spaces where we can have both cultural and other art studios and spaces, as well as residencies as in the term artist residencies, and then revenue generating industry in the upper area to ensure the sustainability of the arts and cultural spaces.
Okay, great. And sorry, the acronym ACT, Arts, Culture, and
ACT, Arts, Culture, Tech, Commons.
Okay,
Yeah.
super. Thanks, appreciate it.
Great, thanks very much. Thanks very much, Barry, for your time with us or speaking to us and answering those questions. Have a good evening.
Thank you very much.
On to speaker 61, Reed Kaufman.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. We hear you clearly. Go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Council. My name is Reed Kaufman, and I'm calling in today to provide support to the planning process that has been underway for over 3 years and recommend that Mayor and Council approve this plan. My comments and support are positioned on 2 different roles, but 2 related roles that I play in the city. First, as a father of a young family who lives in Vancouver and who deeply believes that an increase in housing supply in all tenures and forms is critical for future generations. Second, as an employee at a local development company called Bastion Development Corporation, who's been engaged in this policy effort over the last few years with particular focus around the Broadway and Arbutus SkyTrain, future SkyTrain area. In the early days of this process, I did have some real concerns around a key issue of viability, or more appropriately, a concern that the policy guiding land use was headed in the direction of non-viability for potential development projects, mostly related to the talk of rental-only zoning. If the private sector is expected to be the major contributor to new housing options, policy needs to be crafted that incentivizes participation from landlords and stakeholders throughout the city. Given rising construction costs, particularly with high-rise concrete rental housing and the challenges of inflation and rising interest rates, delivering purpose-built rental buildings is becoming more difficult. After sharing some of these concerns and involvement in this process over the last couple of years, I do want to provide credit to staff, specifically Matt Shaletto and Teresa O'Donnell, who have listened to input from the public and stakeholder groups and really worked through these tough and politically sensitive issues with staff, specifically in the last 12 months. I believe central to solving this issue of viability is maintaining an ability to build and deliver strata housing. And while not a major priority of housing policy in this plan, simply put, strata housing helps make all the city's many ambitions viable. Furthermore, I also want to underscore the importance of allowing flexibility in the use of staff discretion throughout the land use objectives within this policy. Flexible land use options that allow for a real variety of housing types is allowed for in this plan, and it is a very good thing. Flexibility to include a mix of strata housing and rental housing within the same development project is also something I believe is a good thing. a general flexibility to implement some of the competing policy objectives relating to site frontages, floor plate sizes, and shadow impacts it is also needed. And when reviewing these components, flexibility should be allowed for, and final decisions should be made within a larger context of skillful design and some site-specific issues. In closing, and as mentioned in the beginning of my remarks, our company owns a site at the Arbutus and Broadway intersection that is currently occupied by the Shell gas station. Given the key transit-oriented location and the lack of current rental housing on the property, we feel, it's a prime candidate for redevelopment under this plan. And frankly, we're excited to get going with a proposed project that aligns with the city's objectives. Ultimately, our upcoming decision to participate in the redevelopment of the site and the similar decision that's being made by other stakeholders within the city will ultimately turn on the content of what is approved in the Broadway plan and how the proposed land uses respond to this key issue of project viability. Thank you.
And thank you. Just hold on the line. You've got questions? Go ahead, Councillor Weed.
I just have one question. We've heard a lot about ensuring there's flexibility in the plan, but then also that developers are looking for clarity. Can you talk about the difference here about wanting clarity on exactly what's able to build, but also conversation we're hearing from multiple groups on wanting flexibility?
So the flexibility that I like in the plan is there's kind of a menu of options you can build. And this is different in the different areas, obviously, but the ability to build a strata-only building at a certain density, or a mix of strata and rental, or rental only or only office. There's kind of a menu to choose from that have different components. So I think that's the key component of flexibility that I'm speaking with. My assumption is some of the clarity that folks are looking for is related to some of the ideas of CACs and fees and other expectations that are become a component of that pro forma that are largely unknown at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yep.
Great, thank you, Councillor Weed. Thank you very much. Reed, that was great for you to stay on the line and answer those questions as well. Okay, we're moving to speaker 62, Clara Prager.
Hi, Council. My name is Sarah Prager. I'm a renter living in the Broadway Plan area, specifically in an existing apartment area in Mount Pleasant. I strongly urge you to pass this plan without any delays and without any measures that would reduce the amount of new housing. I really love my neighborhood and I'd like to stay here as long as I can. My building is a 3-story walk-up built in 1959, and it's actually in pretty good shape for an older building, and I'm fortunate to have a landlord that maintains it. City staff have made it pretty clear to me that under the current plan, my building won't likely be redeveloped anytime soon. However, should it deteriorate significantly in the coming years and become more viable for redevelopment, I'd much prefer what my future looks like with the Broadway plan than without it. The proposed tenant protections do this really wonderful, rare thing. They actually make me feel valued as a resident of this city as a renter, and that's something that I think many renters don't always experience in our civic discourse. I do genuinely really appreciate them and the thought put into them by staff. If this plan isn't approved, I will be much more anxious about my housing security. If it is approved, the stronger tenant protections will allow me to breathe a huge sigh of relief. And if my building were to be redeveloped, I'd actually be able to return to the neighborhood that I love at affordable rents, which would be ideal. Will it be disruptive to my life to have to move temporarily to a different building? Yeah, it will be, but so much less so than having to move to an entirely different city. And with the current severe lack of housing, that is the choice that I'd likely be facing without this plan. I'd probably have to leave the city where I work, where I have community connections, friends, parks I love, a favorite photo place. You get the picture. Are the tenant protections perfect? No, they can definitely be approved. And I do urge you to vote in favor of amendments that could strengthen these protections even further. But as they are, they'll still provide me with significantly more housing security than I currently have. I've heard some folks say that that some demo evictions are already starting to take place due to speculation around this plan. And I think that's a really good reason why it needs to pass without any delay. The longer that renters have to wait for these protections, the more risk that we will be exploited. And any amendments that decrease the amount of housing, delay the plan, or refer it back to staff will put current renters at risk and frankly be a slap in the face to anybody currently looking for housing in the city. I think staff have clearly worked hard to strike a fine balance here with the amount of new housing, the pace of development, and protections for renters. The result of 4 years of planning and heaps of consultation. So please don't mess with the delicate balance of that with amendments that might reduce the density. If anything, the density should be increased to allow for more neighbors in this area. I also encourage you to support any amendments that improve active transit, including bike infrastructure along Broadway. Not only is this a climate priority, but it helps with safety and the cost of living. Part of the reason that I can afford to live in Mount Pleasant is because I don't have a car. So I get around by walking and biking mostly, but I'm not a super confident cyclist. So cars kind of make me pretty nervous when I'm biking. And protected bike lanes will make me feel much more safe for getting from A to B. Basically, what I want to leave you with is this. The plan isn't perfect, but we need it. We need it and a lot more. A lot more housing citywide, a lot more density in underdeveloped areas, a lot more done in terms of accessibility measures citywide. And on that note, I strongly encourage you to take to heart the dissenting opinion from VCPC Commissioners Gabriel Peters and Ruby Langan to inform citywide policies related to accessibility. It's clear there's definitely improvements to be made, and I think we should see this as a living document that can be improved upon over the 30 years of this plan. But we do need something to pass ASAP. Renters in Vancouver and those who want to live in Vancouver but can't have been waiting long enough for homes. Transit users have been waiting long enough to be able to get that subway in, and cyclists have been waiting long enough for more protected bike infrastructure.
Great. Well timed. Thank you very much. You haven't got any questions, but we all really appreciate you taking the time to call in to us.
Thank you.
Great. Just before I turn to the next speaker, I just want to make a little announcement, which is that we have a number of speakers on the line. We have 40 minutes left, and there are some gaps where speakers haven't called in. So speakers, if you are near to being your number on the list, we're currently at number 63. I do encourage you to call in, else you'll end up being on another day. So next we have speaker 63, Brent Todderin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I coming in clearly?
You bet. Go ahead, up to count
Thank
5.
you. Great. Thank you, Madam Chair and Council, especially for the ability to share our comments so easily and safely by phone. My name is Brent Todderin. My family and I are residents of downtown Vancouver, where we are raising 2 young boys in our downtown apartment home. 2 little boys, I might add, that I'm constantly worried about failing when it comes to the future we're going to be leaving them. I am also a city planner with over 30 years of experience working in and for all kinds of cities around the world, including many of the most innovative cities in the world. And part of those 30 years was about 6 years as Vancouver's chief planner. A very hard role, the hardest role by far I've ever had, but a role I was honored to have, so I know a little bit about how hard staff's job is. Councillor, you may have seen my recent op-ed in the Vancouver Sun supporting your staff's proposed Broadway plan, and I am very supportive of it. I think it's been badly needed for many years. It might actually surprise you, Council, to know that we were working on a Broadway plan back in 2012 when I left City Hall. I support it because it's one of the most intelligent, sophisticated, and comprehensive area plans I've ever seen in North America. And that intelligence came through, by the way, earlier today on full display as the staff team answered your many tough questions, Council. And to say I was impressed by their performance is an understatement.